You ain't got time for duel? You do now, where you going? You ain't got time for duel? Well, you better make time! Oh, caution thrown to the wind from this guy. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Sanctuary under siege, Coooley, DFC, we bring it. Fire the night, we back it down. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Plan in sight. And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off to an... Oh my god, huge comeback! From 1! Beautiful chain from Toshank. Just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this! We got some more lates in to do, boys.
Nothing will stand in my way.
What are you guys doing here? Oh shit, it's Thursday. Well, shit. I was just sitting here, you know, not doing anything. Definitely just chilling, and wow, you guys just... I'm right in. Yeah, you ain't got to knock. You ain't got to knock, man. You guys are always welcome. Welcome in. What up, Balkanac, Sexy Dexy? What's going on, man? Canadian Dab God, the Wicked One Ball, and of course, Primo coming in, letting the world know that Joby sucks. Duke, good to see you, man. Small Sawdust, what up, guys? Kyle, oh, man. Big cheers to you guys. Y'all are here early. Appreciate y'all. Good seeing you, man. We've got a good card. We're going to skim over this here real quick because we've got some violence. Some people saying they are on a time limit tonight, so let's get them in there. Boys, we're back. We've got the Melee division. We made a decision last week where we essentially brought the Melee division back to LOD, right? Or the original version of this game. And man, we've got a good card on there tonight, man. Look at this one. Green Lungs, Hasha, Murder SC, and Thor Jitsu, Nimrod, Alex, Reuben, AF50, and who I'm really looking forward to seeing here. I think we're going to get to see him early. I think it's going to be Smolps versus GDA in some Fury v Fury violence. Man, it's been a long time since we've seen that, boys. And it's going to be nothing short of epic. Then, holy shit, let's scroll right back up here to these championship bouts, shall we? Foozerman versus GoGators. Oh, it was only a matter of time. This one right here, these guys are leaning into DFC rules, and what they're going to be doing is some NVD. GoGators on his legendary Druid is what's going to happen, and the Foozerman on the class that he climbed to the top with. These guys just leaning right into the ROT dub, new items, new setups, and of course DFC rules. Can't wait to see it, man. Duke says, think I'm gonna join back up soon, start dueling again, brother. Been in duel games the last couple days, and I plan on going hard the next week. Dude, hell yeah! That'd be sick, man. Be so good to see you again. Yeah, D2R Legacy. Exactly. It's probably the better way to say it. Yeah, LOD has its own place in history, that's for sure. That one's gonna be so epic, man. It's been a long time, but GoGators finally has another shot at the title. Can he reclaim the gold? After such a long time, this guy took a break, man. He had to get out there. Y'all might remember he was the champ for a very long time. GoGators was. He became so popular as the champion of the DFC. He ended up, I mean, Christ, the ladies were all over him. He ended up having children, all because, you know, you could say what you want, but it was all because he was the DFC champion for so long. Gained so much popularity. so much televised attention. It was hard for anyone to turn him down. But after starting a small family of absolute violent duelers, this guy is back to reclaim the gold and to show the new pups how it's done. Or at least that's what he hopes, man. It's gonna be a sick one versus Foos. I really can't wait to see it, dude. It's gonna be good. Some old school classic shit right there. Then we've got Jagger Swags in the Melee division versus Donger. We ain't seen this in a while. Glad to see Donger back, man. These guys, we just had to go back to the D2R legacy. And now we get the legacy names, right? We get the legendary ones. Can't wait to see this Din v Din showdown as well. I think one would say Jagger's arch nemesis at the top. Certainly a worthy challenger. Then we've got DD on the Warlock versus Foozerman on the Sorceress for the LLD title here tonight. Foozer just trying to take two at once here. I don't know what he's just trying to make a run for all of these LLD or all of these DFC titles. It's going to be wild, man. And what an incredible card we've got here, boys. It's just, look at this. GDA Master going up against BRP and some Barb v Druid violence. We've got Harlot, the return of Harlot, going up against Constant in an NVD showdown. Jits versus Green Lungs. Jits versus Superdude. Man, it's going to be wild. Jin Shin is back, man. Always good to see this guy. And he's on his legendary Boazan going up against Hasha on the Sin. Gonna be wild. Jewel Van versus Will in some... Hopefully, we get to see this Barb v Barb showdown. Very rare matchup to ever see that. I wonder how these guys are going to go about it. I think it'd be a pretty interesting one, though. And then we've got Kyle versus Montriana. Montriana's going to surprise him with what he brings to the table. Always creative, always violent on those barbs. Montriana also going up against Sawdust. That says LOD, but it's like Primo says, should probably just be Legacy, D2R Legacy. Also going to be an epic showdown. We've got the return of the deathmatch. Sogi versus Trackamp in a Din v Druid challenge. We've got Nim v Alex. I think that one's getting replaced. I'm not sure. Holy shit!
Reuben is a dancer.
Holy shit, man. Bro. Murder SC. Dude, big cheers, man. That is fucking wild. Thank you so much. We've got absolute battery acid we're down in right now, man. All of the acidic shit. Right? That's what we're doing. Big cheers to you, man. Holy shit, 120 bones from this guy. That is fucking wild, man. Absolutely fucking wild. Really appreciate you, dude. Big cheers. Let's all tip one back to the Murder SC, the legendary figure himself. Can't wait to see you on your Warlock tonight, man. That's going to be sick, too. We've got Polytheist versus Squigs in a Druid v Sin showdown. Polytheist probably getting sick of seeing those Necros, and Squigs ready to throw down on anything. And this is just going to be a throwdown of two absolute titans. I can't wait to see it. And probably the best players on the West Coast right now, I'm going to have to say, between these two. And holy, we've got Trackamp versus Dollhouse. Young Sack versus the Squigs as well in some NVD. Squigs, he's got to show his prowess on these other classes, you know? Then, of course, oh man, I really hope we get to see this one. Max versus Ono in some Lock v Lock duels. I don't know how that one's gonna go. Maybe we'll have to mid-fight unban Abyss. Who knows? We might just unban it and keep it Lock v Lock. It's still early in these dueling days. But I really just can't wait to see that one. Onomatopoeia, probably the best dueler on 300 plus ping in the entire world. This guy will surprise you with stomps and locks that you never saw coming, because it's just such awkward timing, and he's used to it. But speaking of things that are just off the wall, it is Max. This guy probably bringing in a Blood Boil build on the Warlock against whatever Ono has, and I think that is going to be actually a pretty epic showdown. The LLD division tonight is absolutely saturated with Warlocks, and I love it. We've got AF50 versus Law Rages, Locke v Zon. That was a really cool match to see last week. Looking forward to seeing it again. Last week, the Zan won, but it was very close, very back and forth. Then we've got AF50 on the Lock versus Nimrod on the Lock. These guys saying, all right, Nim just said, look, I finally got this thrown together, ready to go. I'm ready to test out this Lock in LLD. And he's got himself a savage opponent, man. That one's going to be a fun one. BRP versus Murder SC. Murder on the Lock, BRP on the Sword. Murder says it's pretty broken. That Warlock's pretty broken in LLD, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it, man. Because he's also going up against GDA Master in the level 30 division. And this shit is just going to be wild, man. I really can't wait. Boys, welcome to it. It's Thursday night. What a hell of a card. Let's get in there for some violence. Yeah, man. It's crazy. It is very, very wild. And first of all, big cheers to this guy right here. Murder SC coming in, doing it on the lock, and also super, super generous, man. Thank you so much, really, for that. It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. Right now, the state of the Warlock in HLD is we're kind of in a weird spot. Not a lot of people like to play it. It's kind of seen as just this, like, BM build because it's so powerful. I think that's why a lot of people stay away from it, and they don't duel seriously with it. You know, it's like, it would be like showing up to a football game with a gun, you know, and wondering why people don't want to play with you. That's basically what that class is at this point. And you don't really see a lot of people on it, but when they do sign up, it's really cool because we do like to try out different matches. Right now, we kind of see a lot of lock v lock, which just how it comes out, right? Just how it comes out in the wash. But yeah. Oh, holy shit! GDA and I are ready. All right, let's fucking do this, man. I'm just peeking into the channel right now. I'm gonna bring up my notepad. I'm gonna bring up my handy dandy notebook and take a little cue here. I see Murder SC up in there as well. Oh shit, we gonna check on him after this. These guys are on a strict time limit. So I say we get up in there. Let's check this out. Let's see how these boys are doing. Damn, son, in this corner we've got legendary figure himself, Smolps. If you don't watch this guy's shorts on the YouTubes, then you have no idea what you're missing, boys. This guy makes some fire. And well worthy of a sub, well worthy of checking this dude out. But come to find out, he's also a savage in the melee division. And a lot of other divisions, too. This guy is just... he's working his way up the ranks. What is this? Failed to enter game. Uh-oh. See that GG LLD Warlock Codex I posted in the LLD channel? Let's check it out right now. Holy shit, I didn't see it, man. Let's check her out. The LLD Codex. LLD Code in the LLD channel. Well, let's check her out. Bam. This is what she looks like right here. Chaos Skills Abyss. That's pretty cool. Flame Wave as well. That's very interesting. This would be so godly with 2 sockets, let me tell you that, but even still, that's a pretty solid find. And you gotta figure there's probably not a lot of that stuff around, you know? Like, kinda wild. But hell yeah, man. GG find. I also see another one in there with Eldritch Skills and a +5 Echoing Strike with Mirrored Blades. God damn, that's insane. God damn, that's nuts. Good find. Did you find that yourself? You ripped that in a TZ or something? Yeah, Melee is certainly an X-Pack. Is in Legacy. Yeah. I completely agree, Homerick. I completely agree. I hope they don't. There's a lot of babies out there that feel entitled to find Sunder Charms. Like, oh, I played the game for so long, I need to find them. And I really hope they don't change it. Like, this isn't D4, you know? Like, go cry some more. Go trade for one. But I play single player and I can only play for 5 minutes a day because I have a life and you don't. Get fucked. Play online. Go trading for them. Get fucked. keep them the way they are. Keep them. Oh my god, and here we go, boys. The throwdown. The throwdown between Smolps and GDA. LX GDA, appropriately named. And there it is, man. Holy shit. In round 1, in this melee bout, we've got Smolps taking it. Off to a good start in this Fury v Fury showdown.
Good day.
And Smolps, as you might know, is a controller player. That's why his UI looks so different when he goes to these waypoints. Even his ability to select things over here just might look very different. This guy's legendary controller player, giving him a very unique viewpoint. Very unique POV on a lot of gameplay here. Yeah, exactly. Completely couldn't agree more, man. Couldn't agree more. Yeah. Tab on neck, Reuben. Oh, man. And down he goes again. Look at this. 2-0. So far, Smolps is off to a great start. Now, the beauty of the Melee division, though, is that you never really know how it's going to go. You could get off to a good start here, and in this division in particular, we have seen some of the nastiest comebacks. It really is RNG. You build your character to give yourself the best shot against the build, the player that you're going up against. Then you roll the digital dice, and you hope to get 10 wins before they do. That's how the Melee division works. And damn, so far though, Smolps off to a great start. This is looking good. Big hits for him there, and down goes GDA again. Almost a flawless victory in that round. That was wild. That was such RNG in the favor of Smolps that it almost looked like GDA was CTA side. That's legit what that looked like. It means I want to see Duel saltier than Tim Hortons coffee at 3 a.m. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. That is some bitter coffee right there. That's, well, you tuned into the right place, man. Here it is, the bitter violence. Uh-oh. A little bit of sidestep in there from Smolps as he swings away. A very close duel in that one, but he barely gets there and advances to 3-0 in this showdown. That one was crazy. That was, whew. I thought especially, he literally went down to 1. He got cut open and everything. He was down to 1. Yo, what up, Vexor? What's going on, man? Yeah, it's wild, man. But welcome to it, you know? Big cheers to these guys. Looks like GDA thinking about all of his wolfly decisions over there. I think he was praying to the RNG gods right there as he looks towards the oak stage to devise a game plan for this next round. Smolps on the edge of his feet over here, on the edge of his paws, just looking to throw down. Uh-oh. GDA goes right after that oak stage right away, but it doesn't pay off. And down he goes, now 4-0 in favor of Smolps. This guy packing some heat in those claws. Not necessarily. I would say, honestly, AKA, that probably the Fury Druid is, when it comes to melee characters, probably one of the more budget ones. Now, granted, melee in general, there is no budget, right? Like, it's, you gotta have a decked out character. But of all of the prices of every weapon and every charm and everything out there, I would say Fury Druid's gotta be close to one of the cheapest. It's very consistent too, not a ton of gear swaps. Oh my god, and there it is, he can morph back! In Fury v Fury, theoretically, Smolps could morph back. Any one of these guys, when they get put right back to human form there, they could morph back. But, looked like that time Smolps didn't even go for it. He just accepted his fate, and GDA finally getting on the board here after being behind in that round. Now 4-1 in favor of Smolps. I believe it's 4-1. Yeah, we've got ourselves a duel. What's up, Crider Shock? Good to see you, man. And by the way, Leroy Sunset, 31 months, man. Holy shit, bro. In a time of new classes, the only normalcy we can rely on is melee duels. Damn straight, brother. It is certainly, it's like the new blast from the past, you know what I mean? It's the dueling format that stays legacy. I love it, man. Big cheers and thank you so much for that, Leroy. Always one hell of a guy, man. Big hits for both of these players. Oh, man, and down he goes. Neither one of these guys, it doesn't look like trying to morph back. It's theoretically, this is the only duel, Fury v Fury, where when you get knocked down to 1, it is the only duel where you can morph back into a wolf, giving yourself essentially a second chance. I'm not sure if these guys got a gentleman's agreement or whatnot, but I haven't seen either one of these guys go for it. Hey, thanks, man. Glad you liked the Necro video. That was a fun one to make for sure. I think I'm gonna go back to videos of that nature here soon. ROT Dubs kind of threw us for a loop here. Hell yeah! Big cheers, DJ Johnny Dubs. We've got orange juice going on right now. It's very. We're gonna switch to lemon juice soon. Big cheers, brother. Big hits from both of these guys. Hard to tell which way this one's gonna go, but damn, son, and down goes Puma, aka Smalls. We've got ourselves a duel here. I think this is this 4-2? I think GDA might be trying to mount a big comeback here in this first melee match of the evening. And by the way, speaking of this, we've talked a lot about Smalls over here as we're jamming, but let's not forget our boy GDA over here, also a pretty savage Diablo 2 creator. Both of these guys have some insane must-watch YouTube channels for Diablo 2 content. GDA tackling everything, man. This guy has some extremely cool videos. He even started doing a series about sort of some of the best PvP builds of all time, where he interviews some iconic, legendary people, and me in there. Fucking strangely enough. I don't know how we fucking made the list, but we're on there. Either way, does a video where he talks about different people's builds over time. Kind of cool to see, man. And certainly in tune with the PvP realm, but not just that, man. Both of these guys got that itch for the PvP and also just make stellar content. It's really good to see two stellar creators like this, man, in the Diablo 2 space. Yeah, it should, man. It should. The best way to price check any item, though, pretend you're trying to buy it. That's what I say. If you had to shop for it, if you had to buy something very similar, what would it cost you, right? If there's nothing similar, well then, at that point, it's worth what someone will pay for it, right? Don't sell it too soon. Back and forth right there. Now GDA trying to mount a huge comeback here. Now 3-7. I was a little wrong about the score there. Yeah, it's 3-7 by the looks of it. What up, Thor? Yeah, Fury is back, man. It's good to see. It's been an interesting era with Fury, where it was at one point at the top of the charts, and then eventually falls to the din, and we're sort of at, I think, this interesting period right now, where I think it has the chance to come back. And players like these guys right here are really showing what that possibility is. This is just... You can see the violence in these hits, knowing that both of these guys have anywhere from between 8 to 10k life. It's like, it's wild. Some of these hits coming in for 3,000-4,000 damage sometimes. They only do that on the bottom row, aka. Usually they go 36-20s on the bottom row, but most of the time it's just 45 life shape-shifting Grand Charms. Those are the big ones. But the good thing is we'll get to see some of that gear here after this. Oh my god, and just like that, man, he gets there. GDA certainly has his back against the ropes here, but he can make a comeback. He certainly can do this. He's got his back against the ropes, but it is possible. It is first to 10. This is not a melee title fight, so whoever reaches 10 wins first wins the duel. And right now, it's 4-8 in favor of Smolps in this Fury v Fury showdown. GDA is well on his way here to making a pretty savage comeback. But can he keep it going is the question. Both of these guys losing their Oak Stage. Oh, man, and there it is. Smolps advances now to 9-4. And it's getting pretty crazy. This guy, GDA, is going to need all the luck in the world to pull himself out of this. GDA is down, but he's not out. He's pumping that A and B pattern to get himself up off the floor, using the ropes if he has to. But now he's going to have to dig himself out of this hole. He is behind quite a bit here, but we have seen crazier things in the DFC. This could be the last round if Smolps gets there, but look at this. GDA off to an incredible start in this round. He loses his Oak Sage. Oh, man! He tries to morph back, but just like that, Smolps gets him in a very, very close round. Holy shit, man. That one was wild.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Damn! Wow, man. Great duel between these guys. So good to see Fury v Fury here, you know? Crazy, dude. Bear Pally is a weird melee build, I would say. Zeal is way better. But 3/20/20s can never hurt, that's for sure. Yeah, that does convert to the bear normal attacks. It would indeed be a sexy one. But all I'm saying is don't get your hopes up too high, all right? It would be sexy to see. Yeah, and now we can check out this gear. You can see the charms that he has in his inventory. Those are very likely shape-shifting lifer charms. Yeah, and look at this, man. 4-socket, 96 life armors, with just incredible stuff here. And I'm really curious as to how their gear differed here. You can actually see a little bit in the gloves here. Steel Rend choice. Steel Rend was the choice for Smolps. And he also had Eth Stonecrusher. Both of these guys went with Eth Stonecrusher. That is crazy. Similar armor for both of these guys. The difference was Smolps used G-Face and GDA was using Metamorphosis, and also it looks like the Blood Fist there as well. That was really, I think, the big difference between the two. And you can see, at least in this set of duels, how much of a difference that made. Strange, I would have never expected it. And look at this. Those are really, really good shape-shifting lifers there. Even really good small charms there. 3 1920s. Just an absolutely stellar inventory from GDA. That druid looks amazing. Yeah. And those were the items that made the difference. G-Face and Gore Riders over Blood Fist and Metamorphosis. Very good duels. Incredible setup. So good to see this, man. Great duel between these guys. And one hell of a violent way to start this night off. Damn, son. Crazy, crazy. What's going on here? Where's my music bill? You didn't there. Oh, I just can't hear it. Hold on. Hold on one moment now, boys. I don't even know. It says it's there, but Nam wasn't one in a day, and there's nothing I can do about it, boys. Can you hear any music playing right now? Just a random question. Do you guys hear music right now. No? All right. Well, fuck it. Look at this handsome guy in the background over here. He looks like he's ready to get violent. This is Murder SC. Sometimes he puts on his fucking helmet, all right? And when he does that, you don't want to fuck with this guy, especially if he's on a warlock. Let's pop in there, see what this guy's doing here. Oh, wrong screen. Wrong screen. We'll honor his privacy. But looks like he is getting ready to throw down. I see him up in there. It's only gonna be a matter of time. All right. Let's fire this up, man. I'm gonna keep an eye on the Discord, see if there's anybody else in here. We just got GDA. And if you have another duel on deck, besides Murder SC, that's all I see up in there. Just you and Murder SC. So if y'all are ready to throw down, and look at this. I think he's ready to go. I see him up in here. He's getting ready. Is his opponent around, though, is the question. Doesn't appear as such. Oh, maybe. Maybe so. I gotta convert some LLDs over, man. I've got a ton of these 99s. I've got a handful of these that I've converted. I don't think I've converted a single LLD. We've got to change that. Pants are indeed not required technically. Nope. Unless you're... Look, I don't want to... Let's not go down this road, all right? Stay Frosty, my guy. Thank you so much, man, for the gifted membership. To Kreider Shot as well. What a savage, man. Bro, thank you so much. Big cheers. Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. Kreider Shot's a legend. Stay Frosty just recognized, you know? That's what it is. Wait, we ready to jam? Oh, hell yeah. All right, okay, there we go. All right, GG. That's what I thought. I was like, wait a minute now. All right, let's do this. Let's get up in there then, boys. These guys are indeed ready to get violent on the Warlock. And looks like GDA working on switching gears here and getting ready for some Warlock violence. I'm not sure what he's bringing to the table here, but we're gonna find out. Murder SC in this corner, legendary barb player usually, but certainly has a ton of different builds that he has shown some massive prowess on in the LLD sector. And now, I believe this is the first time tonight we're gonna see him on this build, the Warlock. And man, oh man, he says that this build might be a bit OP in LLD. It looks like, if I had to guess here, he's got himself an Insight Rune Staff. Very interesting. The other thing to note here, and something that is very, very interesting about the lock, is that he doesn't necessarily need to swap gears. He doesn't need to swap weapons when he teleports. He can have his tele staff on the main side with a shield, and this is nuts, because if there is a very nice tele staff out there that has like enhanced damage, teleport charges, and just some wild shit on it, you might actually have yourself a pretty sick Echoing Strike lock weapon. That might be the new meta. That might be a new weapon that could be pretty savage in LLD, because then you can chain lock. You can chain lock so easy with that, making the lock the best locker in LLD. If that is, this theorized approach, this theorized strategy is something that people actually implement in LLD. It could be pretty crazy. No, and that's actually a good question. I'm glad you brought that up, bud. This is LLD, or level 30 duels. These are low-level duels right here. So what these guys are doing, you're not gonna see Enigma. You might see some teleporting, but you're certainly not going to see like Enigma. You're not going to see torches, Annies. You're not going to see most of the stuff that you see. These duels will look very different than they do in HLD. Yeah, it does look like an Insight rune staff. That's what it looks like there. He's got the meditation aura. I think that's what he's rocking here. But what I'm saying is there could be some options out there that make this lock way more insane than you would think. And only time will tell, right? I think right now it's early with these duels, especially versus the lock. The lock is pretty insane. And, you know, only time's going to tell how powerful it really is in LLD. I think it's going to take a number of more duels in the level 30 division. And luckily, we've got a lot of them tonight. We have a lot of people that had signed up on the lock. I'm pretty excited. I got to convert some of my LLDs over, man. I think the lock is probably most healthy in level 30 of all of the dueling formats right now. But you never know. We've seen very limited duels, but there certainly is a bigger interest in level 30. Wild, man. All right, it looks like these boys are ready to throw down. Oh, man, look at this. It appears as though GDA has himself a throw barb. Uh-oh. And he's staying way on the outside. Murder SC tried to get in there, tried to land some shots, but damn, son. GDA just putting him down on the barb just like that. This barb, man. Barb's OP, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Yeah, same here, Nim. I actually think it's a really good duel. I think a throw barb, or a brawler in particular, is just an incredible high-profile, best LLD in the game right now, I think, is a brawler barb. I really don't think it's even close. There's none that has just such good matchups, so I have certainly been waiting to see a matchup like this for a while as well. And you can see with the echoing strike over here, it looks like GDA actually has the range advantage. Ooh, but look at that. As soon as he connects, man, that's some big damage. He just narrowly, Murder SC was very smart there. As GDA was whirling through him, he didn't move. He didn't move at all. And that's so that he doesn't have to get caught in walking or running animation and reduce his block chance. He was going to stay right there and just chuck. Just chuck for the damage.
Became a member. At Leroy Sunset celebrates 39 months of membership. Hyped. This Murderlock LLD match is so intriguing.
Dude, I'm pretty pumped about it too. And Leroy, thanks so much, man, for so much generosity, not just on the YouTube, but over there on Twitch as well. Bro, big cheers to that. I really do think this is super interesting. Look at this. This is a very, very fun duel here. It doesn't, it's certainly an uphill battle, I think, it looks like, for GDA. It's certainly an uphill battle, but one that with patience, I think he can win. He certainly has the range on Murder SC, but the X factor here is that the lock has his teleport skill, his blade warp, right? He doesn't have to use a teleport staff per se, although he can. Look at this. He's got one ready to go. He doesn't need one per se to close the distance. He can essentially travel very quickly in the blink of an eye, almost as fast as teleport, without ever giving up his block. That is something that no other low-level dueler can do. And it's certainly scary in this matchup. It's what it's forcing GDA to kind of keep his distance here. He has to rely on the distance of those jabs, which certainly do outpace the distance of the echoing strike. But as you can see, the damage from echoing strike is fucking ridiculous. Oh, he noticed. He said no bow there. Good one, man. Actually, good. What a gentleman's duel. What a gentleman's duel right here. I'm happy Murder SC called that out. He noticed. This guy, look at this. He ain't even got his helmet on, right? But this guy is ready. He just wants him some gentleman duels here tonight. He noticed. My opponent didn't have battle orders up. Let's restart this. What a good dude. What a good dude. By the way, sir, what's his name? Good to see you, brother. Contagious, that one's for you, bro. Sorry I'm late on that. Should just jam Blade Warp? Who knows? I mean, it's kind of telegraphed, that's for sure. You can kind of see, but you could hide a Blade Warp behind some Echoing Strikes, right? There's a way. Oh my god, look at that. Closes the distance, and holy shit, big damage from the lock there. That's insane. Now Murder SC doing a little bit of walking there, and damn, son, he just keeps that distance. You see, that's the thing. If GDA stays in that distance with Murder SC, I think he loses, right? I think he has to leap out of that. He has to keep leaping. He can, I believe, leap over Echoing Strikes. So if he's leaping, and, you know, he's just staying he's staying ahead of him, staying out of the range of the Warlock, and just utilizing the range of his jabs, I think that this is going to be a tough duel for Murder. But the trick is actually implementing that, because when it comes to the Blade Warp, when it comes to closing the distance, the lock is pretty good at that, man. Yeah, he certainly is, dude. Certainly is. I think if you had Ampoons and punished him more with Whirlwind, this match would look a lot different. Maybe, but the thing is, Whirlwind is a very, very risky skill here because he is dual wielding. GDA is dual wielding, and he can't block. The damage from that Echoing Strike, just imagine a full damage charge hit. That's what it is. That's basically what it is. So he's going to take that all the time, all while Murder SC is just, yeah, like, look at that. All while he just stands there, he doesn't have to move. He's just going to stand there for the block, throw the Echoing Strike, and man, there's a chance that shit could hit twice even. So I think the Whirlwind is a lot more risky. I think what GDA has to do is do the exact opposite. Only Whirlwind if Murder SC just keeps stomping you, right? If he keeps Blade Warping you, you're just going to whirl down. You're going to whirl down at an angle and try to clip him coming in. And that's it. You only whirl if he's in there trying to close the distance. I really think that's the game plan. Otherwise, you try to stay just on the edge of your jabs, you know? You try to maintain that distance, stay right there, and the lock won't technically be able to touch you. He'll have to come in. That's what it is, Thor Jitsu. It's the aura. Oh my god, huge damage. This is what I mean, man. That is some big damage right there. That is so crazy. Yeah, and that is, that right there is an Insight Rune Staff. I don't know if it's F. I don't think it is. Doesn't look like it's F. That might just be a regular Insight Rune Staff. Oh, that's awesome, Orb Wong. That's really cool, man. I'm glad you're liking it. I'm a big fan of the Zerker build, have been for a while, especially that one, and I think it finally has a use, you know? Yeah, it doesn't look F at all. I think this is just a fair Insight Rune Staff. Oh, look at this. Murder SC going for the double or nothing. He says, do you accept double or nothing? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, man. The double. Yeah, GDA might not be as familiar with these double or nothing offers, but our boy, Murder SC, about to show him what's up. About to say, look, I'm about to give you another shot here. One match, you win. Damn, son. All right, here we go. And I honestly wonder, too, if, in this case, if a shield on the barb is worth it. I really don't think it is, but I think you just have to utilize the distance. You just have to utilize the distance. That's exactly what GDA is doing here. There it is, leaping out. That's exactly what you got to do, I think. Oh my god, just like that. What did I say, boys? He's got to whirl as Murder pushes the pressure. That's exactly what he needs to do. Leap out, whirlwind if he's pushing the pressure. Do not stay close. Don't stay in his range. We're going to throw, yep, just like this. Throwing right from the outside. I really like this. Bam, big hits there. GDA barely touched here so far. Murder SC trying to close that distance. Scores a big hit with Echo and Strike. But this isn't looking good here. Both of these guys are hurt pretty bad, but you could figure in this case, It would really only favor Murder SC. Really like this. What GDA is doing is staying way on the outside. I love that. Love that approach. I think this is what he's got to do. When Murder comes in like this, he's just got to whirl down or leap out. One of the two. There it is. Look at this. That's some perfect gameplay there from GDA. This right here, I think, is a great round for GDA. He is playing so well here. This is the perfect strategy. Just maintain that distance. Look how hard it is for Murder to come in. And when he does, you're running down. You're maintaining that distance. Very, very frustrating. And now Murder's in trouble. But GDA can't get overzealous here. He can't try to close the distance and get that last whirl. He's got to keep playing it. He's got to keep playing it just like this. Yeah, actually incredible movement. Like this right here, I think, is how GDA needed to play all of those other rounds. Like this is a perfect game plan right here. Just keep your distance from the lock. As soon as he closes that distance, there it is. Just like that. Very nicely done. Leaps out, whirls as he teleports in, or as he blade warps in. Just like that, bro. That's it. Murder SC using teleport there, using teleport charges. Very, very vulnerable. Uh-oh. Like I said, he can't get too ballsy with this. He's got to keep playing it. Keep utilizing that range just like that. Connects with a jab there. This is insane. Murder SC playing it very safe. This is a great round. Murder SC looking for the lock. He gets it, man. Closes some big distance there. Uh-oh, tags him again. Now GDA is in trouble. He might even get him with the Blade Warp. Blade Warp does a little bit of damage. Oh my god. Both of these guys are so low. Level 30 duel, certainly a different skill set than you see in HLD. Oh my god, those jabs just singe the nose hairs of Murder SC right there. And he got him with the Blade Warp. I told you he might. He got him with that Blade Warp, man. Damn, son, what a duel. That one was insane. That right there was, I think, the exact game plan that a throw barb has to implement versus the lock in this duel. Has to implement it just like that. Because damn, man, that's just too good. Like that was a great duel. Great duel. Holy shit. Very nicely done. Let's check out this gear from these guys. You're about to see something you probably won't see a lot of, and that is level 30 gear. Some people don't even know that this exists. And here it is. You can see a whole different game plan, not only for the inventory of these guys, from anything from 320-15 charms, which is what some of these guys have. Probably, yeah, look at this 320-12 charm from Murder SC. And look at these level 30 poons right here. Those things are beautiful. Beautiful poons. Almost 200 damage on both of those. F poons, they do not need replenish because the barbarian skills with critical strike can replenish their durability. That's an incredibly cool ring right there. 5.5 pointers, 2 of them right there. That's insane. Very sexy amulet with max damage, AR, DR. Wow, that's almost a 6-pointer right there. Beautiful aiming. And he's also using Peace because at level 30, if you don't have E-Rep jabs, it does kind of force you on to Peace because you have to make sure you're critting in order to replenish the quantity. So it's kind of got to have it. But yeah, look at this. That wasn't even an F insight right there. That was just an honest, good old honest insight. Which is good, because technically, it's in the rules of the DFC, even though it hasn't really been updated for the lock. Technically, you can't use Eth weapons that don't repair, with very few exceptions, such as the throw barb, right? And yeah, this gear, really cool, though, for Murder SC here. He's got himself the max AR damage charm. So does GDA. Both of these guys probably rocking a similar inventory. And this is crazy. It's incredible. And the funny thing is, this build could get a bit better, right? Murder SC's lock here could be a bit better. He's got himself a peasant crown. That could easily be a 222 open socket helm. It's only a matter of time, boys. It's only a matter of time before one of those is found and rocks the entire world of the LLD division. Holy shit, boys. What a duel. Damn, son, damn. Damn. All right. Bill, bring it back. Bring it back to me. There we go. Yeah, bring it back. Let's see what we've got here. See if we've got anybody else on deck ready to throw down. I know Murder SC, he ain't never looking to stop. If you've got another one, bro, if you've got another one lined up, I know Murder SC has also a melee match tonight. But other than that, no worries, man. If that's the case, then, well, what we can do is implement some absolute PvP violence while we wait for the next set of savages to step up into the blood more. That was incredible, man. All of those bouts so far tonight. We had Smobs versus GDA versus Murder. Just two great duels right off the rip. Just looked so clean, so good. Great way to start this, dude. Purple name for the purple belt? Oh shit, what?
Hopefully some cool dude here to abuse TTS.
This fucking guy.
Love you boys.
Big cheers, sir. What's his name? Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the bits. And hey, man, I'm happy you're here no matter what. So big cheers to you. Even if you are in there doing questionable TTSs, all right, we still love you, bro. So good to see you. Yeah, you know what? I might do this right now. Murder, you hold on to that. I'm converting right now. I'm doing this. We're gonna do it. I'm doing it, boys. I'm going for it. You're gonna see it right here. You're gonna see it. All right, I'm logging in right now.
All this warlock talk is giving me the itch to re-enter the DFC, Baloney Pony.
Oh my god, Baloney Pony! What up, man? Dude, it's so good to see you, bro. And thank you so much for the 5 spot, man. That's super kind, super generous, and we would friggin' love to see that. I was just thinking about you the other day. I was like, man, there's been some legendary people that just made an impact. Then it seems like, obviously we knew that it was because once you made such an impact in the DFC, probably Time Magazine reached out and all of this stuff. Happens to all the best of the best. But man, we would love to see you back, brother. Shut up, Joby. Who let this guy... Alright, so mods, so if there any mods are around, and you see that Joby D2 guy there with that message, now click on the 3 dots and see if you can ban him. It says hide user from channel. Yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah, see if you can do that. Alright, we're gonna do this. Let me log in. By the way, what's up, Joby? Good to see you, man. I'm gonna log in. We're gonna... Oh, man. This is my most beautiful character. Oh, man. Are we gonna convert it, boys? Are we gonna do this? We just going for it? Oh, man. Oh, man. You know what? We can always get it back, right? Alright, I'm gonna set these here, just in case, just for now. We're gonna salvage some stuff. We're gonna salvage some of this stuff that we probably don't use a lot. And Kyle, he says, gonna need a mule for God. Oh, hell yeah, man. Thank you so much for the 279 Canadian coin tip, man. Appreciate you, brother. Alright, alright. I'll do it. Oh my god, these boots are quad res. I gotta salvage them. We're gonna put them over here. Quad res boots. And this hammer, bros. Damn, son. I'm not sure if I want to bring this hammer yet, man. Holy shit. Holy shit. This has probably got to go, though. Alright, let's do it. Let's just do it. Let's just stop being a bitch, boys. There's no going back. It's a one-way ticket.
Good day.
It's a one-way ticket. Converting God. Alright. Alright. Heard you were talking shit. Oh, hell yeah. Just here to beat up murder. Let's see for you. Get some revenge. Alright, what's the FPS? What's that? Alright, we got some decent ping here. Yeah, let's just go for it. I say we just go for it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm actually curious to try this out. Noob's got a merc. He ain't hurting nobody. You leave him alone. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, let's do this. Let's do this. Oh, ouch, dude. What the fuck? Holy shit. Alright, alright. 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 Okay. Lag. Alright, we got him. We're gonna get him. Yeah, that's crazy. Overnight patch? Alright, go, bro. Just gotta play this smart.
I am overburdened.
Ooh, baby! Just like that. Just like that. Just like that.
Hello.
By the way, Master Otis, what's up, man? Happy Thursday to you.
F in the chat for our boy mum murders.
Big cheers, sir. What's his name? Yep. Look, it happens like that, you know? You can't mess with God. All right? He's always got it out for you. All right? He's always looking. Sometimes you just gotta catch them. You just gotta catch them. Dangerous right there, boys. I think I oughta focus on the FOH so that it gets like super annoying. Do I have my I don't have my armor, do I? I gotta convert my armor. Oh, fuck it. We could just go spirit. We only have 59 block that way. That's not good. Let's go. Bam, we'll do this. And that should get us there. There we go. Just like that. That should be a little more harassment. Damn, son, that's so bad. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Damn, son. My paladin identifies as God and his pronouns are she-it. Damn, son. All right, he says, all right, let's go for the double. Let's go for the double. You got it. You got it. Deal. I accept. Not even mad. That was clean. All right, here it is. Boom, baby! Boom! Shit! God damn, son. I think I caught him with a telly staff out, honestly. I think he was trying to hide those warps. I think he was trying to hide those warps, doing a little bit of Tellian. We caught him with it. We caught him. Yeah, Shapendi. Damn, we got a hell of a card, bro. Triple. Triple or nothing. And holy shit, Mr. Meach Man with the 13 months. What up, man? Triple Della. You know what it is. Triple means LLD champ next week. Let's do it. Let's do this. Let's friggin' do this. The Meach. Yeah, dude. Really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. All right, he's going in. He's making some swaps. He's getting in the fucking zone for this. I wonder if we need to make any changes. Do we just eat the damage? Just don't get hit and just fucking smash? That's probably dumb, right? Yeah, that's really dumb. Yeah, this is looking clean. This is just looking clean. I'm not sure if this is 125. I doubt it is because we're a charger. Oh, shit. Okay. 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 No! And what is this? Kyle! Alright, we've got an official cheers coming for Kyle, but we've got Murder SC. He's on my heels right now. We need to put him down. Alright, this guy... Yeah, he's just waiting. He's waiting for me to come down, and he's gonna throw. Alright, alright. We're just feeling him out here. We're just feeling him out. Good old feel-out process. Ooh! Good old feel-out process. No!
I can't carry anymore.
No! Damn, son! Oh, lag. JK, GG, man. GG. Good duel. That was crazy. Big cheers, Kyle. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate you. Yeah, he still smashes, man. He's still got that one hit KO, you know? Still got it. Yeah, I think eventually I will, Cray. I'm kind of working on something, you know, to break down things in ways that other people really haven't. So, yeah. I don't know, man. We got a lot of those duels, Matty. We got a lot of them, but I don't know. I think it is pretty OP, dude. He hits like a charger, but has block always. It's pretty crazy. I honestly wonder what happens. Like, what would happen if I just went in and fucking foot charged it? BRB is coming back for LLD match? Hell yeah. Here, let me try something real quick. I'm kind of curious about what would happen. Yep, doesn't work. Never mind. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I tried to foot charge there. I think I'm not even ever sure if that was really a thing or if they like patched it. I don't ever really think it was that much of a thing.
I can't carry anymore.
But yeah, crazy, man. Sometimes you just gotta dodge, man. Yeah, he's wild. Yep, be aggressive. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. What's getting in for this LLD action? It is HMM111. Dude, hell yeah, man. That's sick. All right, I think these guys are ready to throw down with some LLD action. And holy shit, we've got a ton of people up in here, bros. Why didn't y'all tell me? Or maybe you did and I totally didn't see it. Sometimes that happens. We've got, I think this is Murder SC versus BRP, right? I think BRP is throwing down. Then we've got GDA still up in here. I'm going to check back with him. And then, is this Alex over here? I got to... Yep, that's who it is. We've got Alex in streamer mode. It, like, truncates names for me. And then, of course, Nimrod. The man, the myth. Nimrod. All right, this is... We'll go like that. We'll check in with BRP here first. See what's going on. I think he's going up against Murder, I want to say. Yeah. Let's do it, man. Let's get up in there. What is this? He is! He's going up against Murder in some level 30 action here. This is crazy. This is crazy. By the way, another big cheers to the Meech, the Kyle, Sir What's His Name. You guys are the shit, man. And also a big cheers to Murder SC. Great duels and also super generous right up at the top of the stream. He says, let me piss, man. Yeah, he's been putting them down, getting ready here, getting ready for the violence. He's now gone up against, for the first time ever, that was my first set of LLD duels in Reign of the Warlock right there. We converted my din for that, boys. It's a little scary because I kind of felt that the Warlock was pretty overpowered as well. But, dude, I don't know, man. Like, I think especially with Echoing Strike like that, it might be a timing thing, right? Like, who knows? We'll see. See my message by any chance? Had to mute? Yeah. I was saying, Cray, that... I'm thinking about doing something that's like a little different than what most people do. And yeah, it'll probably include PvP breakdowns, all of this. Like I'm gonna try to break it down, my review of this from an angle that most people don't approach it. With, of course, you know, I hate to insert my opinion too much because I really don't think it matters. But you know, the devs are gonna do whatever they want. But we were talking earlier too about, who was it? Someone was in here talking about hope the devs don't cave for Sunders and all of this, and I'm like, I hope not either. Like they're in such a good spot right now, and there's a bunch of babies crying about it. I can't find my Sunder. Oh, like, like how would we feel if they were like, I can't find Tyrael's might. I can't find my jaw rune, and I should be able to find it. Yep, that's basically what I hear. It's basically what I hear, yeah. Yeah, by the way, we just got a little peek right there at some godly level 30 gear, I gotta say, from BRP. This guy is ready to throw down, man. Murder SC looking like he's gonna be on his lock over here, and we've got BRP on a pretty godly cold sork. So this is very interesting. It's a very interesting bout here. I'm going to cut over to Murder, see if we got some audio on this end here. Gotta love hearing me some audio in this. We don't. These guys just... They turn that audio right off. They're like, nah, fuck that. We don't need that shit. We don't need that shit.
Throw Dollhouse and I in queue.
Bro, you got it. Holy shit, man. Thank you so much, Track Amp. You're the man, brother. In there, bro. In there. Just like that, dude. Big cheers. You didn't have to do that, man. Murder asking for TP to be removed. Teleport to be removed? Holy shit. Interesting. Oh, my TP. LOL. My bad. LOL. I just like trolling these duels, boys. That's, you know me. Could we really call it a duel if we weren't still in there trolling Murder SC? Well, I mean, you know what it is. All right, we're all G now. I totally missed who won that first round too. I would assume based on how quick it was probably Murder SC. He closes the distance here. And as soon as he can close the distance and get in, I think he can do damage very quickly. But it appears as though BRP is on an ES sorceress. So it could be the case that he is just... Oh man, nice hit there. That Ice Blast really hurt. It could be the case that he's very weak once that energy shield goes down. But the thing is, in level 30, it's really difficult to commit a lot to energy shield.
Coooley equals Goblin. It was not Murder SC.
Oh, shit. Holy shit, big Blizz hits there. And by the way, Kyle, thanks again, man. Really appreciate you, bro. Those were some big Blizz hits there. BRP off to a good start in this round here. Murder SC trying to close the distance. But every time he comes in, look at this. BRP punishing him with that Blizz. Those are big hits, too. Holy shit, and down goes Murder. Down goes Murder. It's at least 1-0 in favor of BRP. Or at least 1x. Oh, it looks like it's 2-0. It's 2-0 in favor of BRP. Yeah. Yeah, name locking still a thing. Always has been. Yeah, very, very good hits. That was insane. Blizz, honestly, I think we've even seen this in HLD. That of all the characters that seem like they might have a chance versus the Warlock, it's probably the Cold Sorceress. And we're certainly seeing that in LLD here. Like, this is a tough battle for him. I think that there's only one way to do this, right? I think Murder has to go Telly side, like Telly staff side, and just chain him. I think that's literally the only way to do it. Like, just straight chain locks, close the distance, make him panic a bit, you know? Then again, he will likely run out of Telly charges before the Sorceress naturally does. Obviously, she's not on charges here. But that is very interesting. Yeah, Murder SC says, GG's, man. Ain't worth it. He's like, he's got it. Yeah, that is a demoralizing way. Like, I never thought of that. The Lock has a tough chance against a Sorceress like that. Like I said, I really do think Lock in LLD is probably the most healthy of all the dueling formats right now. Like, it just seems like it is extremely powerful, but it does just have holes in its game. That maybe time will show us a way to patch, but as it stands right now, like, it looks like it's kind of back and forth. That's true too. He could also just be missing cold res, as we can see here. He's probably getting a lot of his cold res sundered away. That wand that BRP had was pretty insane. So the fact that, you know, he doesn't really have a good way to stack up cold res right here, I think you're probably right, Nim. Yeah, I think that's what it boils down to. Yeah, very nice charms there, too. He's got a 2546 life mana grand charm. Rare to see that right there. But especially when you make some sort of commitment to ES, and I can imagine that other orb is an ES orb. Can imagine that's what it is. A little bit of a swap to pre-buff ES. I can almost imagine he gets all of his pre-buff from the orb. Yeah, there it is. +5 energy shield orb on the swap. Just like that. That's all that it's for. He probably has another one of those shields on the swap. That's all of where he gets that ES from. Gives him a little bit more survivability. And GG's, man. That's savage. Crazy, dude. Crazy. Character screen teleport? What do you mean? Never heard of it. Yeah. Throw multiple ES and chase? Yeah. I think it's hard to close the distance because the sword can just CT cast on you too, right? So if it gets down to it, sword can just CT cast, can stay way outside of the range, and then it just gets wild, right? Yeah, let's check in with GDA. We'll see how this guy's doing. He might be ready. Oh yeah, look at this. He is throwing down, boys. This looks like also some LLD. And here we fucking go, man.
I shall purge this land of the shadow.
This appears to be GDA versus, let's see, his opponent in the LLD division. He had one against Murder SC. This might have been this might be another one here though. Oh my god, dude, yeah. Holy shit. GDA, Murder SC, and then we've got, yeah, I think he's, either way, I'm just pumped to see him duel here. This might have been one from last week, or Testal. Oh, Testal, I see, word. Yeah, even with this here, like, what we just saw there was pretty insane. Like, the Zon seems as though she certainly has a chance against the Lock. I think the Charger, it's a very tough duel for a Charger, but I think he has a chance. I think the Throwbarb has a chance. I think the Cold Sork probably is greater than the Lock, but you never know. Yeah, if you open the character screen and teleport back in the day, it lets you tele a bit further. That's called CT casting. Yeah, so that's called CT casting. It's where you open the character or skill screen, or really any UI that brings up anything on the side. Yeah, they call it CT casting. Yep, and yeah, that's definitely a thing. CT casting, CT stomping. Yeah, that's a skill in and of itself, man. That's a high level PvP skill right there. Takes a while you don't do it a lot in PVM. Takes a long time to kind of work it into your repertoire. Holy shit though, and look at that though. As soon as the lock connects though, it's fucking over. That's like a charger right there. What up, Hands? How's it going, man? Yeah, that was sick. Thanks for showing that off, man. It's so cool to learn more about the lock as we go in here and to see these duels in LLD. I think probably the healthiest format right now for the lock. But that being said, let's kick over to Alex here on his din. This guy. As we cut back to D2R Legacy. As our boy Alex gets fired up and ready for his duel. Tonight, Alex is going up against Nimrod in the melee division. These guys throwing down. Waiting on you, Coooley, for our melee match. Let's jam, dude. Let's friggin' jam. We ready to slam? I think Nim might have been just dubbing around in the LLD game. We'll give him a second to come back in, and yeah. Yeah, but this one should be epic, man. Another melee, it looks like a melee throwdown here. Oh, that's right. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Is this, this is melee, right? Yep, let's do it. You're right. You're right. My bad. Totally forgot, Alex. I'm going up against Alex tonight, boys. I hate to beat him like this, you know? Hate to...
Dude Willard raided our stream with 117 viewers.
Holy shit, that dude, Willie D. What's up, man? Big cheers to you. Welcome in, welcome in. If y'all haven't heard of me before, my name is Coooley, and we do a lot of violence on stream. Surprised we don't get banned all the time for it, really. But this is what we're doing, some D2R PvP violence. We're going back to the melee division. Me versus Alex tonight. Looks like I've got myself a duel. You're just in time. You're just in time to see me absolutely beat Alex like it's nothing. Should be easy, I think. Last time we dueled, I've made a lot of upgrades to my character, okay? A lot of them. I have moved a couple of charms around in the inventory, and in a dueling format that's all about RNG, that's probably going to make a difference. So here we go. We're going to log in to my account here. And we're going to get ready to throw down versus Alex. He's brought his din in, and this one is going to be epic, man. By the way, thanks again so much. That dude, Willie D, the man, the myth. Crazy that you're streaming every day, man. I think that's an incredible thing. Welcome in, dude. Let's friggin' do this. All right, going down to our boy here, Negan. And what's the game? What's the game, bro? Just send me the game name in Discord. You might have already done it. Ah, yep, you have. All right. Let's jam it. All right, well, you know what it is. I hate to cheat like this, but we have a theme song that we play every time. It's because it brings us all the luck that we'll ever need in these duels. And, Bill, cue it up. That's the one. All right, let's get ready, man. Let's make sure we've got our shit together here. We've got the 75 block. That's a good thing. I think we just jam it, right? Make sure we've got this stuff on. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think there's many swaps. Let's do this. Let's just do it. Think you'll enjoy seeing my setup after this duel, he says? Alright, well, let's jam it, dude. Hell yeah, man. Thanks again. Thanks again. Willie D, you the man, dude. See if we got AR for the wins? Yeah. We got enough. Alright, boys, let's do this. Here we go. Oh, cheap. I don't know what kind of cheap hacks he's using. Getting the first hit like that. Alright, alright. Even a blind squirrel finds nuts sometimes, Alex, alright? Even a blind squirrel. Alright, here we go. Alright, the RNG is not on our side here to start things off. 0-2. Holy shit.
I can't carry it.
Yeah, actually pretty close. Actually pretty close. I feel like I've made swaps in the past on this, and I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think we just stick with this, good or bad. Whether we're down or not, we just jam. Oh, man, we got there. We got there.
Yes.
All right, 1-2, baby. 1-2. All right, you know what? I'm gonna make one swap, but I'm not gonna say anything. We're not gonna say anything. It's not even gonna count. I just brought this over from ladder and I forgot about it. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. You didn't see nothing. You didn't see nothing. Doesn't count as a swap. It's still the same thing. Also deposit that gold. Might as well. Yeah, that's what I was going to my stash for. I was not at all. We weren't doing no swaps. Oh, I'm all full, dude. I got none. I got no space. Swap one note. No, you didn't see nothing. You didn't see nothing. All right. 1-2, baby. Let's do this. Oh my god, I thought I was gonna make a comeback there, man. I thought we was gonna make a big comeback. 3-1 in favor of Alex. Someone call a judge, right? Doesn't count, doesn't count. I'll allow it. Someone call the ref. Alright, I'll allow it. Ref has showed up, says he'll allow it. So I guess the duel is on. Duel is on. 3-2, baby. Damn. All right, here we go. Damn, son. Tie game, baby. Close one. GG. Close duel. And we're tied up. Joby's the referee. I thought we, yeah, you mean that troll that came in there? I thought we banned him. Ooh! Ooh! Big hits right off the rip, man. We gotta keep this going. We gotta keep it going. We can't be going out like this. I guess we can. Holy shit, man. Big comeback for Alex in that round. 4-3. Damn, son. That was wild. Robbed. Holy shit, boys! 4-4. This one could go either way. Damn, boys. It's this new Pally Vizzo, man. We're making the most out of it. The comeback. We're at least tied right now. This is indeed a banger. Ooh! Right off the rip. Just tanking them. Where's our big comeback? Come on, baby. Where's our big comeback? Oh my god, there it is. 5-4, baby. Just like that. Yeah, FT10, no win by 2. FT10, no win by 2. He's going for the swap! He's going for the swap, boys!
Either Joby or Sir Quillian Rat as the referee.
Yeah, but I think both of those guys agreed, Kyle, they'll allow it, alright? That's what I think. I think both of them said they'll allow it. I think, anyway. I think that was a consensus. Bro, big cheers. Thank you for the Canadian coin tip, brother. Appreciate it. 5-4. Negan pulls ahead for the first time in this duel. Some call it a comeback, others... we call it the Punch-Out theme. Ooh, shit, okay. Okay. He made a swap for some charms right there. You notice that his body was on the ground? He made a swap for some charms. That's what he did. That's what he did. He made a swap to some charms there. All right. 5-5, baby. Holy shit. All right, here we go. Tie game. He swapped to his hacker charms is what it is. Holy shit. All right. Swap 0.5. Swap 0.5 here. All right, we've got a 36-20 here. There's got to be a shittier charm. Yeah, this is probably... I'll take the AR all day. That's it. And I think, actually... let's do a big one. Let's do a big swap. Let's do a big swap. Some big boy swapping. You know what? I might even throw some more defense up in there. We might even... yeah, I think we might do that. Let's throw some big boy defense up in there. All right, here we go. Damn, son. Damn. All right, that was a little closer. 7-5. Come on, baby, let's get there. We just need the RNG to smile in our favor. So close, man. Holy shit, so close. 8-5. We've lost the last couple of rounds, but holy shit, they have been nail biters. All right. Let's switch it up. Let's switch it up to this line right here. Let's clean the more of some ears here. Swap 1.2? LOL. Hell yeah. Damn, son. What? Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, 9-5. You know what this means, boys? Our back is against the ropes. We're gonna need the nastiest comeback of all time. We can do this. We can do this, boys. Well, we tried. Damn, son. G fucking G, man. That was a good one. That was a good one. Good duel. Yeah, I think in some previous matches, I just get dumb and I start swapping gear and shit. And sometimes you just gotta roll the dice, you know? That's just how it is. Yeah, punch out, put... Look, I knew you'd be saying something, AF50. I knew you'd be saying something, all right? Look, just because the Punch-Out theme fails once, ever in its life, never, ever, once, ever before that, doesn't mean you can shit all over it, alright? That's so rude. So rude. Look at this. 100% P, upped string of ears. I think it goes to 188, I want to say, on the defense. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know that for a fact, but look at this. Oh, look at these gloves. He's got AR on the gloves, E-Rep, 20 IAS, and big defense roll there. That's huge. He really went all in on the defense in this duel. You know, you can tell here. This setup, he's got Alma Negra. That's what he was saying. He was like, all right, can't wait till you see this setup. Big defense from the shaft stop, right? And then he's going with Alma Negra. Pretty similar defense with these armors right here. But the difference is his weapon allowed him to hit these breakpoints a little better. And Jewel Van, bro, thank you so much, man. Big cheers to you, dude. That's fucking awesome. Big cheers, dude. Yeah, this helm is insane. Polyviso 2 socket. He's got two 4015s in here. It's got 18 strength, 20 dex on the base. MDR not dead either, because with rings like this, we actually add in elemental damage, and this just works to reduce all of the damage at that point. Weird calculation, but that's how it goes. And this thing is beautiful too. It's 75 ED, which is perfect. He's 75 AR, which is also perfect, I believe. And he's thrown a bear rune in this, a little bit more MDR in there. Not a dead stat, I would say. 320-19s, definitely the better way to go, I think, in this matchup, in this set. And yeah, dude, the string of ears, man. Going all in on the defense. That string of ears, technically better defense, same amount of DR, and that MDR, I think, is a secret thing. It's a big secret in the melee right now. You know, I think that's something they don't want you to know about. All right, but it's a good one. Love this, man. This is a great setup here. Here's what we were rocking. It's nothing too great, but we're getting there. These gloves are pretty sick, though. Those were given to me by other fellow members of the Melee community. Man, I even had at least one 32020. I mean, obviously, this whole inventory is 32020s. So, wicked lucky here is Alex. No, in all seriousness, we swapped out to some 3619s. We've got a plethora of charms up in here, but good fucking duels, man. Oh, look at this. He's got the Bear Paw 32020 as well, man. That's cool. He's got at least two of them. Maybe more. That's dope, dude. I got this one on ladder for like 7K, but then the expansion came out. I'm pretty sure it might be worth less now. Who knows, man? But either way, felt good. Felt good, dude. G fucking G. My swap was swapping them out for the 32019s. No shit. No shit. I probably should have just stuck with it, dude. I probably should have just stuck with what we had in the beginning. I think there's a lot of merit to doing that sometimes. It's just stick with what you got. Roll the digital dice, you know? I think there's something to that. And, you know, this time he won. But perhaps we'll get there next time. Yeah, crazy, man. Good fucking duels. This one was epic, man. Yeah, so I said, fuck it. Yeah, exactly. Just get in there, make the hits count. That's what it's about, dude. That's what it's about. Got to make them count. Dude, hell yeah. Good duel, brother. All right, who we got up next? Big virtual round of applause for Alex here. This guy, absolutely insane. The Smiticus himself. Yeah, really, really good duels, man. Yeah, he's clearly hacking. Obviously, we're going to check the tapes. Thanks, Jagger. We are indeed going to check the tapes. Make sure that he wasn't doing anything suspicious. But we're going to be looking at it with a very, very close eye. And he probably will get banned. But other than that, yeah, good duels. Good. Nah, epic, man. That was sick. I'm surprised it was that close, honestly. Surprised it was that close. I do see a couple of people up in here. Let me update my list. We've got Nimrod, we've got Track Amp versus Dollhouse, then we've got, you know what, we're throwing Jewel Van up in there. We've got Jits. And who is this? Let me turn off the streamer mode real quick. Thor Jitsu. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Thor Jitsu. Dude, fuck yeah. This is going to be good, man. This is going to be real good. All right, let's pop up in there. I'm going to go over to who was up next on the list. We've got Nimrod. Let's see what Nimrod is up to. We're going to pop into his stream. We're going to see what kind of violence he's getting down for. And we're right here for it, man. We're right here for it. Oh, man. Yeah, theoretically, Nimrod was up first, man. Do you want it, Track? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Calling you out, Coooley. Y'all are up next, though. Y'all are up next. Got you guys up next. It's Nimrod, then Track Amp v Dollhouse. Here we go. This is looking like an HLD match here. These guys got their old. These guys have got it all. They've got the Enigmers. They've got the. Oh man, they're ready to throw down. This is. Let's check this. Let's check this match here. This is Nimrod versus. Let's see, I took the versus Alex. And let's see here. Nimrod versus. I'm lost, but you know what? We're gonna jam. Are we up? Yeah. Okay. So, did I miss something? Am I on the wrong duel? I don't see it. There was so much that got swapped. So, go Jits. All right. Here we go. Yeah, it's Nimrod and Jits. I think this is from last week. I think this is a duel from last week right here that we didn't get to see. Yeah, hell yeah. And yeah, the big rule is that Abyss is banned. That's the only rule so far, but as that might even come off because as it stands right now, the lock is so powerful that you don't get matched up against anything but another Warlock anyway. So like, in HLD it's just so busted. So at that point, why not just allow Abyss too, you know? Holy shit, Jits getting in there. Oh my god, dude. Big hits from Jits and down goes Nim. Both of these guys annihilated each other, actually. Jits got caught in those hams, and these guys now 1-1 in that first round. That is crazy. That's how it works in the DFC when both of these guys, if you kill each other in a round, then as long as that round wouldn't end the duel, both players get a win. If it would in some way end the duel, it's a draw.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Nim making a big upgrade here, going from the LLD Telly staffs to the HLD Enigma. Lethargy doesn't work in PvP. Like, none of those sigils work. Unfortunately. Actually, I should say fortunately. Like, they don't really need to work in HLD. I think it was probably a clutch call to make it not work against players. Yeah, wild. Oh my god, big hits there. Uh-oh. And just like that, man, Jits gets in there, closes the distance, and finishes it up just like that. That was a quick one. This is what we love to see, man. Some Din v Din violence right here.
Not in
Oh,
town.
it's good to see it. It's good to have it back. That is wild. That is wild, man.
Yes.
Holy shit. Bros, this matchup right here is a very interesting one. So Nim is on a Hammerden, and Jits is on like a Charger slash Smiter, right? A VC, as they say. And this is usually a duel of... It's an interesting pass-off of aggression and patience, is what it is. The Din can't really stay too flat-footed for too long, otherwise he'll get blind spotted. He's got to work to kind of cut the angles of the VC. Also, Jits could probably throw up some FOH. He might not have spec'd too heavily into it, honestly, but he could do something to address from the outside, whether it's a bow or what have you. There's a lot of ways to address from the outside, but if you don't, and it looks like Jits isn't really interested, isn't too interested in that, what he's going to do then is he's going to be super patient, and he's not going to just throw himself willy-nilly into Nimrod's hammer fields. Instead, he's going to stay on the outside at an uncomfortably close pace. He's going to wait for Nimrod to make a mistake. He's going to pick his angles. He's going to charge in, hopefully get a big charge hit. But more importantly, what he's going for is he's going to try to blind spot Nim, which he's done a couple of times already. Got him those first 2 wins in this round just by a nice blind spot. But Nim is onto that now. You see Nim kind of setting up some hammer fields here and just waiting for it. He's going to try to set up these almost double or sometimes triple hammer fields if he's quick enough. And that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to lure Jits in and get him to run into those hams, just like that. He knows that probably Jits' weak point is from the outside here. Now, that's very interesting, because usually when you have a non-hammer throwing Din going up against a hammer Din, the biggest advantage that the other Din has is their distance, usually, right? Or they have something that can address from a distance, making it so that the hammer Din can't just sit in his hammer fields, right? Can't just set up these hammer fields and be real patient waiting for you to come in. They kind of force you to move, whether that's with FOH, whether it's with the bow. You could also use Abyss and, you know, just do something, right? That addresses it from the outside. It looks like Jits not interested in that. It's like, you know what? I'm just going to wait for it. I'm going to be patient. He's going to wait for his opportunity. The thing is, oh, there it is. He's throwing up that FOH. He's throwing up that FOH, and that actually is hurting. You can tell it doesn't have a lot in it, right? It doesn't have a lot in it, but it is going to do something. Oh, and there it is. Nice hit. That's exactly what it's meant to do. It's meant to make Nim play a little bit differently, not get too safe inside of his hammers. That's exactly what it's meant for, man. Hell yeah, Darius. That's fucking awesome, man. Thank you. Hell yeah, brother. That's amazing. Yeah, I think so too, Jonk Rider. Like, holy shit, there it is. I think, did Nim? He's 3-2 now, right? Yeah, holy Invisa hammers, right? It's crazy, man. Yeah, I think that the lock just has so many... The lock is so busted. Just a lot of people, even in pub games, just see it as, like, a BM build. Just because it's so broken on so many levels that you can do stupid shit like that. You can have this lock that does 2 different types of damage, both of which are just fucking KO damage. And it's like, yeah, you definitely can, because the lock is so OP. Like in HLD PvP, it's sort of like who was it? Why is his name slipping my mind now? The PoE guy that was he has a YouTube channel now. He was a programmer for PoE. Worked on D2 as well. What's his name? Why is it slipping my mind? He was talking about that it doesn't appear as though they tested the lock. Chris Wilson, that's who it is. Thank you, Patty. Chris Wilson, good dude. he was talking about how the lock didn't really, it's almost like he said, it didn't really seem to be tested at the highest of level. When you put Enigma on it, when you put it, you know, in play with the best possible gear, it seemed like there was a lot of lack of testing of that. And that's what you get, you know, making these powerful characters that it's like, oh yeah, you know, people love doing things on a budget. Well, you can't give them a P8 smashing character that you just, on a budget, right? I thought we're getting rid of Mosaic shit, right? Yeah, that's what it is, that's what it is. But yeah, either way, like, that's kind of the situation we found ourselves in HLD. It's like, it's still very powerful in low-level dueling, but in high-level dueling, the lock is just so busted on so many levels. I don't even know where to begin. You know, it's just all broken. It's all, like, way overclocked. One thing I will say, though, the fire build nailed it. The fire variant with, like, Ring of Fire, all of that, yes, that is extremely powerful at low levels. It's just very good, and a very good design in HLD. Very, very good. Oh my god, and there it is, the fancy footwork, the fancy angles of Nimrod, and just like that, man. GG's, no rees. Gets there with the 4-2 on the H-Din. Nim proving the dominance of the Dins here today. He says, show gear, bud. Yeah, let's check it out. Let's check out the HLD gear. I love it when these guys show it off. Sometimes when people get into PvP, they might not know exactly what to set up with. Now, what you'll see here is... you know, what you might expect for Hammered In gear with a little bit of DR focus from Nimrod. He's got the COA with the 2 bear runes in it. You know, he's got the Dungos. Of course, Enigma gives you 8 DR. But the crazier build here is probably Jits. This guy, known for his absolute fanciest footwork in the charging realm. And look at this. He's all over the place. He's got the max AR lifers. He's got the combat skillers. Enigma, of course. Gotta have it, right? Gotta be able to stomp in, gotta be able to cut those angles. But look at this. G-Face. Grief Berserker Axe. That is just... that's insane, man. The G-Face. I really love it. That's for the deadly strike from the charge, which you saw a few of those charges go off. Look at that 9 min damage AR life rep ring. That's beautiful, too. You saw those charges go off, and they hit for big, big money, right? But, yeah. That's what that G-Face is for. It's for that deadly strike, hoping that goes off, gets those big charges in there. That was through 50 DR on Nim's end. Those chargers were just big KO damage. It's also got some nice crushing blow on it as well. It just makes it so those charges, you really feel them. They're not just ping work, you know, like most of the time it is. So, yeah, very nicely done. Great duel between these two absolute Din titans as Nim takes it 4-2. Epic duel, man. Let's get in there for the next one. Who have we got up next? We've got our boy Track Amp versus Dollhouse. How's it gonna go? And in this corner, we've got Track Amp. This guy, a savage fire doo-doo player. In case you haven't seen the Fire Druid in PvP before, this thing is pretty insane. It's actually a really difficult build to duel against. It usually doesn't have a lot of big KO damage unless you really go looking for it, right? Unless your opponent is super aggro, has no respect for the distance, you can just stack up so many nasty fire spells on them, right? Oh, look at this. Look at this setup. He must be going up against a Sin. He's got himself an IDR helm. He's got himself the resistances. Oh man, he's stacking up. The fact that he's got the Whiz Spike too tells me that Dollhouse might be on some version of an Elephant Sin. And I actually really like that. I think Elephant Sin, Max had kind of talked about this in the chat before, I think Elephant Sin is strangely back in a way. With all of the new jewels, even the Sunder Charms that exist now. I think in a very big way, the Elephant Sin might be back. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely not easy. And here's the other thing is, like, poor devs these days. All they see is people like me putting up the most, like, people like me, Llama, putting up the most violent, vicious fucking builds and climbing ladder with it, and they make decisions based off of that. Like, oh, okay, well, this is what a good build has to feel like. It's like, nah, that's like what the top players on, you know, who are degenerates with the best gear ever, that's what the build is supposed to look like, right? But they kind of make decisions based off of that, I think. And, you know, without really testing out the highest level gear. So, you know, it is difficult, and I can almost certainly promise you they're not doing a lot of PvP. And they might not understand it a lot either, too. You know, like, that's the thing. They might, we're not jamming with the devs in PvP, right? We don't see them in the DFC. But boys, this is actually a pretty fucking savage duel here. This is, I would say, not an ill-advised strategy from Dollhouse, but certainly a unique one. That was wild. So Dollhouse just closed the distance and landed so many nasty whirls there. I am dumbfounded by what's going on. Did he lay down traps too? He's a hybrid Sin with a Chaos Claw for Whirlwind, and also I'm going to assume some pretty mediocre, at least mediocre, trap damage. That was very impressive. A lot of that damage in that round came from the Whirlwind. He scored a lot of damage just based off from Telestomp Whirlwinds, and he had some nasty chains. Dollhouse was looking real clean there. Me and GDA are ready to roll also? All right, GG, man. We'll pop back right after this. After Track Amp, Dollhouse, we've got GDA versus BRP. And then we've got Julvan. And then Thor Jitsu. Hell yeah, let me just... Julvan v. Will, that's what it is. And Thor Jitsu going up against Murder SC and Melee. God damn, that one's gonna be sick too. Yeah, hell yeah. Put me in Superdude in line. All right, got you, Jits. My bad, dude. I took you right out there. And Jits v Superdude. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, so this is what the queue is looking like. Sorry if I'm a little out of order and sporadic of how I put it in here, but we've got Track Amp v Dollhouse going on right now. GDA BRP next. Julvan Will after that. After Julvan Will, we've got Thor Jitsu versus Murder SC, then Jits versus Superdude. Show them the power of the world, girl, right? Hashtag SinPK. Dude, I'm telling you, that was actually a very impressive round one there. But now, here's the thing. Track Amp is on to him. He's like, okay, I see what you're going to do. You're going to try to get in here. You're going to close the distance. And now I'm going to make you pay for it, right? That's his game plan now. He's going to look for these locks. He's a little bit more comfortable at close range like this. He's going to be setting up some absolute violence as Dollhouse comes in here. And he's doing a great job so far. I think Dollhouse, and usually the recommended strategy against these shaman druids, right, is that you want to keep the distance, right? And you want to really rely on your traps. That's something that as crazy and as much AoE as the Fire Druid has, he can't really outrange a trap Sin, right? So at the very least, your traps are a very big advantage to the Fire Druid, the range alone. Now granted, if it goes down that road, the duel can be pretty long, because then it just comes down to one of range, right? And there it is. Now it's a tie score.
Raiding our stream with 82 viewers.
Holy shit! I love MF, dude. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. How goes the grind? Good, I hope. I hope the Grail List 2.0 is coming along well. Thanks for the raid, man. Really appreciate you, and a big cheers. You guys have stepped into some PvP going on. Every Thursday night we do this, the DFC. This is a PvP event that's been going on for years now. And every Thursday night we get the boys together and we have a pretty epic and often competitive showdown in many different divisions, from melee to low-level dueling to high-level dueling. And right now we're watching Track Amp on his Fire Druid go up against Dollhouse on his hybrid assassin, Whirlwind and Traps. We're seeing how it goes. Right now, it's a tie game. True, Fire Druid dangerous up close, but Whirlwind Sin does have weapon block to mitigate a bit of the risk. Spin to win. Yeah, I think you just got to roll the dice. The thing is, Track Amp probably has max block here. Based on a couple of those previous exchanges, it looks like he has max block. The drawback to that is, look at his life total. For a Druid, 3.9k, not very high, right? That's not a huge life total. But the perks to it is, when the Sin does close the distance on you, gets these really, really nice stomps, a lot of that damage is just mitigated, right? It's just gone. They just miss. Beautiful timing there, though, from Dollhouse as he clips him, cuts him open, gets the Venom and the open wounds there. That was a big hit. That's what you got to do. Oh, my God, and he gets him again. He cuts him open again. That's the drawback, man. If he lands it, if he lands these hits just like this, that dilapidated life total dwindles so quickly. That is the drawback. You want to block those hits. Well, the ones that get through are going to be pretty devastating. I love the use of traps here. That's gonna make Track Amp a little more weary from the outside like this. And I love that Dollhouse is being very opportunistic here. He's not just going all in, all aggro here. He's kind of maintaining the distance a little bit. And look at this. He's healthy too. I love it, man. This is looking clean. Nice lock there from Dollhouse, right from the outside. Oh my God, he might have clipped him again. He's got to be careful chasing Track Amp, though. Armageddon is such a vicious skill. You see all of these little meteors coming down from outer space right here. That is the Armageddon skill of the Fire Druid, and that's some big KO shit right there. You can get hurt pretty badly by that. It's a hybrid style of damage. It's not only fire damage, there's also physical damage in there as well. So you really have to stack up so much of your res, right? You got to make sure you've got adequate fire res, but additionally, you really got to worry about DR as well for attacks like that. He's got Volcano, he's got Molten Boulder, he's got Armageddon. All of those things do big physical and fire damage. That time those guys traded at close range there. Hard to tell if Dollhouse cut him open, but damn, son, that shit was wild. It could have. Let's take a look in, man. Let's take a look in. See how Track Amp's life total is looking. Oh yeah, he's low. He's certainly not like one whirl or one exchange of traps, I don't think, but pretty wild. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, if you think JSP in some way is like responsible for fucking up the economy, you're just wrong, and I don't really think you trade much. Like, that would just be my guess. Yeah, there's a lot of people that complain about it. I've never seen anybody right. I mean, I'm open to hearing arguments about why it's so bad, but bro, I'm just gonna tell you you're wrong. Until D2R does something to make trading better in game, if it weren't JSP, it would be something else, right? And now there's tradery, which is basically the same thing. So we're gonna say that's bad? Oh my God, holy shit. And he gets there. He gets there very, very close round. He had his back against the ropes for a long time there. But now I think 3-1 in favor of Track Amp. Holy shit. Yeah, yeah. What if I told you, Beast, they're all related? If you don't recognize that, I would highly suggest go watch a video I did that was like trading my way up to Enigma, right? From town. They're all related, bro. Cash trades, JSP, tradery, everything is related. It's all the same. It's all the same.
Good evening.
Yeah. Have you ever been slighted? Has anyone ever been slighted? right? By like forum gold existing. No, it just has never happened. All of the things that you're worrying about are things that are made up. It's never happened.
You.
And by the way, Synced D2, aka my boy Maddie. Bro, thank you so much, man. Big cheers to you, dude. Big cheers. Yeah, it does end up all the same. And, you know, just to put it in perspective, the top team last season was a group found team before the Warlock came out. It was a group found team. The top person this year was Mr. Lama that had all of his gear donated to him. And the second place was somebody with a group of savages. So if you think JSP is the reason why someone like you, who might, or someone who you're worried about is being slighted, I should say, who might play 2 hours a week or something, they're not able to be the top of the ladder. They never will be. They never will be. Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely an advantage beast. But the other part of it is, and why D2 is such a good game, is because you could buy all the items you want. But unless you're willing to be an absolute degenerate for literal days on end, you're still not going to do it, right? So your only options are get rid of trading, or just accept that it's pretty well designed. Like I said, I think the things that you're worrying about have never materialized. They are never something that has ever made a difference. Like, of course, it's a slight advantage. Yes. But it is not at all the reason why people top the charts at all. So what I'm saying is the things you're worrying about have never been the case. But there's still, unfortunately, loud voices on the internet that think it is. It's all because of free trade. Because of free trade, all of these are all related. Yeah. And here's the thing, it's nothing against you. I don't mean to sound rude, but like, it's free trade is what it is. There's very few games these days that have free trade. It's a really good thing. I love it. And there's a lot of people that love it. But with free trade, you're always going to have that. And that's why I say if it's not JSP, it's going to be something else, right? It's going to be RMT. And both of these things exist simultaneously. There's RMT, there's JSP, there's tradery. And because you have this market arbitrage, all of these things are related. Yeah, that's the real answer, right? There should be a good in-game trade system. I actually am a big fan of the auction house. Hot take. I think if they had a D2 auction house where players could make money on their items, or some sort of currency that allows you to buy things at Blizzard even, would be pretty cool, right? Would be pretty sick. Yeah. And by the way, how did I miss this? Jay in the Hills, my guy. Thank you so much for parking the Prime over here. Big cheers, brother. And CMC Grizzle, the man, the myth, the legend. Big puff ape for you, bro. Yeah, I would agree too, GB Titan. Game would have been dead 20 years ago without free trade. There was an era where literal bots kept this game alive. Like, bots and RMT websites was the only reason. They were doing more promo than Blizzard. And they are probably the only reason it survived during one era. And it was like, yeah, it's crazy, man. So as much as some people hate it and think that it slights people in the beginning of ladders, it really doesn't. We have rarely, I don't ever remember a time this happened. As someone who now climbs ladders so competitively, or has at least for the last couple of years, it's never been something that I'm like, yeah, like you need all of the parts. Sure, it's definitely an advantage. You know, it should be. If you want to bin to win, yeah, definitely it's going to give you an advantage. But you have to have all of the other things lined up too. Like, you have to be able to play through the game. You have to have a good playthrough group. You have to have good support. You oftentimes, if you're going to try to do it alone, you have to have multiple accounts. You know, that's also a thing. There's a lot to it. And you got to just be ready to be a degen, right? That's what it is. Got to be ready to be a degen. More than anything. So, yeah. While it is an advantage, I think it's so insignificant that it'd do more harm than good to ever be like, all right, fuck these things, we're getting rid of trade, or we're restricting trade like Diablo 4 or something. I think it'd just be a big mistake. Better in-game trade though, I'm down for that. And by the way, I think that's it, right? Track amp took that one. I think that's 4 or 3-1. Okay, never mind. My bad. 3-1. Holy shit. All right. He's got his back against the ropes. Can he do it? We're going to find out. Dollhouse is going to need to pull this one out. He says going to try and go hard this round. All right, Track Amp is stepping it up. Dollhouse stepping it up. We about to have ourselves a showdown, boys. Dollhouse with his back against the ropes. Let's see how he does here. Let's cut over to Dollhouse's point of view on the Sin. Big pre-buff process here for these Sin players, but he's got to do it. He's going to try to pull it off here with the absolute utmost violence he can possibly deliver on this Sin. Laying down those traps and cutting angles. That's what he's got to do. I think he really has to play his distance here. He's got to make Track Amp think that he's playing the distance game. He's got an incredibly well-built Sin here. 4,200 life. And just incredible swaps. Incredible cube bow swaps. Cube buffs. Yeah, that's what he's got to do. He's got to look for those opportune angles. You got to know that Track Amp, all this time, he's just waiting for that. He's waiting for those times where you close the distance. He's going to drop that Molten Boulder, and he is really going to try to punish Dollhouse for closing the distance. And now you can see him doing it. Love that setup right there. That was an incredible play. But every time, you notice that Armageddon hit right there. Even those, man, so random, but I'm telling you, those things come down hard. Not much you can do to get out of the way either. Yeah, Warlock is busted in PvP. That's why nobody plays it. It's just like, it's a baby build where like, play the build and win. You can't lose. Oh, man. How is Track Amp looking over here? He's caught a few whirlwinds. Dollhouse, though, at about 50% health. Man, Dollhouse has failed to land any of these whirls here. Track Amp's going hard. Track Amp is no mercy. Constant mobility. Look at that. A stomp with that max block is really hard to get through. Gotcha, AF50 in there, brother. AF50 versus Reuben. Let's do it. Really, Murder? No way. No way. That's ridiculous, bro. Too violent for him. That's what it is. Too violent. Just too violent. Dollhouse in a lot of trouble here as he continues in these close range exchanges. You can see kind of the drawback of Whirlwind now. Every time he's gone in, he's caught some heat, man. Literal heat. Oh, and look at this. He's pulling a poly. This guy's switching to bear form.
When do we get real rat shirts for sale?
Oh, what is this? What is this, Kyle? Oh, what do you mean? Whatever do you mean?
Nothing will stand in my way.
Damn, son, and there it is. Track Amp gets there on the fire doo-doo like an absolute savage. The setup, the play style, and everything. Yeah, he says, tried to go hard aggro. It's definitely hard to do that, I think, on a druid. But yeah, this is one of those duels where I think the distance really matters. Like, I think as a Sin, you have to keep the distance. You have to kind of turn it into a dirty one, right? Turn it into a dirty one. But I gotta say, Dollhouse looked clean, man. Those locks and everything.
Quill rat shirts.
What is it? Don't you be starting no movements like this. We're not getting quill rat shirts. For fuck's sake. GG, thank you so much. Murder, Kyle. You guys are savages, right? Let's have that be the end of these quill rat discussions. No quill rats ever killed me in the Bloodmore, and I'm sticking by it. That's my story. We probably should, though. We should probably put one up in the merch store, you know? Quill rat shirt. I'm down. I'm gonna make a note. These guys showing off some gear here, man. I love it. Quill rat shirt. Then I'm gonna order one. Maybe I'll get a little ad going during this for my stream. Do you want yourself a quill rat shirt? So obviously you can make fun of Kyle, who must have obviously been the one slain by a quill rat, and the Bloodmore definitely wasn't me. Do you want to do that too? Well, now you can. That will be. I know the slogan needs a little bit of work, but yeah, he does. He does. Joby got slain by a fallen. It was crazy. GG, boys. Thanks so much for showing off that gear. It's always good to get a peek at this, especially for people that might not have ever dove into PvP before and you know, are just checking this out for the first time. It's really good to see setups, especially for crazy cool builds like this. The Whirlwind Sin, or the Hybrid Sin, essentially. The Whirl Girl Hybrid. And, of course, the Shaman Druid, man, or the Fire Druid. Wild. Boys, we've got BRP versus GDA up next. The savagery of this guy right here. Holy. These guys throwing down in the high-level dueling division. We've got GDA versus BRP. Barb versus Druid is what this is going to be. It's going to be wild. The Druid and a lot of characters in the DFC are limited to 35% block versus the Barb. Not every character is, but some of them are. This one in particular is limited, right? 35% versus the Barb. Otherwise, I mean, the Druids have so many pets. They have so many pets that just get in the way of these whirlwinds anyway. It's almost like they have more block than 35% in the first place. It's so hard. Even though you have the cast frames on the Druid as a Barbarian, it's still so hard to catch them clean. You gotta be patient. You gotta set up your shots. You gotta do it right. Gotta mix in the leap. And, you know, depending on how you set it up, there might be some room for some combos in there. Since he's on the Barb, this is how it works. So, Barb has ping advantage here, which will mean that you go to his server and you make the game. So if you make the game, it will give you the best ping. I think he will still have better ping, but essentially Barb will have ping advantage. AF50 ready for Q for melee. Not sure if you caught that one. Oh, I got you both. I'll throw it in there right now. Sorry about that. Or actually, hold on. Let me think about this. I think I spat that out real quick. Let me think about this. AF50. So, AF50 and Enigma in the queue. Okay, so Scoop on NA versus EU. FT3 both sides. Yeah, so FT4. This game is probably fine. Yeah, I think what you do is you try to make the ping as even as possible, but like Barb gets the ping advantage. If we go on EU, the Druid makes the game and the ping is just horrible for the Barb, then the Barb just makes the game, right? The Druid can theoretically get there, even on slightly worse ping. But let's see here. Let's see what BRP is rocking for ping. If it's in like the 100s, 150s, it might be doable. Yeah, that's fine. I think this is a fine ping. This is fine ping for this game. Bouncing back and forth between the 100, 156. Yeah, that's fine. This is how it should be. In an ideal world, The Barbs should have the advantage here with the ping. Just because if they don't, it's so miserable. It's already hard enough to catch people through wolves and through what limited block they have, through their evasiveness and teleporting. But then if you have the ping to worry about as well, that's kind of shitty. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that, Enigma. And yeah, big cheers to you, bro. Oh, I'm just burning channel points. Oh, okay, my bad, my bad. Yeah, that's all. That's definitely in there. That's definitely in there. Reuben in AF50, my bad. All right, and here we go, boys. BRP versus GDA. Barb versus, looks like Fire Druid here. Very interesting. Yeah, that's an even harder duel. Even harder duel, I think, for the Barb. Very, very difficult unless you get the patterns down, right? Unless you get the timing down. Nice Zerk there from Bull Cathos, a.k.a. the GDA. Yeah, that is nuts, man. So here's the game plan of both of these guys in this matchup. We have seen the Fire Druid a couple of times tonight, right? We've seen this on Track Amp just playing this Fire Druid. And in case you're wondering, like, wow, I thought this Fire Druid was so fringe and so I've never seen this in PvP before. Well, as the data would suggest, the Fire Druid is indeed now the best Druid build in PvP. It's got all around the best matchups. And while the Wind Druid is still good, it's still a very good build. The Fire Druid, I think, it gives itself a lot of options because it can keep the distance, right? A Wind Druid here would have to set up a Tornado Alley for this Barb to run into, right? Would have to set up an absolute chain of fuckery that the Barb didn't see coming, and it's so predictable and obvious. Nice stomps there from GDA, but now what BRP can do is kind of get into this pattern of setting this Barb up, right? Get him to chase him. If he gets too aggressive, if he gets really aggressive here, starts chasing BRP. BRP will just run him through the mud and the muck of Armageddon, of the Molten Boulders, the Kanos, the Fissures. There's so many attacks he can lay down in front of him, right on top of him, behind him. And plus that Armageddon as someone chases you through it is so vicious. Just like right there. That one connected and you can see these are big hits, man. These are big hits. GDA was looking real clean in the beginning of this. And as you can see, all it takes is a small shift in fate here. And before you know it, there's some big damage on top of that Barb. Now, the Barb strategy here is actually pretty straightforward, I would say, right? It's if you got the timing down, it's pretty straightforward. What you need first is a 65 FCR Barb, right? You really want to, in this particular match, take advantage of the cast frames. The cast frame advantage that you have on the Druid. Oh, and look at this! He's won! The question is, though, does GDA have a Biss to put him out of his misery? I would be interested to see that. But you want to utilize the cast frame advantage. And the way to do that is you remain mobile. You wait for that Druid to come in, right? You start leaping. And as soon as that leap stuns, on the first frame that you possibly can, you teleport. And then on the next possible frame that you can, you whirlwind. That whirlwind should always get a hit on the Druid. Or at least it could be blocked, you could miss, but you will at least get one hit if you time it perfectly like that. That frame perfect timing will guarantee that you get a nick on the Druid every time. That's why it's so dangerous. It's a really good combo, really good setup. But the question is, can he pull it off? Oh, very nicely done there from GDA. Nice lock, a very close round. Holy shit, and he gets there, man. Very, very close one. Green Lungs and Foos LLD match. Please put us in the queue. Got you, bro. The Foos v Green Lungs. Hell yeah. Vita FB versus Vita FB. Fook, yeah, bud. Where are we in queue? Well, it's looking like this. We've got GDA versus BRP right now. We've got Julvan versus Will next. Thor Jitsu versus Murder FC after that. Jits versus Superdude after that. AF50 versus Reuben. Then we've got Foos versus the Green Lungs. Q's getting a little deep, so what we might try to do is if duels go on long, we might try to do multiples in between, but we'll play it by ear. And then LOL Rages versus the AF50 as well. All right, we'll get you in there, brother. LOL Rages v AF50. All right, yeah, it's getting a little deep. So as soon as the opportunity presents itself, we'll get in there for. We'll try to double up a little bit. Donger and I in the queue. Also, yeah, we'll throw that in there. Sorry, just seeing that. Jagger and Donger. Jagger v Donger. I think y'all were actually first. Let me get there. Let me get that in there first. First time streaming, guys. There's so many chats to look at. How do all the streamers keep up with all the chats? This is hard. I'm gonna get better at it someday, though, bros. I'm gonna be a real boss streamer. Oh, nice stomp there from GDA. As BRP's in a little bit of trouble here. GDA looking for that leap combo. It is a frame perfect thing. You've got to be real comfortable on the barb, right? But you can get it. Frame perfect. Leap, tele stomp, whirl, right? So right in that order. You get the leap, and then it's a frame 1 teleport, then it's a frame 1 whirl, right? As soon as you can. The good thing is you can kind of hold those things down, right? If you get the name lock, mid-leap, you can just hold down teleport, right? And then it ensures that on the first available frame, you will teleport. And then as you're mid-teleport, bam, that's when you hold down the whirlwind. It ensures that on the first frame you whirlwind. Damn, son, close duel here. Yep, noob streamer, we'll get there. Yeah, and thank you guys so much for your patience. Appreciate you, man. I know sometimes the queue can get pretty deep, and I appreciate you guys. Y'all know we just love to see us some D2R violence, so huge, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for the follows tonight on Twitch as well. Big cheers to you guys and a welcome in. Love it, man. Thank you for that. Nice maneuvers there from BRP. That's a little risky as he runs upward there. It is a bit risky. He can get clipped by the barb, but it does allow him to paint more of the blood more with Armageddon, right? As he moves around, as he moves into his fire spells. That was an extremely good setup there. As both of these guys are low. Damn, son. Those are some more Armageddon hits there. I think GDA is getting very low. This is the strategy that BRP has to pull off. It has to be this, like, kind of keep your distance. You want to stay just on the outside or where that barb can name lock you, right? And BRP being very cautious of those name locks. He knows that GDA could also name lock his wolf. And then when he teleports away, GDA's got a perfect name lock. That wolf's going to go right to where he's at. Just like that, man. Beautiful, beautiful name lock stomp right there. But those wolves doing their job, man, standing right in the way of that whirlwind. The drawback is GDA can actually leech some life off of those wolves. It isn't a whole lot, but over time it can make up for some of those Armageddon hits, right? But it's certainly not something you want to aim for, right? Definitely not something you want to aim for. You don't want those. You don't want to hit those wolves. If you can help it, you certainly want to connect with the player. You want to punish him every time he comes in. You see GDA kind of backing off a little bit here. Backing off. He's waiting for his perfect opportunity because he's getting pretty low. He's taking some... oh, yeah, there it is, man. I was going to say, he's taking some big hits from BRP at close range as he comes in. And that was an incredible setup right there. Just dodging the bull is what BRP is doing. Getting in there, dodging the bull. You got to set him up, you got to knock him down, just like that. He says, my poor heart rate, LOL. That was intense, actually. That was a really intense one. And I gotta say, man, this is a pretty healthy life total here for BRP. He's got 6k life on this druid. Pretty decent life pool. 6.2k now with that bow. Which means he probably does have somewhere around 35%, the maximum allowed block versus a barb in PvP. For some builds. And yeah, and he's just dumped all the rest of that into vitality. He's looking clean. He's looking clean, man. He's got the Oak Sage. He's got the Wolves. All of these things will stand in the way of that whirlwind. How will GDA's timing go is the question. Let's go over to GDA's point of view here. See how this is looking. As he maneuvers his way in. Look at this. Name locks that pet. That was a nice stomp right there. That's exactly what we're talking about. He's holding that pet lock. You notice he's doing what's called unsummon lock or throw lock. It depends. You can use both skills for it. But that's how he's grabbing the lock on those pets and just remaining still, right? That's what he'll do. He'll stay in one spot. You won't know if he has you locked. But he's using unsummon to click on the pet, and unsummon won't do anything. It won't teleport to it, it won't start attacking it, it will just hold the name lock. So then, whenever GDA wants, he can let it go. He can switch to teleport. He's already got the name lock. That's going to bring him right down on top of his opponent. So that's why he's using that. That's why he's getting super sneaky in there. Sometimes you'll hear barbs say, I can't, or impossible, or something like that, right? That's when they're doing it with throw. They might also say that with unsummon. I typically don't use unsummon. Yeah, risky, giving free locks, yeah. Well, the thing is, BRP is actually, I think he knows that GDA is locking him. And what he's trying to do is, every once in a while, you'll see him teleport, but then he walks down. And that's something we've seen Poly do before. It's when he knows that he's locked and he's just trying to paint the more with absolute shit. Right, that's what he's trying to do so that when the lock comes, or when the stomp comes, he's out of the way, right? Very nicely done there, I gotta say, from GDA. A masterclass in that name lock, and that looked clean, dude. Absolutely clean. Looking good on this barb. Yeah, I think so, Larry. We don't have any rules against it in LLD. I haven't seen any Abyss locks yet in LLD, but actually I have. Last week we did see a Abyss versus Zon, right? Like it was Miasma lock versus Zon. Seemed clean, man. Seemed good. Walking versus Barb is no bueno. Super clean grab and whirlwind. Yep. Yeah, true. I mean, it all depends too. Like what your opponent's giving you, how patient they're being too, right? But yeah, I would think that you would probably just want to, CT cast on them. That's what I would guess. CT cast the volcanoes, the fissures. Make it so they don't really have a lot of room to rep all of this, but let them look for you, you know? Let them look for you a bit. Yeah, stream is all AI. Every single piece of it is AI, so... Yeah, I think we do all right though, you know? It's not bad. A little bit of pixelation here. I'm gonna swap over to... this is GDA, so I'm gonna swap over to BRP here real quick. Yeah. Zon versus, yep. Which was actually a pretty surprisingly good duel. The Matrix is breaking. Yeah. It is wild, though. And now we can see this from BRP's standpoint here. And you can kind of see what he's setting up. You see all of these molten boulders. He's trying to paint. Oh, yeah. But that's exactly what you're talking about, though, Track Amp. It's like right there, he was walking up and got clipped pretty bad. I think you just want to get in there, lay the Kanos, and get out, right? Nice setup there. Oh my god, though, he walked down and got clipped by that whirl. GDA caught him there. Now 3-1, I believe, in favor of GDA. Insane. The Foos boot camp win. Yeah. Yep. I also never lates. I was a DFC champion once. There's no tapes of me even talking about lates out there at all. Yeah. Just top dueler here, you know? Just mowing the grass when it's working, dude. Gotta do it, man. Gotta do it. Gotta do it sometimes. Oh, what do you mean the clip at the start of the stream? I told Bill to get rid of that. Oh, yeah, yeah, and there was... Well, that wasn't Leighton. That was just kind of throwing shit across the moor and hoping it hits your opponent. So, you know, it... Sometimes that's all you got. Sometimes that's all you can do. Yeah, it's time for some more Leighton, boys. As the great Joby once said, you can't out-Leights Coooley. I beat him when he was hiding behind a corner at one point because he was low, and he started hiding behind a corner. So I busted out the bow and had a hammer field. I made him think that I was a free stomp, but I had a hammer field I was walking into. And then he says, and I quote, "You can't out-Leights the Coooley." Hey, sometimes you got to do it, man. The thing is, I think on a druid like this, you only want a CT if you're really in trouble, because if you do these shorter teleports, it allows you to paint more of the moor with Armageddon. Which those are kind of the big hits. That's kind of what you're honestly hoping to hit a barb with here. You're hoping they get in a little too close. You're hoping that they come in. You're hoping that they do those chains and you can get them with an up boulder, you know. But really, I think a lot of it's going to come from these, like, residual Armageddon hits. And the best way to do that is kind of take a little bit of shorter tellies. You know, let them come in. Let them come looking for you. If you're in trouble, if you think they got you locked, yeah, then I would probably CT out of that. Nice setup there, though, from BRP. And as you can see, man, that's how it's going now. That's how it's going. He's done some big work here. He's looking to make this 3-2 in this round. He's looking to get back on the board. I would say he does, in those cases right there, a name lock would go a long way, right? Like, and he's looking for it, but he knows he ain't got a lot of time. Oh, man. I was going to say that one might have connected. Oh, my God. Those ones connected, though, and there it is. Gets there. Now 3-2. Very close duel between these guys. This is an epic bout, man. 3-2 in favor of GDA. He's looking to lock it up here. Looking to get one more win here. BRP, he needs 2. First to 4. This one's getting tight. Farmageddon, right? Exactly. Exactly. What do you mean, Drew G? I've never seen you play a Fire Druid at all. Oh, Javito, yeah, for sure, man. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's cut you in the line, brother. We'll get you in there. Javito versus Harlot. Gotcha, brother. Let's do that next. And yeah. Then, like I said, we might have to start doubling it up here, cutting in between rounds. Let's actually try that. We have a melee bout between Thor Jitsu and Murder SC. I say after this round right here, what we'll do is we'll cut over to that, right? So we'll go well, however this round ends, if it ends the fight, that's cool. We'll cut over to a first round or two of Thor Jitsu and Murder SC. Then we'll cut to Javito Harlot, and we'll just bounce back and forth. Is that cool with you guys? Does that make sense? So we'll kind of do those at the same time. He's Direwolves with 0 block. Anytime Barber's on screen, he needs to be CTing. And actual Barb player is killing... Oh, yeah, true. True. Yeah, like, if he... Yeah, I can see that. And that's why I say, like, if he's in trouble, he's got a CT out, right? I think this is a weird one because the barb, a good barb just sits around and waits. He doesn't really go chase you. But that's exactly what BRP kind of wants here. He wants GDA to come in, chase him a little bit. He wants to set up all of this violence here, do some big damage. Or I should say do some chip damage, right? That's what it is. But yeah, every time that happens, every time you're on the screen, the barb is just sitting there flat-footed. You know he's got a lock. Like, get the fuck out of there, right? Like, that's it. You got to paint the boar as much as you can, but you also got to realize when you're in trouble. Yeah. Every stomp, whirl from that barb is a buff into the top right of the screen. Yep. Yeah, like right here, CT out of that. Yep. That lock, he knew it. He saw it coming. He was running. He was like, yep, all right, I'm locked. That one too. I think he's got a wolf. Nope, never mind. He gave it up. We're Jits and I in the queue. Let's see. We're going to do Thor Jitsu, Murder SC, and Havito Harlot next. We're going to try to do that one all at once. Then we've got Jewel Van Will, Jits Superdude. And depending, we're going to try to start bouncing 2 at a time here real soon. After this round, we're going to cut to Thor Jitsu versus Murder SC if you guys are ready. We'll cut to that one. We'll watch a couple rounds of that, and then we'll cut over to Havito Harlot. So it'll be melee and some HLD going on all at once. Close one right here. I love what BRP is doing. He's being very patient here. He's waiting. He's figuring out the timing of his opponent. Oh, and just like that, though, just like that, he walks right in the wrong direction, and it is all over. Big hits there from GDA as he finishes it up on the barb. Damn, son. Jits and Green Lungs, we got you in there. I think you know what? Maybe. Jits v Green Lungs. We're going to throw you in there. Jits v Green Lungs. I got Jits Superdude. Green Lungs v Foos. Yeah, we'll throw you in there. All right, boys. These guys showing off some gear here. Let's check this out. This is a pretty cool thing to see, right? Then after this, we'll kick over to Thor Jitsu Murder SC if y'all are ready to jam. Thank you guys again so much for your patience. Really appreciate it, man. I think those guys are throwing down in some melee action. Yeah, and you kind of get to see a little bit about the builds here. What it looks like on the fire doo-doo. Very good setup here. And it looks like it could have been here that that GDA, it's all going to come down to that amulet as to what cast break point he was on. But if that amulet is a 220 amulet, especially one with life leech, there it is. Yeah, there it is. He was on the 65 cast break point. Or I shouldn't say you need 220. But there's a couple of different ways to get there. But that is the one. I really think that's a good setup versus the Fire Druid. 65 FCR to kind of fight against their tele frames. And stack up all the leech that you can. You know, it can't hurt when you get in there and smack a wolf. But look at these things, man. Ellie Skillers all matching 45 lifers. Bear Paw, probably 25s or 2017s here. Just a great setup from BRP too. I love this. Absolutely love this gear, man. This is looking clean. Looking good. Oh, yeah, look at that. 2011s. Holy shit. Holy shit, boys. Savage. All right, boys, let's cut over to the melee division. Good duel between those guys. Epic showdown. And now, the long-awaited melee bout between Thor Jitsu and Murder SC. Let's get it. And here we go. We've got the Bear Zan versus the Pokey Zan. Who's going to come out on top here? We're going to find out. We're going to watch a couple rounds of this, then we'll cut over to our boy Havito in the HLD division. We're going to try to bounce a couple at once here. Q's getting a little long. Yeah, plus max Sorb cannot exceed 100. Yep. 85-15, it's fine. 100%. Yep. Yeah, and plus you also got to figure the Druid is doing hybrid damage, right? They're doing physical damage as well. So it is impossible to absorb a Fire Druid. You cannot fully absorb a fire druid. And damn, son, down goes Murder in the first round. And look, this is what I mean, boys. He's got his helmet on, and you know he ain't fucking around. He's only peeked up just to take a smoke, all right? You know when he's got that helmet on, he is no longer fucking around. We have reached peak Murder SC performance tonight. All right, as he clears the buffs of his melee opponent and these guys go into the second round, we'll check this one out. We'll see how it goes. And then after this, we're going to cut over. We'll bounce back and forth between these two duels. We've got our boy Javito throwing down versus Harlot tonight, and that one's going to be sick. Do we have a stream for that? Am I blind here? I could be blind. All right, here we go. This is a second round between these guys, an epic throwdown. Technically a Zon v Zon going on right now, but you'd never be able to tell. We've got a bear up in here throwing them paws versus Thor Jitsu's melee Zon. And holy shit, man, I gotta say, I honestly expected this one to be a tough one for Thor Jitsu, but he is off to an incredible start. Closer round that time, but damn, son, holy shit. There it is. We've got a stream for Javito, boys. Let's kick over to this HLD bout between Javito and Harlot as they get ready to throw down in the HLD division. Javito might be swapping some things out here. As he's gearing up to throw down an HLD, he might we might be able to kick back over to Murder while he gets his gear straight here. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Take your time. We'll kick back over to the technical Zon v Zon going on here. It's at least 2-0 in favor of Thor Jitsu. This is wild. But Murder SC with some big hits here. But man, Thor Jitsu, you just notice all of these consistent hits. The output of attacks here is really on display between these two different Zons. You have the Bear Zon, and I gotta say, Murder SC's Bear Zon is actually very vicious. It is just hits surprisingly hard, especially for a bear that's using normal attack, right? But then you go and you're going up against the Zon's Jab, which is the output of that is so insane. Yeah, Jab fucking owns. Well, we have seen in the past Jab get beat by this Bear Zon. Which surprised the shit out of me, really. Surprised the shit out of me. All right, here we go. Next round between these guys. Thor Jitsu up 3-0 so far. Murder SC just knows he's got to land a couple of big hits. There it is, man. Consecutive hits. It's so hard to get in through the defenses of the Zon, and this goes for both players here. Not only do you have the max block, you got the DR, you got the defense, right, for what that matters, but then you've got the dodge, right? The dodge making it so difficult to get through, and there it is, man. Murder SC gets there in that round, and he's on the board. As we cut over to our boys in the HLD division. Javito versus Harlot. I believe these guys are doing some good old NVD. Is that correct? Does my memory serve me correctly? I think so. Yeah. Oh, Constant. Is that Javito? Okay, here we go. Yeah, we've got it. Hell yeah, man. NVD. Now, some would call this HLD match the fairest. The fairest of them all. And I would say the matchup gets even more interesting in Reign of the Warlock. The Druid has boots that give him magic resist, which certainly fucks the damage of the Necro. But the Necro also has some new tricks up his sleeve. There's a new Jewel that allows you to minus 10% enemy physical resistance. Magic resistance. You can throw that in there to fight back against the boots. There's also the Sling Ring. There's a Sunder Charm that you could have. It doesn't appear as though... it doesn't look like Javito's rocking much of that. I gotta say. He is just going straight NVD. He's going straight old school here. Now, That's interesting. Because that means, if at all, Harlot is using the new set mirrored boots, Horizon's Legacy, on his druid, that's gonna make that's gonna put a big dent in the damage of Havita. And it doesn't look as though he's put much gear on to fight back against that. No boots, he's 13 spirit. Okay, all right, there we go. Good stuff. Thanks for the clarification there. I was gonna say, it looks like these guys have kind of worked out their own gentleman's agreement here, where for gear purposes, they're just kind of going back to how it originally was, which is 13 spirit and no boots, no fuckery. In DFC, you could go up to 20 spirit, but these guys doing the gentleman's way right here. Harlot streaming too cooler. All right, GG, man. Let's check her out. Let's check her out over here now. Boom. Harlot over here on the doo-doo. Oh, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Probably showing that he ain't rocking those boots, right? That's what he wants us to see. All right, Jagger. Thanks for letting me know, brother. What we'll do is, we're trying to do 2 at once here. I'll kind of move you up in the queue here. We'll see if we can get that in. We might have to bounce back and forth, but that one's always going to be epic. We know that the melee bout is always going to be epic. Sold a perfect pro stone the other day. How much, Bruno? How much did that go for? What up, Jet Life? Yeah, they always have been allowed to, Kreider. I think the answer is that you do kind of have to do that, right? I think you have to go a +6 wand with 20 casts and 2 sockets, jam the new jewel in it, jam like a faster hit recovery, dual stat jewel in there. I think because of the existence of the boots, I really do think you kind of have to go all in. Full damage, full everything, dude. Yeah, really just got to do it. Nice name locks here. Harlot trying to get in there, getting some nasty stomps. Axino, a.k.a. the Havito. He's taking a few nados here, though. He's really, really low to start things off. He got caught early. Now, they call this the fairest of matchups, and here's why. Technically, I think this matchup does favor the Druid. However, it really does come down to the movement, the skill, the experience in this matchup of your opponent. It can be very back and forth. You could duel against Necros on a Druid, on a Wind Druid, and be like, holy shit, this matchup is so unfair. There's no way I could ever win. And the funny thing is, the exact opposite could happen, right? You could duel on a Necro against a Wind Druid, and it's like, holy shit, man. This is unwinnable. So it could go both ways, and it really all does depend on how well your opponent's playing. It's a very linear game plan most of the time for these guys, but with a lot of tricks in between. Yeah. Great round there from these guys as Harlot pulls ahead. Let's kick back over to Murder SC as this duel is throwing down here. What am I missing? Thor Jitsu. Let's pop over here. Oh, is it over? Oh shit, did we miss it? Thor Jitsu appears to be AFK on this Zan over here. He might have finished it up real quick. Damn, son. Holy shit. Damn, son. Oh yeah, that's what it is. He sees, I see it here. He says, I'm too tired. He calls Uncle. He says, Uncle, I'm too tired. Yeah, no worries, man. Sometimes you win him, sometimes you lose him, and he noticed he was too far behind, and he's like, you know what? I'm grabbing a beer, I'm going to bed. GG's though, man. Yeah, hell of a duel. That looked like one strong start for Thor Jitsu. I gotta say, very impressive against an opponent like that as well. Because Murder SC Zan is a savage. GG's, man, and a big cheers to you guys. Sorry we missed the end of that. And thank you for your patience. Murder SC, I know sometimes the queue gets crazy. Appreciate your patience, brother. Epic duel. That's actually wild. I honestly, Thor Jitsu, I expected that to be a tough fight. I was like, Murder SC's Bears on is just surprisingly good. Like, it's one of those surprise GG, like, feels bad characters, you know? $180 cash for it? No shit, dude. That's fucking wild. G. That does not surprise me. Like, that shit is just, like, so rare. People be hunting those things, man. Nicely done, bro. That's fucking cool, man. Alright, as we cut back over to the Javito. Oh my god. Javito getting pieced up by those NATOs, as we can see here. He's in a lot of trouble. As Harlock closes the distance, throws those NATOs. It's a very, like I said, a linear game plan, a rather... I don't know if you can call it a predictable one, but it's one that you have to master the cadence of, right? The Necro is going to set up every interaction, starting up by throwing a couple of Bone Spirits, right? Try to have those out there. But then as the Druid closes the distance, he's going to be doing this, walking down and looking for those spears, just like that. That's the exact game plan he's trying to implement. Those spears are going to cut right through that pet, and as he walks down, it's going to ensure that he's not in the way of those NATOs if his opponent gets in there and just stomps and throws them off, right? He's going to make sure he's walking down so he's not in the way of those NATOs. The Druid player, though, he's got to be quick, right? He's got to look where the Necro's going. He's got his game plan at its very core is very simple. Stomp on top of his opponent and throw a tornado, right? Telly stomp, NATO. Of course, keep your pets up, right? It's bear only in this matchup. Gentlemen, this is a gentleman's duel, right? Bear only, no shit tons of pets blocking these spirits and these shots. You can, of course, use Oak, but still, that's a pretty considerable amount of pets. Those Bone Spirits probably aren't going to randomly get through them. What he's got to do is he's got to pick his angles just like that. Do those double tellies, tellying right down on top of your opponent as they're walking down so that you're always right on top of them, right? Or you could cut them off. You could CT stomp them. There's a couple of different angles that you could approach from as a Druid. A couple of different strategies you could take. That was a great one right there. Harlock showing off some prowess on this droid, I gotta say. And then next up on deck, what we can do, boys, to start backing down the queue, we've got, let's see here. Let me try to figure this out. We've got... We might be able to go Jewel Van versus Will after, like, in between here. If you guys are ready, we might actually be able to cut over that in between rounds as well. I think that one's going to be Barb v. Barb, right? That one is going to be very interesting. It could be a longer one, but it could be very interesting. Yeah, it could be wild. Yeah, I think what we'll do first, we'll try to get that one in there. We'll try to get the Jewel Van duel, and then we'll do the Jagger versus Donger. How's that sound? We'll bump you guys up a little bit. I know you guys are on a time limit. And there it is, man. Holy shit, I gotta say, Harlock looking clean on this Druid here tonight, man. 3-0 so far in favor of Harlock. Executing this game plan pretty well, and it's insanely cool. These guys, you know, and I think we're going to see a lot of this too as people slowly convert to ROT dubs, and as items become, you know, right now they're kind of very rare. You know, not just the Sunder Charms, but well-rolled jewels. The right items to put those jewels into in PvP. All of these things take some time to find, right? As those items get discovered, as they come onto the market, as they become more affordable for players, I think then we're going to see more stuff like this as these guys kind of revert back to kind of the old school rules, right? Old school rules, gentlemen's duels, and look at that, right to start things off here, Javito looking clean with a nice spear at close range. That's what he's got to do, man. He's got to always, as soon as his opponent comes in, notice that spear lock, just like that. That's exactly what he's got to do. It makes it so that every time Harlock comes in, he just risks getting cut down by those spears. But unfortunately, I think that's a harder task in this particular matchup for the Necro to pull off. You've got to be very quick, very accurate. Sometimes the Druid can just CT cast in at some rather random angles at you know, with varying levels of accuracy and end up landing some shots. The Necro, you've really got to be on point here, and Javito is coming online for this round right here. He is landing those spears, man. I don't think he's barely been touched yet, too. Nice shots from Javito. This is exactly how to do it. He's getting that name lock, closing the distance, and you can really see how much that matters when he gets that spear lock. When he sets this up properly, it makes it very difficult for his opponent to get in there. Oh my god! Huge surprise stomp, though, from Harlot. Right as Javito thought he was going to turn the corner. Thought that Harlot might back away a little bit and recast those pets. Harlot kept the name lock, stomped him, and landed a big NATO there. That was huge. Javito certainly didn't expect that. And that's the thing, it can all end so quickly. Javito has played this round so perfectly, I think. Just absolute top-tier perfect Necro play in NVD. And there it is, just like that. He doesn't get robbed in that round. Holy shit, man. What a wild one. Yeah, if Julvan and Will are ready, let's cut over to that as these guys implement the next round. It looks like, oh my god, these guys, holy shit. Julvan is up in here on a dual wielding barb. This tells me one of two things, all right? These guys might be throwing down on dual wielding barbs and just seeing what happens, or one of them swapped off of a barb. Ah, okay, it is. It's Barb v Sin is what these guys are doing. If there are any melee no-shows for ROT dubs, I can step in. GG, Thor Jitsu. That Zon was looking good in that matchup, bro. That was sick. That was crazy. Can you drop World Stone shards before you kill Bill? Good question. I don't know. I don't think you can, but I'm not sure. I don't know, actually. Yeah, low ball it to move. That's still pretty good, man. Holy shit. Oh my god, big hits there from Julvan on this barb. You always love seeing barbs close the distance, get some big hits in there like this. Nice chains from Julvan. I'm telling you, Will, this guy right here, this guy is something. You can't be taking this Julvan lightly. He might be coming in here looking like some inconspicuous barb player, but this guy is a fucking savage. Very nice traps here from Will. This guy... Yeah, this guy also a savage Sin player. Love this trap setup. You notice what Will is doing. He's trying to capitalize on the aggression here of Will. But Will is trying to just quickly close this distance, get these locks, maybe even implement some chains. But look what Will's doing. He's setting these traps up in a beautiful star pattern. And he's trying to use his environment here to his advantage as well. Set these up around puddles and just make it very hard where if Julvan makes a mistake with that Whirlwind's a little too far, those puddles are going to get in trouble real quick. Very nice setup here. Oh, sneaky locks here, though. Great hits from Julvan. Will is in trouble.
I can't.
This one is a nail biter, man. Holy shit. Holy shit, what a close one. I am so surprised Will is still in it after that. That Whirlwind just chopped the short hair on that assassin's head. He got out of that by the skin of his teeth right there. Oh my god, and same with that one. Julvan, man, too accurate with these whirls. Too close every time. This one really could go either way, man.
I can't.
Will has got a nice setup on him here. Uh-oh. Sneaky lock, though. Certainly didn't pay off, though. Will did a great job of being patient there, not teleporting away. Letting him have that lock on the master, which didn't really pay off. Julvan's got to be very careful as his life total dwindles from these traps. He's got to be very sure of his stomps. And there it is. Will from the brink of defeat gets there, man. Holy shit. Let's peek back over to Harlot versus Javito. Looks like these guys are pooling up right here. Javito coming back. All right, GG, man. Thanks for the heads up. No worries. We'll cut back over. We'll cut back over momentarily. We'll go to the next round of Julvan versus Will. This is a really good duel. Other opponents ready? All right, hold tight, brother. We'll be back. We've got the Julvan versus Will going on. Barb v Sin, and then, all right, BRP has his other opponent here. Let's see this. Let me make sure this is up in here so we don't forget. BRP, GDA. I think did we see that one? We've got BRP. BRP GDA? Is that what that is? I'm just gonna put a note to check in with BRP. And holy shit! Tough Hunter Tactics, bro. This has gotta run, but keep doing what you guys do. I'll catch the VOD tomorrow. GG, bros. Big cheers to you. Tough Hunter Tactics. What a savage, man. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Could have parked that anywhere. That Prime anywhere for 6 months, man. It means a lot you threw it this way. Yeah, I think I sold most of it, honestly. I made a little bit of a profit on ladder. I didn't sell my hardcore ladder gear. I don't think I'm really going to play hardcore much besides, like, dirty TPing people. So I'll probably just keep it as, like, a memento, or as, you know, as, like, a reminder. Oh, my God, beautiful Zerks here from Julvan! And just like that, man, traps him into a beautiful chain Zerk. That was insane. Very nicely done from the Kratos himself. Q's looking pretty deep right now, but we're working it down. We've got Julvan versus Will. We're gonna cut over to Jagger versus Donger after this. Those guys are kind of those guys are on a time limit. We're gonna cut over, and that is the melee title bout. So we want to get that up in there. We've also got the LLD title bout coming up. Q is looking pretty deep, boys. Then, all right, Track Amp. I'm gonna throw you back in there, brother. Track Amp versus Sogi. That one's gonna be wild. Track Amp v Sogi. Fuck yeah, dude. All right, and here we go. I think it's 1-1 right now. These duels are particularly epic, man. I love them. I think especially this duel gets even more fun in the new ROT dubs. There's some duels that the Barb can use. There's also some big duels that the Sin can use here. Certainly some new tech that both of these guys could take advantage of. The new Sunder Charms, also very good. There's a lot of new tricks that these guys have up their sleeves. Yeah, I think Zerks are great if you can get a hold of them, right? The thing is, here's the challenge, right? The Sin, especially when you get a Zerk chain on a Sin, it's a very interesting spot for them to be in, because the Sin doesn't want to walk down, right? They don't want to walk or run away from their opponent, really, in most situations. But especially here, they're just going to telly around, right? So if you're really good at grabbing those locks, keeping the telly locks, they're probably not ever going to walk out of it. You're going to have all the time to just sit there and swing if you can land it, right? They're going to be right there. They ain't moving. They ain't south walking you. And especially if you get high-level players like this with Will setting up traps next to puddles and all of this, doing some opportunistic Zerks can make it so you don't really ever leave yourself too vulnerable by accidentally doing a long whirlwind or clicking on the other side of a puddle or something, really fucking yourself right up. Really making yourself run through the mud and the muck of the traps. Yeah, they definitely are too, Max. The magic res boots, and it's like, it's so perfect because you really don't need anything else in the boot slot for the Bard, right? So putting on those boots makes it so that Zerk doesn't hurt as much.
Impossible.
Yeah, that's another trick up the Sin sleeve. But right now, it is all about weapon block. That weapon block coming into play. So many Zerks thrown with a nice name lock here from Julvan. And every time, the only thing he's got for his struggles is some lightning traps to the face. True, too, yeah. That gives you the facet slot in the helm, or you could put the new facet, the new jewel in there. True, man. Damn, I didn't think about that. CBF, that's huge. CBF for a Sin in the boots. Gotta say, I love the aggression here of Julvan. Even in the face of these traps, he's looking for perfectly placed whirlwinds. He's still looking for that Zerk, but he's getting dangerously low to the point where it even looks like it even looks like his opponent is trying to hit him with some fire blasts. Oh my god! From the brink of defeat! Holy shit! Holy shit, man! That was insane! Wow! I thought for sure Julvan was out of that one. And finally the weapon block goes down. Finally the weapon block fails. Holy shit, that was crazy. That was insane. I told you can't sleep on that boy. You can't give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Claw block, the world finally failed, right? Holy shit, what a shot, man. That is just patience, diligence, and precision paying off there at the last part of that round. That was crazy. Very nice shot from Julvan. I believe he advances to 2-1 so far in this duel. After this, we'll cut over to the melee title bout of the evening. And then we've got... I'm going to check back in with BRP, says he's got another duel with another opponent here. I might have missed one. I thought we saw GDA versus BRP. Might have another one from next week or whatnot. I'm going to throw him in the queue. We'll get him in there. But we'll go Julvan Will here. Really good duel. We're going to cut to Jagger Donger next. Melee title bout. Shit's going to be epic. Then we've got Jits Superdude, AF50 Reuben, Foos Green Lungs. Holy shit, man. Julvan trying to make it a quick night. Trying to make it a quick night on this barb. Damn, son. I think it's 3-1 now. Your locks are insane tonight. Bro, they're always insane. It takes like a couple rounds to get fucking juved up. And then just fucking comes right online. I'm telling you. That's what it is. That's what it is, man. Or should I say jeweled up. To get Julvanned up. Yeah, he's on a roll. That was insane, man. 3-1 right now in favor of Julvan. That's so wild. Yeah, he is, man. He is a fucking gross barb player. Absolutely gross. Insanely good. And it's so cool, man. It's so cool to see these barb mains just coming in here and performing well. Because for so long, and I mean, it really still is the case, barbs are kind of, they're kind of disadvantaged here. Yep. Holy fuck, what a sequence, right? Yeah, that was so wild. Being very patient here is Julvan. Trying to dance on the outside of the traps. But, so far, Will has actually pieced him up very well with those traps. He has not won out on this exchange. Trying to get around them has not paid off. Will has really worked him down quite a bit here. Will's trying to take back control of this duel. Back against the ropes, 3-1. Oh, big hits from the traps there. Notice how he used the terrain there. Setting him up between the puddles and just making it so when that Mind Blast goes off, he's got nowhere to go. That was so perfectly timed. Everything about that exchange was really good in favor of Will. I mean, he knows how quickly it can go down, too, right? I mean, he has seen the power of Julvan. He's seen those locks. He's seen the accuracy, the quickness, the timing. Oh, my God. Nice trap there as well. Will really showing improving in this round. Gets clipped there, I think, by a whirlwind, though. Yeah, just a tad. No fucking way! Just like that, baby! Julvan gets there with 4-1 again from the brink of defeat. Oh my god. He did it again. Sin is trolling sitting there. Holy shit, man. I think he was just hoping that the claw block goes off and hoping that he got him with the traps. I don't know, maybe trolling too. That's wild, man. Gee fucking geez, what a bout between these guys. Absolutely epic. And boys, I think it's just about that time. We've got Jagger v. Donger in the queue. These guys, the melee title bout of the evening, just about to go down. Let's pop over and check this out. The Jagger swagger, the eagle has landed indeed. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen, my bad. The eagle has landed indeed. Let's pop over to the River of Flame as these guys are already throwing down. Holy shit, man. And Jagger swagger is felled in round 1. But can Donger keep it up? Let's find out. And here we go in a round 2 of this. Jagger swagger trying to take it back with some big hits. And there it is. Now evens up the score at 1-1 between these two melee titans as they square off in the iconic River of Flame, where all the melee title bouts take place. Jagger swagger trying to pull back ahead, trying to defend this title, but Donger with some big hits right off the rip, man. Jagger swagger's got his work cut out for him in this round. This one, not meant to be. Donger pulls ahead once again. Yeah, that's fine. In Din v Din like this, these guys can just let it go. They can let their armor go like that. That's fine. The tables might turn. Donger pulling ahead to 3-1 now. The title holder Jagger, the eagle himself, in a bit of trouble here. In the tank a little bit. He might be thinking about a swap. I think he's going to roll the dice a couple more times. I think. Yes, this would be an early swap for you, sir. That's for sure. That's for sure. I think he's going to roll the digital dice here a couple more times and see what happens. So far, Donger landing some big shots. Holy shit. This one could go either way. Oh, my God. 3-2 now. Still in favor of the Donger. But Jagger showing how close this matchup can be. You really don't know which way it's going to go. That defense shrine down below looking real good to these guys right about now. Oh my God, and Donger pulling ahead again now, 4-2. Damn, son, this is getting epic. Now, the difference between this duel and a regular melee duel, not only is this duel happening in the iconic River of Flame, the area of the Titan title shot holders, but this one is an FT10 win by 2. So you gotta prove it. You gotta prove it in the melee title shot division over here. You can't just be squeaking by with an easy win to 10. You gotta show your dominance out here in the River of Flame. And this one looks like it could go either way. Big hits from Jagger! Holy shit! That looked like some CTA side shit right there. That was wild. That was insane. That was just consecutive hits right back to back. What is defense? What is block? Donger obviously didn't look towards Hadriel, his heavenly brethren, in that last duel for any sort of heavenly blessing. Oh man, another close one, but Jagger gets there. Now pulling ahead for the first time in this duel. Now 5-4 in favor of the champion. CTA melee hit, I saw it. JK. Holy shit, that one's epic. Jagger pulls ahead here. Looks like Jagger's on that small crescent, man. This guy swears by that. So many setups with the small crescent. And holy shit, now he's really pulling ahead. No swaps needed. This guy's just rolling those digital dice. I think he knew it. I think he was in the tank very early about this. And he was saying, I wonder what's going on here. I wonder why I'm falling behind. This isn't looking good. But I think his experience as a melee player, as a melee champion, he says, look, I think this is just some RNG horse shit right here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to roll those dice. Connecting big here, but Donger with some clap back just like that, man. Now 6-5. Very close duel between these guys. Yep, gotta get that fort proc, getting cruise mode, right? He says the low is low-lowing. That's what it's doing, man. What they mean by low when they say that is weapons that are E-rep rare weapons that have 2 low runes in them. The point of doing that, they're trying to stack up those big crit hits, and damn, those losses feel the worst. The ones that are so close, you're literally one tap away. It literally comes down to who's just gonna nick their opponent next. Those are the worst ones, man. Feels bad. You did all the work and you got robbed. Got it robbed right at the last second. Tie game between these guys. 6-6 now in the melee title bout of the evening. Huge hits and a flawless victory from Jagger. Pulls ahead in dominant fashion. Unfortunately for him, though, no fort proc going into this next round. Well, who needs a fort proc if your opponent just can't hit you anyway? And he starts this round out with some big hits. Holy shit. Donger almost came back in that one, though. 8-6 now in favor of the reigning, defending melee champion of the DFC. Yeah, Jagger pulling ahead now, but it ain't over till it's over. We have seen some crazy comebacks, a la Nimrod in the DFC melee division. It ain't over till it's over, man. You can never take a break. You can never let up. You always got to remain sharp. His opponent looks like he's going for a swap here, and that's going to be something now that Jagger thinks about, especially if the tides of this duel turn. Big hits for Donger to start things off. Oh my god, a close round, and Jagger so happy to get that one. But now, boys, Donger with his back against the ropes, he's got to climb up in the only way he knows how. From the brink of defeat, can Donger make a comeback? Everything on the line, and Jagger with some big hits in this round, shutting him down just like that, and a runaway victory at the end. Damn, son, Jagger swagger, and still, this guy, huge. Huge! Holy shit, boys. What a duel. Damn, man. For a second, it looked like Donger was gonna take it, but damn, man. What is this? What is this? He's got himself a sword? Look at that short sword he's got. Did he swap out to that at the end? What is that noise? He's got a falcata. Holy shit. I think that's the first time we've ever seen one of those in the DFC. Low falcata. Jagger says that was a fail kata today. LOL. He went for it though, and he almost got there. Holy shit. Nope, someone beat me there. Damn, son, that is crazy. Yeah, and Jagger didn't even low it. He had a 40-15 and a low rune up in there. That was crazy. How much life leech? 36. These guys stacking up some big life leech. Now, while it was changed in a previous patch, life leech working in PvP, there is some sort of benefit to having it, right? You still get a little bit of life back. It's to most insignificant when it hits a player, but can come in handy, can make a difference in these back and forth duels. What an epic bout, man. GG's, boys, and still. All right, up next, we've got the Jits versus Superdude. Sorry for not giving you guys the heads up on that. Looks like, yeah, Jits versus Superdude. And just to keep you guys up to breast here with what's going on, we're going to go Jits, Superdude, and then we've got AF50 Reuben. In between here, depending on how long these go, Might try to check in with BRP. He had another duel going on. I'm not sure against who. Only real spot to view their gear is after the duel, really. That's the best spot. There's no... Not sure if these guys have anything posted anywhere for it. Certainly not that I have linked. Yeah, SOE is about the MDR. A little bit of life leech on there, which definitely goes a long way, but I was saying this when I was going up against Alex. I was like, dude, I think this MDR thing is next level good. You know, with how that works to mitigate damage, especially whereas most people are on Raven Frost in melee for a lot. That MDR goes a long way. And the only real way to fight against it is to make sure that you don't do any elemental damage anywhere. So it pretty much pigeonholes you onto Angelics and some other form of Cannot Be Frozen. But there's so many angles, right? There's so many angles you go with that. There's so many ways that you could just accidentally get elemental damage on your build as well. Yep, defense is higher than Dungo's. Yeah, that SOE is kind of the new. Honestly, I think that's the new Dungo's in melee. You see a lot of the top players using it. A lot of the top builds, like they are working SOE into their melee builds here. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, that was savage. Jagger is a melee savage, man. He better watch out. He better watch out, because I had some nice rounds versus Alex. And when I stop letting these melee guys win, I'm gonna climb up these ranks. I'm gonna show Jagger a thing or two with my little hammer. Right? That's what we're gonna do. And what is this?
Warlock is the new hybrid assassin. Changed my mind.
Bro, I think it's even worse. I think it's even worse, Spada. I think it's... If you're talking about the old days where it felt real bad, those sins just wrecked everything, I think it's even worse. But bro, hey, thank you so much. 2026! The signature Botadono. AKA the tax man. Bro, big cheers. Thank you so much for that, man. Seriously, huge. Huge, brother. How's Q looking for Young and the Squigs? We'll throw you in there, man. We're trying to bat down two of them here. Young v Squigs. We're trying to bat down two at once. Bone wall legal? Yep, sure is. Sure is. Yep. If your opponent has teleport, you can bone prison, bone wall, all of what you want to do. Jam slam Alabama, as a wise man once said. Jits trying to get in there with some vicious charging, let me tell you. But Superdude doing some work with the bone spells here. The real question is, I wonder if Jits got the new boots on. It looks like he does. It looks like he's got Horizon's Legacy on there to sort of mitigate some of that magic damage, which is really good. Gotta do it, man. Gotta do it. You gotta keep these necros honest, is what it is. No audio from this stream, but no worries. The violence shall ensue. As this necro goes into his zone, launching the bone spirits and trying to make his opponent come in and eat all of the magic damage possible. Nice little bit of desyncing there from Jits. Oh man, he had him pinned up against his own bone wall there. That was looking pretty deadly, pretty vicious. But Superdude, not concerned. He's got full faith in the 2.4 FHR changes here. He says, walls, LOL. How about bone spirits? He's laying these walls down here too because he knows that Jits is coming in full charge, right? He's going to try to get some nice charge angles in on him. So these bone walls are actually very vicious. What they're going to do is not only potentially just stop Jits in his tracks, but he could get caught in a charge on the bone walls, right? So it's almost as good as, it's better than bone prison in a lot of ways, because he can get caught on those walls and eat all of those bone spirits coming at him. And in HLD, those things hurt. That happens to me in LLD all the time. You gotta watch out for the bone walls. You gotta make sure those obstructions are clear when your opponent comes in, especially with charge. Because if you get caught on them, dude, it is over. Just like that. Nice setup there. Oh, man. Big charges, and just like that, Jits with an insane combo takes down Superdude. Very nicely done, especially after eating so much of those spirits, getting caught on those walls and everything. Jits just shows and proves on this absolutely savage charger din. That is wild, man. Very nicely done.
Good evening.
Time to launch multiple instances of D2 and heat this room up. Fuck yeah, man. Supposed to be bone prison only? Fuck him, dude. Bone wall, I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Yep, no rules against it. I don't believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there's any rules against bone wall in the DFC. We've never seen it, so it is a very smart move. It is a very smart move. Nice lock there from Jits and a beautiful combo. This is the thing about playing on a din. It is very hard. A lot of people ask if they should start up in PvP playing on a paladin. My answer is always no. If you're starting PvP and you're like, wow, you know, I love the paladin. I want to get me some kills on a paladin. I want to be competitive on one. Think again, all right? Think again. Start with an easier class, especially if you're just starting up PvP. These combos that Jits is doing, where he charges in, gets the smite lock, FOH, telly stomp, repeat, is such a high level, very difficult to do combo. As you can see, it's hard for him to even get this name lock to get this started, right? And then even when you get it started, the combo itself is very, very tough. So unless you want to take a lot of L's while you master that, or try to, wouldn't suggest it. And Hammerdins these days, not necessarily as good. Hammerdins, they never really were a good class in D2R PvP, but they got even worse with the introduction of those boots, right? Magic damage reduced by 30%. Granted, hammers are still going to do damage, but it's going to take even more now, you know? It's crazy. Big hits there, though. Superdude, I believe, pulls ahead in this round.
Not here.
Is having a Bonner banned while dueling? Yeah, a bonnet, you mean? Yeah, exactly. No, Biggins bonnet completely allowed. Yeah, surprising, Foos. Surprising. Yeah, it's definitely allowed, though. What is this? Holy shit, man.
Thanks for hosting Cools. Good luck to all the competitors. Don't forget everyone, liking and subscribing is free.
Bro, that is so generous. Bada. Tax man. Jesus Christ, man. Throwing 100 bones this way, bro. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And a good reminder to everybody here, you know? Like, subscribe if you love the violence in the D2R. We're here every week. Bada, thank you so much, man. That's super generous. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Primo, what up, man? It is, we're in a stream full of violence here. We've got Superdude on the Necro, on Pestilence here, going up against Jits on his signature charge-based build that also smites FOHs, pulls the combo off like nobody else. He's had some insane combos, some insane locks here today. But damn, man, look at this. Superdude's just on his bike. He's making him chase him. And the more, this is the scary part, because the more distance, oh, nice angle cut there from Jits. That was insane. You notice that he teleported in and charged down at this weird sort of like J angle, and just sets himself up at this strange angle and puddles his opponent at the same time. That was very quick, very observant to the environment and what's going on there. Jits very quick at getting these locks. This guy is certainly the most legendary charger in HLD. He is insane. His movement with charge is unlike anybody else. The way he jukes and jags all around just to try to get an angle to make himself more or less predictable for his opponent, to be able to get a name lock, to land a spear, anything, right? To just remain mobile so quick. But sometimes with those auto-targeting spirits, that can get you in trouble, especially when your opponent is keen on these bone walls here. It's insane. This is also, in and of itself, a very tough matchup. Din versus Necro is just very tough. Nice stomp there again from Jits. And you notice how he used that charge offensively but defensively there. It's so hard to describe. He was staying on the outside, using charge to make it so his opponent couldn't lock him with the bone spirit, but also so that it was difficult to aim his spirits at it, or his spears at him, right? Just remaining very mobile. Damn, son, and just like that, that up spear connects. It's a rough life for those Dins out there, man. I'm telling you. It is a very, very rough life. So far, the Superdude up, I believe, 3-1.
Not in town.
As we try to cut over to the Superdude here. There it is. 3-1 in favor of Superdude. We've got Jits with his back against ropes. Oh, look at this! He's got a magic jewel in the helm here with a bear rune. I gotta say, I absolutely love this. I think this is the first time we've seen a Necro. And he's got the Geed's Wager. That's really cool. 20 cast, -6 magic res. Going with the Void. Love it, man. That is so cool. Really cool setup here. I wonder what that output for the damage is here. 7.2k Bone Spirit. That is fucking wild. With minus enemy magic res. And with a little bit of Abyss in there. He might be able to throw some Abyss, throw his opponent off a little bit. That magic damage is actually doing something, right? That Abyss magic damage is wild. Yeah, that's what it is. That's well said, Primo. Well said. I wanted to message him, tell him stop charging. I mean, look. It can go a long way. Jits makes it look clean. But it is indeed pretty easy to fuck up. Oh my god, big hits here. That spear connected. And Superdude didn't really invest much in that. Nice stomp there. A nice chain from Jits. Beautiful spears from Superdude. You notice he's kind of staying in the pocket a little bit. Needs to recast that bone armor. There it is. Needs to recast that bone armor. And just... He is not afraid here. He is almost welcoming the charges. In these exchanges, he's like, all right, he's like, come get it. Come get it, man. Nice setup with the Bone Spirit train, too. That was sneaky. Sneaky setup from Superdude. Wow, Jits had a nice stomp there, but unfortunately, as he goes in, tries to get that name lock, the pet got in the way, man. Friggin' Golem got in the way, blocked that shot, and Superdude has no idea how lucky he was. Because that was insane. The way that Jits is backing off here tells me he might be a little low. He might be trying to pick these angles that that Superdude doesn't see coming. And he might be low. Sneaky. Look at these sneaky Bone Spirit trains, though, that Superdude is setting up. He just launches a couple at a time, right? Doesn't make it look like he's setting up a train, especially at close range there, but just keeps him going, right? Keeps him going. Uh-oh. Mana getting low. He landed a couple of shots there. He goes to the pool. Nice shot with that spear there. As Jits gets in, closes the distance, and says, protect yourself at all times. In PVM CMC, I would say the fire build for early on for sure. And there it is, man. Superdude. Tough bout for a Din out there. But Jits, a champ against these dang old Necros out here. With their new tricks and their void rune words. And their fucking Geeds wagers. Man stands up to the test of time, gets those charges in there, some nice locks, just a great show of skill from both of these guys. Incredible. Yeah. Can just face tank a melee char with those items and stats? Yeah, probably. Joby used to show me that was totally possible even before those items, unless you're really, really good. And especially now, it almost certainly is. Look at that, I love that setup though. Jits going with the, making his FOH hurt a little bit more. I kind of like that with the Griffins. Also to help him hit the 125 cast breakpoint against his opponent. Makes sense. Gotta do it, man. But damn, son. Those Necros, it's a tough bout. It's a tough bout. Superdude won on the Necro, man. I know. The Dins didn't get the wins today, unfortunately. But he looked goddamn good while trying. Alright, up next, let's see what we've got here. That was the Jits Superdude. We've got AF50 versus Reuben. Yeah. AF50 versus Reuben, I think, and then we've got Foos versus Green Lungs. AF50 versus the Reuben. Looks like he's ready to jam here. Ready to jam, ready to slam, ready to Alabama in the melee division versus Reuben. Holy shit, boys. Look at this. Look at this setup. He's got himself the F Templar's might going into this, bumping up that defense, the +2 to offensive skills, getting that fanaticism aura right where it needs to be for the IAS breakpoints. This guy has thought. This guy has thought it out right here. He's reds to go. And there it is. Holy shit. Reuben gets there in round 1. The Loot Goblin goes down. 1-0 in favor of Reuben. This is a bout in the melee division as these two savages square off Din v Din. While the last round looked a little rough for those Dins, in this round, we can guarantee that a Din shall win. Big hits here for Reuben, but a big comeback. He's trying to stack up that damage. Oh my god, a close round. Very, very close round. But Reuben got there in that one. Damn, son. Yeah. Every time someone drives by Cool's house, we hear the doorbell whistle. Listen here now. Listen here, we keep a constant stream of them coming in and out, alright? They owe me some money. Damn, man, Reuben off to a heavy start here in this melee bout. This is heavy, man. We've got the Foos versus the Green Lungs up next, boys. And that is in the LLD division. Thank you guys again so much for your patience. I know it gets kind of crazy. Just to give you a look at the queue. Again, we might be going back to trying to get a couple in at once. We've got LOL Rages AF50. Oh, what was this round? What was this round? LOL. We've got LOL Rages versus AF50 after that. Jits v Green Lungs. Track Amp v Sogi. Young v Squigs. That's what it's looking like right now. So we've got 5 in the queue after this. We might try to get some going here. Might try to double time it. Gators v Foos? Yeah, we'll jam it, bro. Gators v the Foos. DD versus the Foos in the queue. Try to add earlier. Oh shit. Yep, my bad. We'll get you in there. That's a championship bout. We'll get you in there. We'll move it up the list a little bit. Just before Jits v Green Lungs. DD versus Foos. So it'll go Foos, Green Lungs, Law Rages AF50. DD Foos. Cleaning blasters right now? Jesus. AF50 versus Nimrod and LLD? Alright, shit. AF50 v Nim. Sorry about that if I missed it, boys. Alright. Holy shit. This is crazy. Alright, yeah, we'll try to double time it. We'll try to get 2 going on right now. This is AF50 versus Reuben. So what we can do is probably start up Foos versus Green Lungs in LLD. While he goes in for a swap, if y'all are ready, what we can do is start that up. We'll bounce back and forth. Are y'all ready to bang? I say we do it, man. I say we get the tempo going. Is ATD doing the work there? Good question, honestly. Good question. I haven't noticed. I've been over here kind of trying to figure out this queue, but let's take a look at this. I think that's a great question. Let's take a close look at this. Reuben might have some ATD. Oh no, that ATD is coming from AF50. So the ATD isn't doing enough work so far, but that one was closer. That one was closer right there. All right, let's cut over for this round. It's now 5-0 in favor of Reuben. Crazy, man. Let's cut over to the Foos in the LLD level 30 division, man. This one's going to get real wild real quick as Foos throws down against the Green Lungs in some SVS, I believe. This is going to get violent.
Your power was no match for mine.
And here we go, level 30 SVS. You don't see this every day right here. Looks like Fireball Sork versus Fireball Sork. Green Lungs breaking into literally every division. The LLD, the HLD, the Melee, showing his prowess in so many different dueling formats. Foos also breaking into LLD in recent history and showing his prowess as well. Choosing the Fireball Sorceress. Pretty wild, I gotta say. This is the first time I've seen Foos in the level 30 making big waves, but this guy is looking like a threat early on, man, I gotta say. Big hits there, and he goes insight side there to keep that mana up, having full confidence in his ability to, at least at this point, I think he's fully confident he's going to be able to lock at will against Green Lungs. Lock on, get those stomps, and land those fireballs. But he did give up some damage on insight side there. All in the spirit of keeping that mana up. And so far, he has won the exchange. Now, this is a very interesting matchup because in level 30 duels, most characters don't have the ability to so freely teleport. You're swapping often to a teleport staff and making some very clutch timing of your weapon swap and your stomp. But in this duel, both of these guys teleport right on the ready, hard point into it. These guys ain't running out. The only character that can so freely teleport in LLD. Now that being said, the Warlock not too far behind that with his Blade Warp. However, it ain't the same. It just ain't the same. Oh, the gold cursor is an add-on that people use. A lot of people use it in PvP because it changes the color of your cursor to yellow, making it easier to see out of your peripherals. So, like, instead of having this silver cursor that it's like hard to see among gray rocks and sometimes gray terrain, the yellow is just so much easier to see. Yep, the golden cursor. Oh man, nice shots there and a beautiful chain from the Foos. Showing no mercy here. Absolutely no mercy. This is crazy. These locks are insane, man. I don't think Greenlungs is ready for it. He's surviving, but holy shit, barely. That was insane. Insane round there for Foos. Really showing the prowess. But I gotta say, very impressive to how Greenlungs held on there. That was, especially with the back against the ropes, he was doing what he had to do. Let's kick back over to the melee bout here between AF50 and Reuben. This one, these guys throwing down. Let's see. Oh, GG's, it went 10-1. No way. No way. AF50 going in with that ATD setup. Damn, son. Damn. The ATD setup. We've seen that one do some work here. Let's check out this gear. I'm really surprised. That ATD setup is a very, very hard one to get around, especially if you don't really have, like, the gear set aside for it, right? A lot of times you'll probably need like a ATD helm, or not an ATD, but an IDR helm. And I don't think his opponent had it. I think he just went in. I think Reuben just went in full damage. I think he just said, all right, man, let's roll these digital dice and see how good that ATD does, right? And it got him there this time. That was wild. I'm surprised that didn't do as well. Now, he is using an interesting sword here. Look at this. This is a low Zod Etten Axe, which is also, that's a legendary paladin weapon right there. That is something in the melee division has made some big waves in the past. And look at these charms. Not only a 320-20, but a 645-35, I think that was. Something like that. Either way, very nice. Beautiful dual stat melee ring. Another 320-20. That character's looking clean, Reuben. And damn, man, yeah. I don't think the ATD was a big focus, which is why we say that it wasn't doing work. We had this build wrong. He didn't have an ATD setup. He was just trying something very different here. The ATD was just residual from something, from probably the gloves or the shield or something. Yeah, he was not set up for ATD. Sometimes it's easy to get it confused, but yeah. Damn, son. Good duel, bad RNG. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's a very unique, very interesting setup there. I'm surprised that was so one-sided. But AF50, one of the most creative, versatile duelers that you might ever see. He might be down today, but he certainly ain't out. He shall be back with a vengeance and violence on this din that shall be unmatched. Damn, son. GG. All right, let's cut back over to the Foos duel in LLD versus Greenlungs. Looks like Greenlungs just picking up his body there. He might have dropped another round there. 3-1. 3-1 in favor of the Foos, I would imagine. Just based on a little bit that we've seen here. Yeah, and here it is. Foozer, man, with some beautiful locks here. Oh, nice stomp there. Greenlungs showing that you can't let your guard down here. He is doing a great job here, I think, of adapting to Foozerman's style. Foozerman has some incredible locks, probably some of the best in the game, and Greenlungs is trying to use that to his advantage and make him get a little bit more aggressive, set up these fireball chains for him, and even start this, you see this walk down method that he's doing. That will make it very difficult for Foozerman to stay on top of him, right? But now Foozerman cutting him off. Foozerman adapting to the fuckery. Beautiful shots. Foozer doesn't get too greedy there. Just gets a shot in, gets out. Very, very experienced SVS. Sometimes you can't get too greedy, especially in this case, because each of these guys at different points in this duel are going to make a decision. You're going to give up some of your damage if you want to regain your mana with insight, right? But if you're in this, if you find yourself in a situation where you're on insight side and you land on a stomp and you're exchanging fireballs with your opponent, you probably don't want to stay there. You probably just want to take your licks, you know, take your hits and go, right? Deliver a couple of hits and get out of there. And there it is. Very nice catch, and he caught him on the right side that time, as opposed to catching him on a stomp on the right side. That's where you're just going to stay there and you're going to roll the dice, especially if you're up on life. And just like that, man, Foozerman gets there, racking up another win in the LLD division right before his title bout. It's very rare that we would have this bout from last week and the title bout going on. But you know what? Jam it, slam it, Alabama it is what I say. That's incredible, man. Very great from these guys as Foos gets ready for the title bout. Let's cut over to LOL Rages versus AF50. We'll try to do, actually, sorry, pause. We'll let AF50 switch gears here. We're going to go to DD versus, actually, fuck, no, Foos is still up in here too. Fucking A. LOL Rages AF50. That's where we're going next. And then on deck, we'll have Jits v Green Lungs. After these, once everything gets settled and Foos is ready to jam, we'll hit up the DD versus Foos. But we'll go to LOL Rages versus AF50 next. Thank you guys again for your patience. Just trying to figure out the best way to navigate this. Damn, son, what a night. Oh, and Thor, the LC was a charm to focus more on attack rating. A large charm with 6 max damage and 35 life will actually allow you to go up to 48 AR for only 2 charm slots, which is slightly better than the 320-20, right? You lose a little bit of life there. You lose 5 life to gain 8 AR. And it can make a difference. There's some players that we've seen do some big stuff with that, stacking out their entire inventory with 6 48 35s. It's been pretty wild. We've got that beautiful Bloodmore music playing from the AF50. Oh, he's still expansion. I'm on ROT dubs, but I have a buddy with a Zealer who wants to step in. Is that cool? Yeah, that's fine, man. That's fine. Sorry about that, Hasha. Yeah, I feel like that's my fault. I felt really bad because we announced the conversion to ROT dubs, but I was not on the same page as a lot of the Melee people that just stayed on D2R Legacy. So I feel bad for that. I'm sorry, Hasha. But yeah, for sure, man. We can get him in there. Young and I are ready in the queue. Yeah, we're kind of all over the place, Squigs. Sorry about that, man. We've got currently, it looks like 7 matches in the queue, including this one. Holy shit, though. This is AF50 versus LOL Rages. Low-level dueling. Level 30 duels here. And this is Zon versus Warlock. And so far, the Zon takes round 1. LOL Rages. He's probably like, all right, man, give me all these Warlocks. I've been practicing and I'm ready for them. Last week, he did the same thing, man. Zon versus Warlock. It's a very interesting duel. I think that if AF50 catches his opponent here, that's the big challenge. If he catches him, it can be pretty devastating. We've seen these Warlocks able to, with Echoing Strike, put some serious damage on their opponents. But yeah, he's got to maintain that walk. He can't be running. He got caught with the run earlier on in this duel here in the last round, and that's basically what got him. The locks, oh my god, dude, holy shit. The lock's ability to close the distance like that was very well done from AF50. I think you gotta remain patient, right? You keep that name lock, you throw the blade out there, and sure, it's gonna be slower than teleport, but it'll get you there, right? Like, it will close the distance pretty quickly, and that is exactly what Azan doesn't want you to do, especially in this case, right? Especially in this case. Very nicely done here from AF50. That's the type of pressure he needs to keep up. That blade warp, man. That's what's going to allow him to close the distance. That's what's going to force... Oh, my God. And just like that, man. Just like that. Big hits. Big hits, and it's over. Holy shit. Now, he might have an F weapon here. We might have to make a ruling about these. An official one. But that's doing some fucking damage, man. That's doing some fucking damage. Holy shit. Yeah, and you can see, though, so far, Lol Rage is getting in here, and he has landed some good shots. His accuracy is prime, just on point, just like this. But even with that, look at that. One hit, it's like half health. And he has got to play perfectly. All while AF50 has a 75% chance to block these shots. All of these arrows coming his way. There it is. Nice setup there. Amazing setup from Lol Rage, just evening the score in this level 30 duel. But you can see how tight that is, man. He's got to keep those arrows flying. He's really got to test the block of AF50 because 75% of those arrows they aren't getting through, right? So he's got to remain mobile. He's got to pick these walk down angles that keep his opponent guessing as to where he's going to be. And he's got to play that perfectly because if he slips up once, those locks that AF50 is delivering with the Blade Warp and with the Echoing Strike is just so powerful. You've seen the power. You've seen how heavy those hits are. And notice that faster run walk. A lot of faster run walk here on Lol Rages. And some of those arrows, though, can crit. Those arrows can hit pretty damn hard. As AF50 closes the distance, but he's going to need some big hits here. Great footwork there again from Lol Rages as he advances to 3-2 in this level 30 duel. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. If the Zon switches to Javs, you got to figure this is level 30 duels. So a lot of those shots are getting blocked. And you're getting bombarded with Echoing Strike if you stand still and just start either trying to jab or throw. I think Lol Rages is doing it perfectly here. You're better off to remain mobile. Keep the distance, remain running down. Sure, you leave yourself open to a hit, but it's better than just sitting there and taking them. But he has worked AF50 down quite a bit here in a flawless victory for Lol Rages from being behind to coming out 4-2 there. That was pretty savage. Holy shit. That was wild, boys. Lol Rages versus AF50. That was insane. All right, next up, we've got the LLD title bout of the evening. DD versus Foos. This one is going to be wild. Let's get in there. We'll see if these boys are ready. And let's check this out. I think they are. I think this is going to be Locke v Sork. I think this one's going to be nuts. I'm excited to see it, boys. Who's going to come out on top? Well, let's find out. DD, the LLD champion versus Foozer Man. This guy trying to be the double champ here. Let's see if he can do it. In this corner, we've got the challenger, Foozer Man, on this sorceress here, trying to be a double champ, but standing in his way is DD, the reigning, defending, savage LLD champion, one might argue the most dominant LLD champion of all time. Icy Dicey, this guy has experienced since the old days. Since the days of LOD. This guy is an OG, that's for sure. Look at this. I love this. He's using Miasma Bolt here and chains. This guy is an Abyss Lock. The first one, really, that I think we're going to see at this level in LLD. Look at this playstyle here. I love the Miasma Bolts. I love the chains. He almost certainly has Abyss here, which really is probably not going to hit as hard. Oh my god. Huge hits there, though, from the chain. It's probably not going to hit as hard as it does in HLD, and that's because you just don't have the points to put into enhanced entropy, making the radius of it absolutely insane. But here it is. We've got DD throwing down, and as you can see, this miasma damage is insane. That abyss, that was doing some damage there. Those chains are the big thing that Foozerman has to avoid if he has any hope of taking down DD. He's landing some big shots, though, with those fireballs. And now DD is in a little bit of trouble. I think Foozer is probably one of the slipperiest, most unpredictable opponents that DD might have ever had to go up against. He's so good at those locks. He's so good at those angles. And that is something, as someone who's played in LLD for a very long time, I think that level of accuracy, speed, and aggression is rare to see on an LLD. It's often not needed, right? It's often not needed, but when it's there, and when a player can do it, and especially when they have a class like this, it can reward them for doing it on the Sorceress. Man, it's dangerous. As you can see, DD throwing out those miasma chains and trying to create some invisible chains here for Foos and trap him in it. Try to get him to run into those chains. Nice shots there from Foos. Foos is in a lot of trouble here, though. He really has to watch out for the miasma chains. Holy shit. Close one, man. That was insanely close in that round. Wow. And we have the first win from an Abyss Lock in LLD right here, I think. Or I take that back. There was one last week that looked pretty impressive. But this is a whole different scene. This thing is wild, man. Damn, son. All right, here we go. Here we go. DD, reigning, defending, dominant DFC champion. Foozerman trying to take him down. Trying to be the double champ at the same time. LLD, HLD, but can he do it? Is the question. Big Abyss hit and a chain. He says, oh my god, that chain is insane, man. Once you get hit with that miasma chain, especially if it's a direct hit, if it's a name lock, you have to get off the screen. You have to break map distance from your opponent. Those things hurt so badly. I don't know why. Apparently it's still the same. It's the same in LLD. Those things are just insane. The damage is wild. Whether it's double, triple tick shit, whatever's going on, they fucking hurt. Nice shot though there from Foozer. Foozer has to kind of back up a little bit. He's got a little bit of rep life. He's going to try to play the distance game, but that can be dangerous too. You notice that DD is throwing out these miasma bolts, which are very interesting. That's a, oh man, nice hit with a chain there. The distance hit, maybe just like that. Those bolts have splash damage, and ironically, they move way slower than the fireballs. Like they are a pain in the ass. They kind of kick around a little bit. So it makes Foos kind of question as he goes in. Yeah, he's got both. He's got miasma chain, miasma bolt. He's throwing them both out there. The chain is probably what's hurting most. Foozerman got hit with a chain there early on. He got name locked with a chain. And when that happens, when you see that string, like that purple string attached to your character, you are fucked. You need to run. You just need to break map distance and come back in, because that is just going to continue to hit you. Yeah, bug damage, and as you can see, it's fucking crazy. Oh, my asthma, I should stop smoking. Yeah, it hits after you kill the Warlock too, yeah, it's crazy. They should delete Chain and figure something else out, yeah. Chain is weird. Chain is weird. I kind of like Chain, but it shouldn't be hitting like 3 fucking hammers when it hits, right? Like, it's so wild. I really like the concept of it, but look at that! That's literally 3 hams from an LLD right there. That's literally 3 hams that you just get hit on that one chain. He's got to break it. There it is. He recognized it that time. Had to get out, but that was some big hits. DD showing the power of this lock here. I knew we would see this, boys. I knew at this level, with a player like Foos and a player like Icy Dicey, the DD himself, I knew we would see the true power of the lock in this duel. And as you can see, that damage is just insane. Foozer has to remain mobile. And it looks like Foozer is still might be a little unfamiliar with some of the lock skills. With some of the, you know, the miasma chain. He learned quickly though. He picked up quickly that if he gets hit by that, he's got to go, right? You've got to break map distance. But now he's got to watch out for this circular pattern, this circular motion that DD is walking in. Because what he's doing is he's setting up a miasma chain and he's walking with it. And that will just cut you down if you get hit by it. Just like that, baby. Just like that. Gotta watch out for him. Holy shit, that's insane. If Warlock, delete. Primo. Primo with the logic. Solving it on a programming level. Saving people some time, you know? I think the Warlock is ult bug. Drops locks too much, really. I've seen that happen in PVM. But usually it's just because... I don't know. You might be actually correct. I've noticed it after launching Echoing Strike, and like do that enough times and try to enter like a doorway or try to open a chest. It's just like you can't click on it for a little bit. It's really weird. I know exactly what you mean. I've noticed it a lot in PVM Stadium. Setting up these chains, but Foozer man is getting a little more wise to him. I think if Foozer had like 1 point into Meteor here, he could really punish DD for setting up these chains and kind of punish him from far out. Nice cut there from DD. That damage is so wild. That is just so wild. And the interesting piece about the chains here is the new angles that you have to think about in PvP. As your opponent walks around this chain, right? It's kind of hard to pick up on what angle that chain is coming at, right? Like what angle it's set up at. And the bad thing is just like a lot of other attacks, it can be invisible when you come on the screen. So that's kind of the wild part about it. Yeah, Foozer backing off a little bit here. I honestly wonder how busted this build is with miasma chains and just... I mean, you could probably hunt down a Zon like that, right? Keep the name lock, close the distance, and just keep chaining, and oh my god, that's bad. Nice shots here from Foozer. This is incredible. This is exactly what he needs to do. Be very, very cautious of those chains, of those bolts. Nice shots again! And Foozer on the board! He says, okay, I can sleep at night. That first round was very close. But then DD advances to 3-0, and now finally Foozer man is on the board. 3-1. Still in favor of the reigning defending LLD champion. But Foozer man making some waves here. And holy shit! Boomer gifting a sub to Stadium. What a savage, man. Dude, thank you so much. Big cheers. Let's tip one back to him. Stadium, what a guy. Everybody's favorite Boomer, man. It's good to see you. You're always so generous, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, running into the chains is the big thing. If Foozer can literally not run into a chain, I know it's easier said than done. I think this is his duel. His accuracy, his speed is very quick. I think it's something that probably DD is not averagely used to. He's not used to seeing that in LLD. I think that the challenge here is if Foos can stay clear of those chains, not get wrapped up in them as his opponent is walking around with him. He's got to break that map distance now. Yeah, there it is. Smart one. That direct hit right there was just insane. As DD fires back with some miasma bolts of his own. incredible shots there. Ooh, direct hit. Boozerman wisely breaks map distance, and that time, it looks like it didn't tick at all. That chain didn't tick at all. I think they might be on sort of like a tick clock or something on top of some other damage. That could be part of the glitch. But that time it didn't do anything. That was a direct hit that didn't do anything. Feels good. Feels good if your Foos are there. You feel like you really got out scot-free on that one. Oh, that one though. That one did some damage. He wisely breaks map distance, but damn, you can see how quickly that can happen. DD also very good at grabbing those locks. Nice shots from Foos. Wisely escapes that chain. But these things are getting dangerous, man. It is so tough to even approach. Ooh! A great, absolutely incredible movement there from DD as well. This is a fucking duel, boys. Oh my god. Nice shot there from DD with the miasma bolt. Nice lock there from DD. Sneaky lock with that chain. And gets him with the chain right at the end. That's too bad, man. That was such a close round. Absolutely insane, though. Holy shit. That lock is so broken. Holy shit. That is so much damage. That is so much damage. Holy shit, dude. They need to fix chain. I feel like that skill is just busted, man. It's so bad. It's so much damage. Yeah, GG's. That was insane. As these guys show off some gear here, that's wild. Yeah, look at this. Great setup here for Foozerman. He's got himself a nice wand. Looking real clean here. I think, honestly, just, Foozerman was a little unfamiliar. Holy shit, look at that LLD amulet. That's fucking insane. And he's rocking a stealth for the faster run lock, faster cast, a rhyme with Abyss on it. Beautiful, dude. He is, what the fuck, that shit? Nah, that amulet is insane. That amulet is fucking nuts. But yeah, the peasant crown, yeah, that could be better, right? But still, like, look at this thing, man. 5 fireball, 2 socket wand. That's insane. Just imagine if that shield had, like, miasma chain on it or something. That'd be even crazier, man. That is just so wild. Wow, boys. What a fucking duel. That was insane. All right, boys. Well, up next, we've got Jits versus Green Lungs. Then, yeah, what a duel. That was good, man. Round of applause, virtual round of applause for that one, because that was a tough match. Something that Foos probably wasn't used to seeing, all of the horse fuckery that was going on in the moor there. As most of us really aren't, right? But he played very well. Great locks there. I think that that could have gone different if he would have known what to expect there, right? Like, that was wild. By the way, Bushy, holy shit, man. 48 months. Bro. What a savage. My guy. Thank you so much, man. Big cheers. A big cheers to you, brother. Really appreciate you, dude. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. 48 months. That's so wild. 4 feckin' years right there. 4 years, dude. We gotta update the Hall of Fame. Bushy. 4 friggin' years. That's insane. And what with 5 gifted subs as well? You animal. You animal. Bro, really appreciate you, man. What is this? Make sure, guys, let's tip one back to this guy. That is my boy, Bushy. We go way back. Big cheers to this guy. He's been beating my ass in PvP for years, all right? For years. But that ends as soon as I convert that goddamn Zon, all right? That ends. That ends. Big cheers, brother. Appreciate you, man. That's huge. Huge. Big bushy nuts. Fuck yeah, Bout. Who's after this, Cools? That's you, brother. Track Amp Sogi is up next, and we've got Young Squigs, Gators Foos, AF50 Nimrod. That's what we've got. That's what the queue is looking like. And by the way, Primo! 40 months! Holy shit, just right behind him, just like that. Huge Bushy fan here. Bushy is a fucking savage, man. The top Zan in the entire world, Zan v Zan. And that ain't where it stops, man. Talented individual. Bro, big cheers. Primo, thank you so much, man. Huge. Insert that Shaco with jaw, please. Come at me. Dude, hell yeah, man. All right, and this right here, this is back into the HLD division. We've got Jits switching it up a little bit. He's really going in for the teleport here. Jits will never not charge, right? He is a charger at heart, but you notice him doing it very intelligently here. He's got to really watch at the way that he charges around Green Lungs, because Green Lungs, when he has these blizzards up, if you're charging with these blizzards on the map, it's just asking to get hit by them. Just like that. You see that right there? Perfect timing. He had that blizz up, Jits charged through it. You're just increasing the amount of space you're taking up on the map, essentially, with a charge. Just asking to get hit with one of those projectiles. And Blizz fucking hurts, right? It's insane. The notorious Blizz sorts that, made famous by players like Doombringer and Lamp the Champ, right? Those guys, oh my god, and Jits gets in there with a charge. He's like, LOL, Blizzard, how about charge? I told you he will never not charge, that boy. The Din's getting the wins. Man, those Cold Sorks so hard to play up against, though, man. The Din really doesn't have a lot of good, easy matchups, right? This is certainly not one of those. The Cold Sork is a very tough one for a Din. You gotta be on point, you gotta be quick. You can't be flat-footed, right? You can't be flat-footed. Ban Blizz dorks, LOL. Crazy, man. What about Jits is up 1-0 in this epic Din v Blizz Sork showdown. Green Lungs, though, showing some sick prowess in so many different divisions. He's looking real clean. I mean, even when we saw him against Foos earlier, you could see just this guy has made some big waves, not just in Melee, where it all started, but stepping in to LLD, and now recently into HLD. And this guy, very rare to see a player that has the skill to pull off all of these things, knows all the tricks, knows all of the methods of play, right? And he's doing a great job here. He's trying to make Jits chase him and trying to set up some vicious traps. He knows he can't kick around too long, because if he does, that's when Jit's gonna get that name lock, just like that, and it's all over. One big hit. Just like that, man. That's why. You wonder. Some people say, oh, these Blizz Sorks gotta get in there. They gotta get these name locks and get aggro. Fucking LOL. That's what happens, right? That's what can happen. The blink of an eye, that's it. You gotta stay mobile. You gotta make your opponent chase you. You gotta set him up. Why does he open up the stats and skill screens? That's called CT casting. So when you open up one of these skill screens, like the skill tab or the stats tab, any sort of UI on either side of the screen, what you'll notice is that your character shifts to one side of the screen or the other. And that gives you slightly more leverage, slightly more distance that you can cast your spells. So whether that's teleport, if you're trying to catch somebody, or if it's Blizz, right? And you're trying to cast Blizz way further than you usually would be able to. They call that CT casting. Yeah, very common in PvP. Some speedrunners do it as well. When they, especially with tele staffs, as they're taking big tellies all across the map, a lot of times you'll see them open up their skill tab or open up their stats tab and drag their cursor past it. And that gives them way more leverage on their cast. They cover more ground with their teleport. Why does he charge, though? Look, you can never stop a charger from charging, Nim. Can't. You can put an Enigma on a charger, but you can't force a charger to teleport. He's got all of his wins with charge too. I mean, he's got all of them. Jits being very patient. You notice him kind of standing his ground a little bit. What he's trying to do is he's actually trying to dictate the pace of the fight. You notice that Green Lungs is kind of bouncing around a little bit. He's got a lot of happy feet running around here, making him chase him, right? What he's trying to do is just kind of stay in one spot and make it so that Green Lungs brings it to him a little bit, right? Tries to change the tempo of the fight. Very smart. Sometimes you charge, sometimes you let those charging feet stand right still. Smart. Smart. Probably a Zon more fun to level than 99, although the Sork is also pretty fun. But I enjoyed the Zon more to 99. Oh my god, from the brink of defeat, he gets there. Now 3-0 is Jits. That one was close. From the brink of defeat. Holy shit, man. 4-0 savage victory for the Jits as he lays it down. And they ask him why he charges. The answer is, because Dins get wins, baby. It's as simple as that. These guys showing off some HLD gear here. I love it. Look at that! Look at that weapon! He's got himself an E-Rep hammer with the new jewel in it. What is this noise? I don't think I've ever seen that before, man. Never seen that on a charger. He's got himself an E-Rep rare hammer with the new physical damage jewel in it. Get out of here. Get out of here. Never seen it. Wow. That's crazy. And that was a savage setup here from Green Lungs, too. Look at this. 4 facets in the 100 life 4 socket armor. He's got himself a Nature's Piece for the Oak Sage charges. That keeps him a little more safe, right? Gives him a pet that stands in the way of him and his opponent. 20/20 torch. I mean, really, really nice gear here. That's incredible. Look at that. Legendary mallet. Oh my god, that thing is insane. That thing is insane. Beautiful hammer. And look at that shield. It's just a regular Sacred Targe with 4 P Sapphires in it for the big cold res. That's wild, man. Holy shit. Yeah, Paladin definitely comes after them. That's not a fun one to level. One of the worst ones, if you ask me. Holy shit. What a great setup. What a great duel. Thanks for showing that off, guys. Great gear here as well. That is nuts. What a great duel. Unbelievable. All right, boys. We've got ourselves a death match coming up between Trackamp and Sogi as these guys throw down one of the most savage Din players of all time. Has himself a very unique challenge as he takes on Trackamp. This here is one of the most fearsome fire druids in the Bloodmoor. Trackamp is an absolute savage on this guy, and the druid enjoys a natural class advantage to the paladin. So what's going to happen is that Sogi will only need to win 2 rounds, and he will win the entire duel. Trackamp will need to win 4. It is still an uphill battle for the Din, but every once in a while you have these death matches that happen in the DFC. You have so many people sign up on certain classes, and sometimes the most fair matches are ones where people have mained characters that aren't necessarily fair to duel against each other. So that is what we reserve death matches for. They're very rare these days. I think the rule set is pretty good versus most of this, but Druid versus Din, never fun, never good, no matter how you slice it. Sogi is gonna, look at this, he's busting out the bow already. That's gonna change. That's gonna change how Track Amp approaches him, right? Track Amp's gonna come in looking for it. Sogi throwing the hams to throw off his opponent here as well. Those hams won't do a lot of damage, but what they will do is they'll burn some wolves. They'll burn a pet. They might even heal back Sogi a little bit with his life after kill. Any central map available? Good question, Jinshin. Check out the DFC chat and see if Primo has made a game. If he has, it would probably be in there. Or if anybody else has. That's where it would be. I don't remember anybody that made it though. 3 in fact? Oh shit. Three games in fact, Primo says. 3 are up. Primo's on it. He ain't fucking around. 3 central games up. What a savage. Another big cheers to Primo. What a good guy. What a guy. Big hits there for Sogi. So what's the deal? What's the deal with this matchup? How does Sogi win? How does Track Amp win? All right. Well, let me tell you. Sogi has an uphill battle. He is a smiter. He is certainly one of the best smiters I have ever seen play. He is very tricky. But his goal, ultimately, is to close the distance and smite his opponent. He has to fight through 3 wolf pets. He's got to fight through an Oak Sage. And most importantly, he's got to fight through Armageddons, Up Boulders, Kanos, Fissures. All of the burning hells coming down on him all at once. It's hard. It's extremely hard and rarely rewarding for him to close the distance. But that is what he must do. And what he's doing is he's staying on the outside, busting out the Widowmaker, and there's a couple of advantages that can give him. He very likely has Life Tap, which I highly suggest it against Druids. It just allows you to reset the duel if you tap on their pets, right? You reset, you rep to full immediately. That's how it is. He can proc that with the bow from the outside. He can proc Life Tap, get that curse going, and then he just heals, which is really good. That's huge advantage for him. Allows him to reset the duel, right? But what does Track Amp got to do? Track Amp on his Fire Druid has to remain annoyingly close to Sogi so that Sogi doesn't have enough time to bust out that bow. If he does bust out the bow, Track Amp is going to light him up with a volcano from a distance, right? He's not going to try to get too close. He doesn't want Sogi to get too close to him. He just wants to annoy him with this damage from the outside, right? It does add up. The more Sogi goes to chase him, the more the Armageddons come down and pay some big dividends. So he's got to be real careful. Yeah. That's a mod that these guys are using. Gotta spend 10k bucks on PvP gear, then you get gold cursor. That's what they should do. They should actually add that in. They should add a cursor color change. That would be so cool. You know how they do that with the Chronicle, with the rewards? I think that would be pretty clutch. Like cursor effects. Make it like light up and shine or some shit like that. Blink or something. So that you're like always know where it is on your peripherals. Peripherals. You can't say that word and not sound drunk, dude. In search of red bone spirits like D2PK used to have, that'd be sick, man. Yeah, I think that with this Chronicle, they have some big abilities here to like make some of these cosmetic changes that actually make a difference. That would be sick, Superdude. 100 PvP kills, cursor change, that'd be sick. And it would be a nod to the PvP community. I think that would be big. Sure, people could farm it, but I mean, whatever. You'd probably never get it in hardcore. Or maybe you could. Maybe you could get it. But it'd probably be less useful in hardcore, too. Like, it isn't like you're dueling a lot, right? Track Amp trying to stay on the outside. He's done a great job of lighting Sogi up from the outside here. Sogi, I think, is kind of... He's noticing right now he's got to kind of play the distance game and he's got to proc tap. Otherwise, I don't think he wants Track Amp to see the absolute devastating power that he has, the speed, the accuracy. I think he's actually kind of dialing it back here a bit because I think he got caught early on, kind of failed to get his feet under him. So what he's saying, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fire some arrows from the outside here. I'm going to try to proc tap. It's literally my only out at this point. It doesn't make any sense to get hyper aggro. You know, I'm just going to get ganked that way. I'm gonna look for it. That's what I'm gonna do. It might change the way that that Track Amp plays as well, and maybe it will give him his opportunity. But right now, he's gonna keep that distance. Yeah, I'll get all my 100 kills off from Stadium while he's AFK feeding Shelby. Damn, man. We've talked for a while about bear only in this matchup versus Dins, and I think it's actually... We might have to actually add that. It's so rare we see this, but I noticed how bad those wolves are. There was so many nice stomps that Sogi had. Great timing and all this. It's just so hard to get through the pets. It's crazy. Just made a mental note here, something to think about, you know. It's so rare we get to see this matchup. This is one of the matchups that's so miserable we try not to make it. So props to Sogi for surviving for so long and like landing some shots, getting some hits in there. Yeah, I agree, Alpaca. That'd be sick. Maybe they'll reach out to Stadium. Stadium's pretty close with those guys. Always submitting the top tier tickets right there. Maybe they'll reach out to him and be like, what do we do? Stomp Zeal with Exile, fight Gay with Gay. Gotta do it. Yeah, that's what you gotta do. Yep, get up in there, stomp Zeal, proc the life tap. That's it. Ooh! Nice closing to the distance there from Sogi. Sogi's got to be very quick when Track Amp gives him these opportunities, and the sad part is too that he's got to be quick, but he's also got to get through the pets, right? Like he's got to be extremely accurate. That cursor almost has to be in the perfect spot when he stomps. It is a tough life for these Dins out there. Oh man, almost had him puddled there. Beautiful up boulder from Track Amp. Track Amp is doing a great job of just lighting this more on fire, making it so hard, even when Sogi closes the distance, for him to just not take significant damage. Yeah. I would say the Firelock is probably the most balanced in PvP, but it certainly isn't, like, I don't think it's S tier. Who knows? It could be. Oh my god, and there it is. Sogi gets the life tap and some big damage. That's gonna turn things in his favor here. That's gonna turn things in his favor. And also what we might have, sometimes these duels go long, and if they do, what we can do is we can get AF50 versus Nim going. We have a couple in the queue, and if AF50 and Nim are ready, we can cut over to you guys. And I believe, what is it? Is it Lock v Lock and LLD? Is that the one I'm thinking it is? Yeah, that's a great breakdown, Foos. I think like Echoing and Fire are probably the I say viable only because they're not completely busted right now in PvP. But Fire, I would think Fire might need some testing, some work. I don't think anyone's taking it seriously. It is very one-dimensional though, is the problem. Is, you know, the Fire Druid is really good because it can do fire and physical damage. The hybridized damage there makes it so good in PvP. Like, so hard to resist. You can't just stack up your fire res and be okay, right? You've got to worry about two different things. With the Fire Lock, it's all fire damage. Right? Like, there's no tricks. Would be really cool if there was, like, small amount, if it was, like, half and half. If it was, like, half magic, half fire or something. And they, you know, didn't do a ton of damage with that, but, like, mixed it in a little bit. I think that'd be cool. So you go into the cold plains to Rebo there. Can't hate him for that. Gotta do it. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Oh, beautiful stomp there from Sogi, but again, fails to get through these pets. Holy shit, man. Closing the distance. Sogi is so good at that. But it's so punishing. It's so punishing against this druid. What Sogi's doing here is just waiting for his opportunity, waiting to see if he can get his opponent to come in and he can get these nasty locks just like that. That's what he needs. He needs his opponent to give him that opportunity to get in there, grab the name lock, close the distance, get a stomp. Hell yeah. But again, every time he tries, man, he's got to hope for that tap. That tap has to go off. As you can see, Sogi appears to be pretty low here. Sogi in some big trouble. Which is too bad after landing some nice shots early and a tap, you know? Feels bad. Thank you guys for grabbing the shrines in this game, also dumping down some potion pools here too. That's really cool, man. Appreciate you guys giving these duelers the fangs they need. Yeah, kinda. It's like a bunch of AoE damage a lot of times just all over the map. It's really hard to address. Dude, I think the build would be a little more balanced, especially in this matchup, without the 2.4 changes, right? If you could actually, when you stun a druid, you could just keep them locked like that. Oh my god, this would be a fun duel, I think. But so often they can get caught in these really bad situations and just get out of them, which is shameful. Shameful! These Dins didn't need any debuffs, you know? They certainly didn't. Alright, boys, well, let's get ready. I'm gonna take a quick cut over here to AF50 versus Nimrod, and we will bounce back and forth between these rounds here. These guys are getting ready to throw down in the LLD division. Lock v Lock. It looks like they're doing it in a pretty special place. At least I think, anyway. Well, hold on. Let's check this out. Failed to open this one. But uh-oh, what happened? Is this on my end? What's going on here? I can't load him. Oh no. Oh no. Hold up. Stop watching. Then we'll go. Oh. Weird. Is it like this for anyone else in the Discord? If they try to watch AF50 and Nim, or is it just me? We're gonna try to just watch Young real quick. It might be me. Weird. All right, let me see. We're gonna go back. Let's go back to the Sogi versus track amp while I get this figured out. Alright, let me see if I can get this figured out. Hardware acceleration is off. I can see the stream just fine. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna try to switch over again. Oh, we got it. I don't know why that worked. All right, we made it. We made it. AF50, I don't know what happened there. I was gonna go try to fix it, then it just started working. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Well, we got it, boys. We're here. If I go over to Nims, doesn't work for me. AF50s only. Alright, these guys are doing some lock v lock in the Chaos Sanctuary. Looks like Echoing Strike versus Echoing Strike. This is insane. Oh my god, what is this shit? He just caught him from so far off the map with a telly stomp in like that. That was wild. Or with a blade warp in. That was crazy. Let me see if I can switch over to Nims now. Nope, god damn. What is going on here today? Is there... God damn. I'm just getting fooked. That's what it is. Just getting fooked. Oh, we just tune into AF50s as he goes down versus Nim. Yep. You can't watch Nims either? Okay, alright. Alright, good to know. I was like, I remember at one point in time this happened to me and I was like, I can't remember what I did. I was like, I think I had to restart my computer or something. It's like, that's kind of a shame. Little bit of pixelation here, but I think it could be a Discord thing at this point with like with all of the crazy shit going on with streams right now. Fights are going good. Welcome in, Alonius. We are watching some low-level dueling lock v lock right now. This is level 30. These guys echo and strike back and forth versus each other. And this is just this is basically a who can close the distance and get some big shots on the other or trap them as they come in. Holy shit, man. And you can see how quickly this is over. You see how quickly it can end. This is wild. I gotta say, I love this setup. These guys are dueling in the Chaos Sanctuary here. Leave it to Nim. to duel in these absolutely wild areas here. And just to add some real cool cinematics to this PvP. I love it. Right now it's 2-1 in favor of AF50, I believe. Yeah, I think so too, Botta. It's really cool. Very interesting skill. I think we just saw Telly staff side there for AF50. I think he swapped to Telly staff side because he was maneuvering pretty quickly there. That was like more than blade warping. That was just too fast. Picking an angle there. Now it's twos between these guys. Absolutely insane, man, I gotta say. Yeah, high risk. It is high risk. It is a bit telegraphed, and I honestly don't think it locks. I don't think it, like, locks on. So, if you throw a Blade Warp and your opponent is moving, I think it goes to the last known location. Like, when you threw it, goes there, right? So, like, it's interesting. It's certainly not as good as Teleport,
Not enough mana.
but it doesn't have to be, right? Especially in LLD. Certainly doesn't need to be that good. Nice shots there from AF50 as he closes the distance. Nim's gonna have to keep it. I like his strategy. He's walking away and he's trying to bait AF50 into his echoing strikes here. Going back and forth as these guys trade, but damn, son, holy shit. Back and forth one hit just does 600 damage right to AF50's life total. That was on the backswing too. 2-3 now, 3 in favor of AF50. This seems like he who runs out of mana dies. Yeah, Echoing Strike seems to be pretty heavy on the mana too. But then again, I mean, look at this. The mana isn't very high in this build. It's like literally 250 for AF50 here. Nice shots there from Nim. Nim's going to be very patient, remain mobile here. These Echoing Strikes, nice cut there from Nim. Now turn it into threes, man. That's what it is. I think with Echoing Strike, especially in this matchup, I think you just have to pick your angle. South walking is big. Because those blades are basically going out in one direction. The only way you can change that is if you blade warp or move to a different direction and kind of change how the blades return to you. But they're only changing direction on the back pedal, right? So they're basically just going straight out and just doing their damage, right, in that one direction. Kind of predictable. And one might argue they're a little less dangerous on the backswing, right? Because that is allegedly, would have to, more testing needed. That is allegedly where AR comes into play, you know, more than it does on the first shot there. And there it is, man. Nim traps him, gets him at that angle, traps him in, and gets him. Holy shit. That was a good back and forth battle here, and especially with the newfound terrain in the Chaos Sanctuary. That was crazy. I love this, man. Leave it to these guys to do something crazy like this and go to these different maps. You'll love seeing it. And especially with a showdown like that, man, you can't beat it. These guys using some F weapons to chuck at each other right here. F Partisan versus F Becta Corbin. And other than that, oh, I gotta say, I think Nim's helm there is not actually like a Eldritch Skills helm. I think he might have converted one from a different class. And, you know, we can see the Peasant Crown on AF50. Very common among these locks. Both these guys using Stealth, it looks like. Yeah, 20 faster run lock, big damage, dexterity. Bet he wishes that was Strength, man, for this build. But yeah, I think both of these guys are on Stealth, which is just insane. Like, the fact that Stealth is in LLD, the faster run walk, the, you know, it always was in LLD, and there was, oh no, he's using Authority. Interesting. I love that, dude. You know, but we've seen Stealth on a lot of locks, especially with this setup. We saw it on the Miasma lock going up against Foos tonight. So wild. So crazy to see. Epic bout here in LLD, I gotta say. That was fun, man. I love the Authority The authority armor is really cool. Yeah, ran out of mana, dead. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what it was, man. I wonder if there's a way to keep that mana up. I wonder if there's a good balance. Maybe 15-12, so I wonder if that cuts into your damage a lot. All questions, man. I gotta build me an LLD lock. That's what it is. I finally converted my charger today, man. I think it's time we take it seriously. Damn, son, what a duel.
Bye.
As we try to dial back into Sogi here. Damn, we're getting trolled. We're getting trolled here. Trying to dial back into track amp, but also getting trolled. Well, what have we got, boys? Let's see what we can do. I'm going to try to restart Discord here real quick. Or just maybe disconnect from this and then restart it. Just rejoin the channel. And here we go. Let me see if this fixes it. Pop in. There we go. That seemed to fix it. Just had to disconnect from the channel, reconnect. If you wait about 4 or 5 seconds, it seems to load, okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna make an official ruling about the F weapons on the blade lock, but then again, I mean, the miasma lock seems to kind of be the kingpin, but I mean, we could always just ban that like we did Abyss if it gets to be a big problem, but so far it's looking okay. Who knows though? Who knows? We haven't seen many players like DD on it, and he was a savage on that thing tonight. That looks just miserable. But I mean, I think balancing one thing at a time, right? Like, I think Echo and Strike, there's probably no need of. It's already a big advantage. There's probably no need of a weapon being F. I think we should probably make a ruling about it. We probably will before next week. Miasma Lock is only okay versus Sorks and LOD. Everything else melts. No shit. No shit. Interesting. Yeah, it looked very, very powerful against your Sork Foos. I was like, man, that is fucking insane. I figured that probably an Echoing Strike would be too slow for the Sorceress. I questioned whether or not the Fire build would be a good one. Like, you kinda have the distance on them. Your mobility isn't as good, but like they can't really stomp you. You can just keep spamming the fireballs. I'm like, that seemed like it would be good too. But yeah, apparently that build is just really good versus Sorks. Yes, for different match, but I wanted it to showcase, show how broken it was. Dude, props to you for that, man. A big cheers, Foos. That's fucking awesome, dude. Discord's been messing up for me for the last 10 minutes. All right, good to know. Good to know. So, oh man, Sogi caught him there. Sogi caught him, did some big damage. He might have been charge locked there, and Track Amp trying to punish him for it. Oh my god, and down he goes, man. GG's. Just like that. He gets there. It's unfortunate to see those dins go down. Damn, son. Damn, son. Track Amp, why you gotta be picking on the dins like that? Why you gotta be picking on the dins like that? Don't worry, Sogi. We're gonna go back and watch the tapes, and we're gonna look real closely at this fire druid. And if anything looks fishy, don't worry. We're gonna get him right out of here. It's friggin' fire shaman hackers with their hacks and shit. Damn, GG's, boys. That was insane. All right, boys. Next up, we've got... I'll give you the heads up on the queue. We've got 2 left in the queue. Young versus Squigs, and then the feature match of the evening. Gators versus Foos for the HLD title. Let's check it out, boys. Young v Squigs. Let's see if we can get in there. Let's see if we can watch it. Oh, we're in. All right, no problems at all. Good stuff. Whew. You never know what's going to happen with Discord tonight.
The Order welcomes you.
Young on the Druid, Squigs on the Necro. This is going to be a classic NVD showdown. And damn, son, I am ready for it. I am here for it, boys. All right, I'm gonna get up, take a piss while these guys get this more flooded with some pots. Let's friggin' jam. I'll BRB.
The Order welcomes you. Good evening.
We back. Yeah, using wolves versus the smither. Damn, just say you hate Din's track. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I've made some notes about some things that we've seen tonight that we don't see a lot of. I remember dueling Poly a lot on the Din, and I was like, there's no need of wolves. You'll win it without them. I can't get through them. Fucking A, I'm shaking. Yeah, hell yeah. Sogi is savage, man. Green Lung's ready for melee. Can throw me in the queue, please? Absolutely, dude. And, yeah, we'll get you in there. Green Lung's melee. Green Lung's melee. And, you know what we'll do? We'll try to, depending on how long this goes, we might try to get it in there, man. We might try to watch 2 at once. How about this? Let's go after this round. Let's get a couple of rounds in, Green Lungs. If you're ready, let's jam it. What's the queue looking like? We'll throw you in there, Paulie. It's calmed down a little bit, I gotta say. It was, we've got young Squigs going on right now. We're gonna try to mix it up with Green Lungs. He's got a melee match. We're gonna try to mix that up after this round. And then we've got Gators v Foos. And then you're up, brother. Then it's you. Oh no, there he is. What's going on, man? Oh shit, oh shit. He has arrived. Max, where did you go? Max is running and hiding now that Ano's here. What up, guy? Good to see you, man. Messaged Max? GG. No reply yet? Uh-oh. Dude, look at this. So far, our boy Young Sack getting in here, delivering some sack to Squigs. Holy shit, I'm surprised Squigs survived that exchange right there. Beautiful name grab and stomp, so quick. And amazing double tellies here as well. Nice walk down from Squigs. Squigs might be low, but he's playing very well. This is wild. Holy shit, man. Young is on one tonight, man. He's got some insane locks, insane cadence here. And I don't know if I'm more impressed by these locks or the fact that Squigs is surviving at such a low life total. Those locks right there would have felled just about any other dueler. Just about any other necro. But the problem is the more that Young closes the distance like this and isn't punished by spears from Squigs, the more that hurricane is just ticking him down, right? So, and he's at that critical life total where that actually matters. Zach is very good for a quick caster, top smither too. No shit, dude. Yeah, he's quick casting it, bro. Yeah, holy shit, he's fucking quick casting it, bro. That is insane. Very nicely done. And one. Holy shit. All right, let's cut over. Let's get a couple of these going on at once here. We've got Green Lungs throwing down in the melee division. This guy. He's ready to get dirty. I think he's going up against... What was it? Who dat? All right, we're going to give this a little bit, see if it loads. This is Green Lungs versus the stand-in for Hasha. 22B Maddie, right? Is that who it is? Oh shit, we're gonna give it a little bit. See what happens. Oh! You were right, dude. You were right. Just gotta give it a little bit of time. Just gotta give it a little bit of time. 2-0 tonight, went 8-1. Shit, son! Hell yeah, Track. That's tough, man. Sogi's a tough opponent. It's a tough match for Din. But yeah, he's a scary one. He's a scary one, man. He don't make many mistakes. And here it is. I believe this is 22B Maddie on Alpha. And Green Lungs on the Fury Druid. These guys throwing down in an epic back and forth battle in Melee. One as old as time in the Melee division. And it looks like Maddie's starting off with one win, making it 1-0. Holy shit. 6 and 18, that's not bad. There's room enough for a win in there, you know? Hey, that's awesome. Sneedles, glad you're liking it, man. Glad you're liking it. Big cheers to you, brother. Welcome in. Yeah. Yeah, he seems like an insane dueler. Alright, and so far... It says, Oak did you dirty. So far, it's Green Lungs is down 2 versus Maddie, who's a stand-in for Hasha. Hasha was converted to ROT dubs, which is I feel bad about because we announced the conversion to ROT dubs, and then with Melee kind of switched back, right? Holy shit, close duel between those guys, but now Green Lungs getting on the board 2-1. Still in favor, though, of 22B Maddie. Wild, dude. Alright, boys, let's cut over. Let's cut back over to Squigs here real quick. Young Sack v. Squigs. See how this one's going. Squigs doing way better in this round right here. He is, he might be low. Hard to tell. We're gonna have to get a good name check as he goes in. Something tells me that won't take long with Sack. This guy is insane. But Squigs has learned the cadence. He's learned his opponent here. And he's scored some shots. Yeah, Squigs is at about 30%. Certainly not Hurricane PK. But he's getting low. He's been hit a bit. He's so quick. Look at how quickly he's just dodging out of the way of these NATOs. He's gone. By the time Sack locks right onto him, he is gone. Man. Holy shit. Incredible stomp there, though, from Sack. This guy is something. Let me tell you. This guy right here is something. Young Sack looking clean, dude. Beautiful stomps. That is insane. Very good round by the looks of that as well. Just a back and forth, man. Let's pop back over to the Green Lungs as he throws down. Looks like he got another win versus 22B Maddie. Now 2-3. Looks like in favor. He might have got a couple of them. Looks like it might be in favor of Green Lungs now. He might have turned the tides on this. All right, yeah, GG. Thanks for the heads up, Ono. Sorry about that, man. I saw him here earlier, but I
I can't carry it.
Schedules didn't line up tonight. GG's, man, and a big buffet for you, brother. I can't wait to see that one. I think it's going to be clean. Holy shit, big hits from Green Lungs, and 22B Natty's in trouble early. Almost came back from it, though. What is this? Green Lungs now establishing a pretty dominant lead here. Let's kick back over to the Young Sack versus Squigs duel. Squigs off to an amazing start in this round, though. This is the legendary duel. They say the fairest duel in history. Now, how that will shake out, how that will pan out with the changes in ROT dubs, with the new boots, all of the new items, it's interesting. It's an interesting one. Time will tell, right? I think this duel is slightly in favor of the Druid anyway. The boots probably push it a little more in that direction. You know, the Horizon's legacy with the magic resist on them. However, time will tell. Squigs is an absolute savage Necro player. Also very good on many classes. The Sin, the Druid. This guy's showing prowess on many of the FPK classes. But tonight, I think there's an unsung hero on the battlefield here, and Squigs is noticing it too. I think Squigs is really playing at the top of his game here. He's landing some nice spears. But I think he noticed right away, this guy ain't no chump. This guy, he's coming in here like a bat out of hell. Insane locks, insane movement. Look at that. You see how quickly he just grabbed that lock, returned the cursor to the center of his screen, and held down teleport. Or in his case, spammed teleport, right? With the quick cast. I think that's crazy. Crazy cool. But that is also something in PvP that it's a difficult mechanic to master, but certainly one that when you get familiar with it, it brings your PvP game up so many levels. And that is being able to not only grab a name lock on your opponent, but quickly return your cursor to the center of the screen. That allows you to tele-lock them, right? Like you can hold down right click, and wherever they start running to, you're going to keep tellying right down on top of them, right? And that's because your cursor is right there in the center of the screen. But also, when the time comes to go, when the time comes to grab that name lock again, your cursor is right there, right? So then, all the subtle movement, the next level of that is the subtle movement around all of the obstacles in the moor. And that requires you to pay attention to where your opponent is teleporting. It gets pretty insane. But what you can do is if they're teleporting past a wall or teleporting by a puddle, moving your cursor over slightly to keep the tele lock is like next level shit. You know, I'm telling you, it seems simple, just returning the cursor to center screen like that and keeping a lock, but there is so much to it. There is so many fine details that require so much practice. In fact, I still remember the days when Maddie and Joby were trying to teach me these things as a younger noob back in my day. And what we did was just practice locking each other, no attacks, just locking each other and holding teleport through the moor, much like you see going on here. Squigs just won a minor league NVD tour. I'm so proud, bro. That's awesome. But you knew he was gonna. From the day you met him in that pub game, Primo, you knew he was gonna. You trained him up. You trained him up. You saw his potential. And now look at him. Yeah, man. Yeah, you practice chain telling all the way up to CP. Cold Plains waypoint, and then you just fucking jam. Holy shit, what a stomp. What an absolute duel, man. Holy shit. That is insane. And especially some big accolades here from Primo saying Squigs just won a nice an NVD tournament as well. That's huge. That's huge, man. That's speaks real big volumes for Young Sack there. Wild. All right, let's cut back into this melee duel. Big cheers to those guys. Epic bout. Young Sack is looking good there, dude. Wow, I cannot believe that. That was wild. What a way to debut. What a way to come back, right? That's crazy. And now it's sixes between these guys. 6-6 tie game in this melee match. Just to give you the heads up next on the queue, we've got Gators versus Foos. If y'all are ready to throw down, your fight is right after this, and then we've got Poly. we've got the Polytheist versus the Squigs. And that one is going to be a throwdown as well. Squigs on the Sin. That's going to be nuts, man. And here we go. 22B Maddie on the Din. Green Lungs on the Wolf. And how will this one go as these guys throw bows at each other at point blank range like this? It looks like, ooh, my God, close round. But Lycan, aka Green Lungs, gets there in this round, now pulling ahead. Yeah, I think Druids were causing DCs before then, but it certainly got worse when Reign of the Warlock came out. Really? So his prowess on the Smiter with those circling tellies really transitions well into aggressive Druid play. GG. It really does, man. Like, you can tell. And, you know, it's rare that we get to point something out like that as an example. Toshank is really like the only other person that so clearly does it as he's following people around, right? Recentering the cursor and just slight circular movements as you're telly chaining someone. It's such high-level shit, man. This is the stuff that I think that when an expansion is added to a game and a whole new character class comes into play, that is certainly never thought of, right? It's, I think that there's some piece that's forgotten along the way where there's a subsect of people that think the game is all about gear, and it really isn't, right? It's just really never has been. It's a cool component, but it's not everything. And, man, it's times like that just show it, right? He says, it's cool that whenever Coooley kicks over, he's like, it shows me losing. All right, yeah, we got to kick over to 22B Maddie's stream over here so that we can give a chance to Green Lungs. Like, holy, he's getting the short end of the stick here. And guess what? His back is against the ropes, boys. His back is against the ropes. He's going to have to pull it out. A little bit of pixelation here. Oh my God, and just like that, 22B Maddie puts him down. This wolf, this paladin picking on that wolf droid. We tried, Green Lungs, we swapped the streams. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Oh, never mind, hold up, let's go back over here. It's 22B Maddie who's got his back against the ropes, my bad. A bit of a miscount there. Holy shit. GG's, man. And just like that, Green Lungs pulls it out. 10-7 victory. Absolutely wild. Violence.
Nothing will stand in my way.
As these guys go into the trade screen here to show off their melee gear, we get to take a peek at what makes these guys tick. And what an absolute savage setup here. Yeah, and you can see we were talking about this earlier, the 45 lifers in Green Lungs inventory. Mainly that's what he's rocking, man. 45 life shape-shifting charms, with the small charm inventory kind of making up for other things, whether it be faster hit recovery breakpoints, AR, with 36 20s. There's a lot of different options there. That's most often where any swaps come from. Most of the swaps are made prior to the duel based on your opponent, really. On the Fury Druid, it seems, with rarely any swaps in between. Look at this, man. Phoenix as well. Jesus. Looking clean, dude. Looking clean. Fort Phoenix. It's an interesting matchup where Fortitude and Phoenix are allowed in the Druid versus Din matchup. And it's really cool to see because those two classes, based on the diversity of melee, have had those items banned versus other classes, right? They're just too oppressive. Those two builds just take off too much when they use those against other things. Look at those gloves, man. God damn, those are cute. Cute gloves. 15-15 with AR and 20 IAS. God damn, son. Yeah, 36 20s, 320 5 to make up for the faster hit recovery break points there as well. That's insane. Wild. What up, Calvi? Welcome in, guys. If Warlock, then delete, right? Thank you for trade. Yep. Droid out, Warlock in. Oh, yeah. And a big puff ape cheers for you, brother. Hell yeah, dude. You did well, man. It was crazy close. Back and forth. Epic melee match between these guys. And you guys know what time it is. It is time for the HLD title bout of the evening as these guys get ready to throw down in the fairest duel of all, NVD, with everything on the line. In this corner, we've got the return of GoGators, and this guy is on a Necro here tonight, going up against the Foozer Man. Foozer Man is on the Druid. We are seeing another NVD matchup here tonight, and look at this. Interesting play here. One of these guys is rocking an Abyss. I would guess it's probably Gators. Oh my god, dude. Down goes Foos, and Gators showing how it's done on this Necro. Just like that, man. That was looking clean. He goes, Abyss sucks. So it looks like possibly Foozer Man was trying to use Abyss there and trying to get Gators locked into place with Abyss. But in my experience, that is a very hard thing to do. It's extremely hard to, because of the 2.4 FHR changes, I think, it's hard to like land an Abyss that stuns your opponent and actually get a stomp, a profitable stomp out of it. I haven't really seen it happen a lot. And part of that might be because of the changes. The other part might be because that without enhanced entropy, the radius on Abyss isn't really that busted. You know, it isn't really that good. So it doesn't really suck your opponent in from a great distance, which is kind of a shame, really, that, you know, after putting that O skill on such a really cool item, I feel like it has so much potential, but that radius is just so bad for other classes. Unless you're a lock and you can put points into enhanced entropy, it's not really going to do much for you, which is unfortunate at this point. I think that's what they were it originally was, but these guys decided to go NVD. Nice shots there. Oh my gosh, and now Gators is in trouble. Gators making a big comeback here. This guy recently joined back in the DFC, and I gotta say, he's looked clean, man. Just gone undefeated ever since stepping up, and now he's got the toughest of the tough competition, and he's looking clean already, I gotta say. Like I said, I think Necro is slightly disadvantaged in this, but it really all depends. As you're seeing here tonight, two very, very top-tier players going up against each other. Fast locks, CT casting all around the place. And what you're going to see here when Foozer Man comes in, you're going to see GoGators just immediately looking for those locks. And you notice right there, he didn't get it. So what he did, he didn't fuck around. He didn't wait for Foozer to come in and stomp him. He just got out. He went for the lock. He missed. And that's a clear sign he needs to get out. He's in trouble. Those are the mistakes that Foozer Man is looking for him to make so that he can capitalize on for him. But GoGators not trying to give him any windows to do so. So far, though, the Foozer Pam, he's done some work, but shit, son, GoGators is on fire. He says, oh my god, it hurts so much. So much. Holy shit, whatever he's done here, it's big. Because of the boots, the Necro kind of caught a damage nerf, and the data would suggest the duel was already in the favor of the Druid, even before the expansion. So because of that, I say it's probably in favor of the Druid here. But that being said, so far, Necro player is up. Gators off to a really good start versus Foos. Foos has had an incredible run here so far at the top, and he's trying to hold on to that. But Gators coming out of the woodwork, back in the DFC. This boy took a little bit of a hiatus here, had some things he had to deal with IRL, and I don't mean that to sound bad. All good stuff, man. And holy shit, he is back, and this guy is on fire. Looking clean. Holy shit, 3-0 so far versus the Foozer, man.
The Order welcomes you.
Foos is in trouble with his back against the ropes, man. And you know exactly what that means. Foozer in some trouble here, but let's look and see. Let's pop over to his standpoint. Give it a little bit to load. He might be going to the stash, might be making some swaps here. Foos is using Abyss is crazy. Yeah, I think so too. I think it doesn't belong on a Druid. $6.8k spear damage is wild. Yeah. All right, we might have to kick back over to the Gators. Foos with his back against the ropes. Or I'm sorry, these guys swapped it up. That was just FT3. That was just FT3. Okay, I get it now. All right, back to it, Bill. Never mind. These guys are doing no champ advantage, I think is what they agreed to. Let me look at what they agreed to over here. Let me revisit what's going on here. So as we know, yeah, so mirror no champ advantage is what it is. And leaning into the DFC rules, Druid with Coven plus Void, no Raven. So they're doing Druid with Coven and Void, no Raven. Necro 20 Spirit and Magic Wand Necro. So they're doing Magic Wand with a new jewel, all of this. I would imagine the Druid has the boots on. I would imagine they went that route. Yeah, because otherwise, like, there would be no reason for 20 Spirit and all of that. They probably wouldn't agree to it. Holy shit, though. Now Foos trying to turn the table. See, what these guys did in the meantime here is they switched classes. They went FT3 on the first set of NVD. And that one, GoGators pretty dominantly took it on the Necro 3-0. And now what Foozer has to do, since these guys said no champ advantage, Foozer has to go 3-0 on the Necro as well. If GoGators gets one round here, it's over. If GoGators on the Druid, on the build that made him famous, on the build that he mained in his first journey to the top in the DFC, that is what Foozer Man is staring down the barrel of right now, is GoGators on probably the most savage build we've ever seen him on. He's going to have to go 3-0 to tie this up. But I think even if champ advantage was in play here, this is an uphill battle for Foozer. This is an uphill battle for him for sure. Yeah, I think that's the way to go, Larry. Like the magic wand with the new jewel, definitely the way to go. I mean, you got to fight back against the boots, but also it gives a nice little boost to magic damage. I think it's very interesting, the Druid being on Void. Very interesting there. Void and Coven. Yeah, I really don't think Abyss has a place, unfortunately. It seems so promising with that new rune word. Just the big problem is, man, there's no radius on it. It would otherwise be pretty sick. It would otherwise be a really, really cool weapon. Nice NATO there from Gators. This one is very close. Really could go either way. Gators trying to close the distance here, getting clipped. His bear's getting clipped at least by some spears. Gators probably 2 spears from death. Who knows though, because those spears are doing 6.8k. That's going to be a heavy hit if it pierces the Oak Sage first. This is nuts though. What a duel. The HLD crown is on the table here. Boozerman with his back against the ropes. It's literally... Gators needs 1 win here. He knows it. He knows it. You know what, Bill? Cue it up. Cue it up. That's it, yeah. Boozerman really does have his back against the ropes here. He needs to plant those feet under him, get back up. Oh my god, and there it is. Down he goes, and that is it. Gators takes it for a triumphant return to the top on the Wind Druid. The first Wind Druid main to return to the DFC and start kicking some ass. Although this guy also quite prominent on a Necro these days. Hell yeah, man. What an epic duel between these guys. And new DFC champion, GoGators. Wow, man. Welcome back. Damn, son. As these guys showing off some gear here, too. I love it, man. Yeah, so it looks like those boots, definitely big. There's that Coven we were talking about, man. That really is a Druid helm. That was just meant for a Druid right there. There's no way around it. That thing is just... That's clean. That's a clean Druid helm. And look at this. Some Bull Cathos, the good old Void up in there. Yeah. What an epic bout, dude. Holy shit. Wow. Great back and forth between these guys. I do think we got Polytheist up in the... Oh, yeah. He's up and jamming. Let's kick over. I think these guys are going to finish the set. Get some reps in here. But damn, boys, GoGators is back. That is fucking heavy, man. That is heavy. New champs, the GoGators. Damn, son. Damn, son. All right, we're going to try to kick over to Poly. I might have to disconnect here and then reconnect. Let me see. Polytheist. Well, still not working for me. Let me pop this out. We'll give it a minute. Foos says give it a minute, and it will usually fix it. We'll see. Oh, those were no magic boots? Okay, no magic boots agreements. That's interesting. Well, no wonder the shit hurt so much, man. I don't know why we would have all of the other shit, the new Jewel and all of this 20 Spirit if we're just gonna jam on. We're not gonna jam the boots. When in doubt, exit out. I tried. Yeah, here we go though. We just gotta give it like 10, 20 seconds and it'll eventually come in. Looks like I might be facing GoGators next week. Sheesh, I'm sketched. Damn, son. That GoGators is a savage, man. He really is. Looks like Montriana and myself will have to duel off stream or next week. Are you guys ready to throw down now, Kyle? Were y'all waiting? We might be able to get 2 in at once if y'all are like ready to go, or you just haven't heard from him. Oh no, this is the Fire Druid. This is the man, the myth, the legend, the Polytheist himself. This is the new best Druid build, man. It has been shown and proven over time. This is indeed the new PvP Druid build that just does the best. It's wild. It certainly doesn't have the big KO damage that the Wind Druid has, but it's got something. It's got matchups, that's for sure. All right, it looks like these guys are throwing down here. Polytheist kind of looking to find his distance here with Squigs. Squigs lighting him up with these traps, though. Polytheist was trying to come in there. He was trying to close the distance, trying to sneak up on Squigs, trying to get those big hits in at real close range, but Squigs had some nice traps set up. What Squigs is going to do, he knows this duel. He knows it. What he's going to do is he's going to keep his distance. He's going to lay these traps, and he's going to get Poly to run into it. He's going to test that range of Polytheist. He's going to turn this into a real duel. As he should, right? As he should. You kind of have to. Squigs knows if he doesn't do it, if he doesn't do that, this could end very quickly for him. He could use a new minus Fizz Hammer. Druid gonna be strong. Yeah, I think so, man. There's really no restrictions yet on the gear in DFC, like the new gear. You could use Sunder Charms, right? Like the Necro could use Sunder Charms. So I think the boots are just a must. As people get better gear and as builds get better, I mean, hell, even in this matchup right here versus Squigs, Poly could use a Sunder Charm. Right, for like even more added fire damage. I think this build gets even better with the new items. You could also use the new Jewel for even more fire damage. Like, it's kind of crazy. I think the Fire Druid could actually kind of get to that point with the right gear of like having pretty savage shit. The only thing with the Jewel is it kind of requires a very specific setup, and Coven is so good. It's hard to lose that 20 cast. You could, though. I wonder what the damage would look like if it would actually be better with a 222 open socket and that Jewel, or if Coven just beats it out. Who knows? Yeah, just what the Fire Doo-Doo needs, more damages. Honestly, I think it would make the duels faster. So, honestly, I'm all for it. The other thing that the Fire Druid could do, though, is he could use the physical Jewel. Like, that's another thing. That's another thing to throw in there too, right? He could use the physical Jewel. Doesn't even necessarily have to be the fire, and I think that's what Poly has for certain setups. Yeah. There's a lot of options. I'm curious to see where all of these builds go. I feel like it's a very transformative time for with this expansion. As it stands right now, Warlock is just, I mean, it's so busted that it just doesn't have a place in PvP. It's like I call it the baby build, where like, literally, you could be a baby and just beat everybody in PvP. It's just so overpowered that it's not even fun. But real PvP, I think a lot of people are just not deferring to the Warlock anymore, right? Like, it is cool. There are some people that sign up, and this is not to take anything from good lock players. We've seen some incredible lock players, like Max. Super fucking like the ingenuity of this guy is insane. His build design is fucking wild. It's so crazy, so good, right? But like, he's not gonna lose to anything. You know what I mean? Like, and he literally threw all his charms out in his inventory. It wasn't like he replaced his grand charms, his skiller charms, with something else. He literally took them out of his inventory in the last duel that he was in. And it was just a shit show. Damage was insane. Like, you couldn't approach him. It was the Blood Boil build. It was fucking crazy. You know, so it's like, he has no bad matchups with that. No bad matchups with that. Abyss, obviously, is just straight ban. Doesn't really have any bad matchups. Miasma Chains are obviously devastating, but they don't really make for fun matchups, if you ask me. I was in one with Track Amp and I felt like my outs, it wasn't really that fun. Like, launch a chain, I can't really push the pressure, but I can set up stupid chains in the more and hope you run into them. You know, it's so wild. Right? Nice setup there from Squigs. Doing some nice damage exchanges here. I like this. Squigs has the better of this duel so far, but as we know with Polytheist, the lower he gets, the more cautious he plays. the more he tries to utilize this distance, get these chip shots from just on the outside. That's how it all shakes out. Very nice setup there again from Squigs. And I think Poly probably has a helm with some big IDR on it, and that will prevent a lot of the damage from the Mind Blast. Yeah, Master is allowed versus Fire, yep. It's versus the Wind Druid. It was changed for Fire because... mainly because of data, like the Sins just weren't winning. But also, it doesn't really make any sense because the Shadow Bay was banned or against builds that need to close the distance, and it just inherently prevents them from doing so. Just AI preventing them from closing the distance randomly, like a Barb or a Din or a Wind Druid, right? Like, all the builds that really do need to close the distance on a Sin, no matter how you slice it, and they just so often can't, because random fucking Mind Blast from Shadow Bay. Yeah, I think it's super fun in pubs, and I think if you want to BM pubs, it's like the new... it's like an Oridin that's actually good, right? Like, or... busting out an Oridin in pubs used to be like super BM, but it was very easily beatable. It was just that annoying person that was like, didn't really know how to duel. So they were like, I'm just going to use an Oridin. And then, you know, to some degree, it was the people that loaded up multiple accounts and used Mosaic Sins in PvP. It's like the same people, essentially. But the difference is the Warlock is like, there's no drawbacks to it. You don't need like a second account to keep your charges up or something. Like, it's just devastating damage all the way around. Like, Abyss is so broken in that regard, but also it very well could be like that with the demon skills too, with the Blood Boil build. It doesn't have many bad matchups. The shots there, Poly very cautiously approaching Squigs. He's actually landed some big shots here. Being very opportunistic. He's actually... Squigs was ahead on life here, and this is what Poly does to you. This is what he does to you. You get that early lead, and the hardest part is finishing Poly. That's the hardest part. As soon as he gets low, it's like this level of caution is what he's using. He's looking for Squigs, he's approaching him, but he's walking. And the reason he's doing that is because Squigs can lay traps, right? And if he keeps tellying around the moor, he can telly into these weird traps that have been set in these, like, extremely far off locations. So, for example, Squigs can lay down traps, and then he could walk to the cold plains. And those traps, as long as he doesn't teleport, those traps will stay there. Even if he's in Stony Field, those traps will stay there. And they will go off, and they will have the ability to kill his opponent. So they technically have the longest range of any character in the game. And Squigs is certainly doing that. He'll set these traps, and knowing that Poly is walking, trying to find him in the moor, he's trying to get him to run into these off-color traps, essentially, like way out of left field. And that's why Poly doesn't just willy-nilly telly around the moor, because if he does that, he's probably where it looks like it's clear. There's probably a ton of traps there, and he's gonna run into some big problems with Squigs. Yeah, there's nothing you can do, right? You can't counter it. Like, if you max out the enhanced entropy, the range on it is so large, it's like there's nothing you can do. You can't dodge it, you can't weapon block it, there's nothing you can do. Yeah, he's got to do it. Defensive play is basically where... You notice how Poly is he's always looking, right? He's looking from a distance, but it isn't like he's running around hoping shit randomly hits somebody, right? Like, Poly has to keep pressure. because in a real duel like this, right, where people rep to full, a build that does this like kind of chip damage can't let his opponent have distance, right? His and Squigs is not gonna go looking for Poly, right? Squigs is gonna back off and hope Poly looks for him. So Poly is these types of duels. Anything with a fire druid is usually a mid to long range duel. It's just how it happens, and usually with those types of builds, you just have long duels. It's just how it is. Yep, they are certainly longer duels, though. Oh, nice Mind Blast there from Squigs. Following up with a Fire Blast here, too. And Poly with some name locks of his own, trying to return fire with a Kano. Very nice setup here from Squigs. This is where it gets really heavy. This is where the duel just gets intense. Neither player really wants to be right on top of the other, right? For so many reasons. Poly wants to avoid the traps. Squigs wants to avoid the Kanos. And the Kanos come down quicker, so Squigs, he's kind of in a lot of trouble here. He has to utilize those CT casts. He has to utilize those sneaky traps. Poly sees it as only a matter of time, right? Poly knows it's a matter of time. He's gonna get him. Squigs needs to get really tricky. P-Wah, what's up, dude? We're gonna re-gearing with Void with all my calcs. If I can get 15% damage Sunder, I can have 9k spirits. Wild. Yeah. Best be wearing those Horizon's Legacy against Superdude. That's insane. Yeah. It's so wild, dude. It's so wild. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to tell. One bad telly eats 5 stacks and it's over. It's hard for Squigs to CT cast a trap on Poly, because if he goes into CT distance, Poly also has CT Kano. So it's very dangerous for Squigs. Squigs has like kind of one option here. Yeah, I was gonna say he has one option here. He needs to just lay traps and hope Poly runs into him, and Poly is playing very cautiously not to do it. That's so wild, Superdude. That's like flying hammers across the moor. That's so crazy. Yeah, that's so crazy. Those are basically heat-seeking hammers right there. That's too bad. The Din really needs buffs. Din and Barb. Like, at this point, there's just no way around it. I hate to say it, but they needed buffs before the expansion. And now, with all of the magic res gear and all of this shit, they need even more. It's like, literally, it's to the point where they've buffed so many other classes that Necros are shooting Bone Spirits at heavier damage across the moor than the Din's hammers. Which I don't think is necessarily a healthy thing as it is, but it's like, alright, well, I guess we've opened Pandora's box and you can't close it anymore, you know? Spears will be pushing 8k, that's nuts. 7.2 is with max block and very little plus skills. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Yep, 100% necessary. Gotta have them and gotta have perfect rolls. Score here is 1-0 Poly. I telestomped one on my Vita VT and got one-shotted. I'm like, well, that's broken. Yeah, it's crazy, man. You're talking about a Necro? Yeah. Like, if you get decked out, you can have, like, the new Geed's Wager and shit, minus magic res. The Necros can pretty efficiently fight back against the booths. The Din really can't do it. Like, the Din has no real reasonable way of fighting back against 30 magic res on his hammers. Granted, they might still do between 1200 and 1800 damage, depending, you know, but that's really not much. On a lower life druid like this, that's like 5 hammers, you know, which is wild when you think about it. You should expect that from like a 8k life druid or something. You want to know score, buddy? Me 1, Poowa 0. Oh shit! Oh shit! You're easy. Get wrecked, GB. GB Titan versus Poowa. When? When? Let's fucking go. What if plus all res boots boosted the boots plus magic res? If all plus res boosted the magic. I mean, you could. The Din can have a lot of gear that has minus magic res on it, but it pigeonholes him into all that gear to fight against one pair of gear, like one pair of boots. So it's like he can't really efficiently do it. He needs so many swaps. So his damage is gonna get dilapidated pretty significantly. But I don't know. It's just, it's such a weird time. Like, more Sunder Charms need to be found. Perfect Sunder Charms for PvP, you know, like, we need more gear to surface and more builds to be tried. More brokenness to be had, I think, in PvP to really witness the true effects of these new items. Oh, I see what you mean. What if plus all res boosted the boots? I see what you mean. It is a res, but I think it works a little differently. Like, in all of the codes, like in all of the coding, nice job from Squigs there. Nice setup. Great Mind Blast. Yeah, that was insane. That was an insanely good... he caught him. He caught him right there. And was ready with the Mind Blast. That's what he's got to do. That was insane. 1-1 for these guys. Yeah, I think it works differently because in all of the coding for that, if you ever, like, pull up, whether it's in Hero Editor in the old version, or if you take it into the new browser-based Hero Editor, if you add all res to something, it secretly adds fire, lightning, poison, and cold. Doesn't add magic res. Yeah, indeed. We need Sunders, Jewels, we need Life Skillers, all of that stuff just to counteract the boots. It's crazy. The boots were a little much. I think if it was like 20 magic res, it still would have been a lot, and still kind of would have been crazy. But like 30 is just... The hammered in is dead. Yeah, it's been, I mean, I made an item in single player and uploaded the character, ROT dubs, to a Hero Editor browser-based version, and all res behind the scenes is fire, lightning, cold, poison. So I would assume that all res online does not give to that. And in testing, it also wouldn't seem like it does that. Asians using Void is Sag. Like, they do get a bit of a damage boost from it, and you can get, like, your hammer damage to be a little bit higher, like, quite a bit higher with all of the new buffs and shit. But, the Sag part is that the Abyss skill doesn't really... It's not as good as you would think. It doesn't even do a lot of damage on a hammered in. Like, you would figure it would. Because, you know... But then again, I've never tried it with, like, a new Sunder with, like, plus to magic damage. I haven't tried it with a new Jewel. It might do enough. I really doubt it, though. Yeah, I think so, too. Void is a Necro rune word, if anything. just because the Bone Necro gets so much buffs with all of the items. And yeah, I think without the radius of Abyss that you get by using it on the Warlock, it's just kind of ass. Like, if the radius of Abyss was about 3 times what it was on other classes, it might be a good skill. Like, it might be an incredible O skill. But splitting up the radius with an entirely different skill that is not an O skill on that item, fucked it right up. Bad call. Oh yeah, 40 FCR plus 15 damage is greater than white. Sure is. Sure is. Yeah, just the damage alone gives you a pretty good boost, but using the Abyss skill, I think it's just a little clunky right now. It's no other. I think that no perfect word, no more perfect word to fit that. Clunky. It doesn't do what you think it would do. You would think that by strategically casting Abyss on your opponent, you could kind of lock them in place, like suck them into the Abyss and lock them in place for a second so that you could get a stomp. But it just doesn't work that way. You might be able to do that if you have a perfectly placed Abyss that's off-center of a name lock, which is, like, not reasonable to do. But even then, I don't think the stun length is good, because even then you still have to get a perfect pixels at the right distance with Abyss to get a very small stun that you might be able to use, you know? It's like not... And even then, you still have to then get a name lock, telly on your opponent, and do something else, right? So it's like very clunky. And with the fact that, you know, the 2.4 FHR changes, even if that stuns them or puts them in FHR animation, it isn't like you're going to keep them there. So it's like very clunky. It seems like using the O skill Abyss could be crazy, like really good, but it has so much potential, but just the execution of really a lot of the Warlock skills, but certainly that one in its O skill form is not great. Yeah, it doesn't do shit 99 times out of 100 exactly. Uh-oh. We've been disconnected. Sit tight. We're patching you back in. Bro, Discord is fucky tonight, huh? Hold up. I'm going to see if I can pop into Squigs. I'm going to disconnect and reconnect. Dude, Discord is fucky, huh? Holy shit. What a fucky hap here tonight. Hey, thanks, Bushy. Big cheers to you, brother. Thanks again, man. Really appreciate you, dude. Big cheers, bro. One currently between these guys. We might bring this to an FT3 if these guys are all right with it. It's currently a tie score. These are very likely to be long duels. And if these guys are cool with it, we might go FT3. See if I can pop in, raid their game, and be like, yeah. You guys cool with FT3? Just because it is the nature of these duels, but it can be wild. good. I'm so happy I'm unable to practice pass, but let's see if I can join up on these guys. Polytheist can't friend join. Squigs can't friend join. Well, I'll just message him. Squigs. All right. Let's see if I can message him in game. Message Polytheist. Whisper. Alright, cool. Yep. I think everybody's on board now. Thanks, Track Amp. There we go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, just because, I mean, these are great duels, but they're bound to be long duels. That's just by the nature of them, right? And I think if it's FT3, these guys, you know, they know the stakes and they play the way they, you know, they play as though it's a real duel earlier on. You know what I mean? I mean, they would anyway, but yeah. Yeah, thanks for that, Track Amp. I appreciate you, dude. Yeah, here I was figuring it out. These guys making games with passwords hard to guess. That's just what it is, man. That's how you gotta roll. Nice setup of the traps there by Squigs. I gotta say, that was wild. That was wild. Almost got him. Paulie just tellied into that. That's why he can't run around the moor a lot. Like, that's why he can't telly around the moor a lot. Nice setup there. An amazing mind blast there from Squigs. That was insane. Holy shit, dude. Squigs really knows how to play to his outs in this matchup. And that was such a good setup. That was insane, man. Like, to describe what went on there and how Squigs had to pull that off. He knew Paulie was low, right? And like I said earlier, one of the hardest things to do is finish Paulie when he's low. Because he knows what's up. He knows how he has to play it. He navigates across the moor very deliberately. You have to not only have traps up, but you have got to pin your opponent down with Mind Blast in the proper direction. Either puddle them or just pin them in the direction of the traps. And Squigs just did that. He tellied right in, was right ready for it that time. That was such clutch timing there. Yeah, and thanks Track Amp for pooling these guys up, man, with these potion pools, bro. Track Amp always the MVP, man. Wild. Good duels. Fook, yeah, bud. Hey, thanks, Wichita. Yeah, yeah, I will. Great setup here from Squigs. Look at that, man. Not only did Squigs land some traps there, but also had a nice lock. Like, nice lock, nice chain, keeping that pressure up, all at a perfect time when Poly really wasn't ready for that kind of pressure. Squigs trying to throw those fire blasts there to really test out that Cyclone armor as well, rip that down. Polytheist doing a great job of surviving here, though. Didn't really take a ton of damage from those exchanges, although some insane play there from Squigs. Polytheist going to be trying to chip away from the outside here. He's really taking that cautious approach right from the start of the duel. I think he knows if he plays like this and he tries to walk Squigs down, Squigs is going to have to play as though Poly's back is against the ropes for the entire duel, right? He's going to have to methodically, he's going to have to set things up. A nice set of traps right there. Poly walking his way across the moor, looking for those locks. Another nice hit from Squigs. Squigs surprising Poly with traps from all directions here. I like how Poly is approaching from angles that would be very difficult for Squigs to set traps up in. That is some fight IQ right there. Some high level fight IQ. You notice as he approaches, as he looks for his opponent, he has a general idea of where he is on the map. But he also knows that if Squigs does some CT casting, just like he did right there, he knows where those traps are going to be. Oh, yeah, and it looks like Poly actually landed a very nice upholder there, one that connected. Squigs might be in a little bit of trouble here. Nice CT cast as Poly gets in and rebows. Yeah. Yep, exactly. It's just a methodical way to move across the map, right? Methodical way where you're not telling into these 5 stacks. Oh my god, nice setup there from Squigs. Almost had that one too. He saw that coming. He saw the wall jump coming. But Poly is repping back some life. Fire was probably viable even with FHR changes. There's not many builds that became viable because of FHR changes. There's only builds that got wrecked because of them. Like the Barbarian got a lot worse. The Smiter got a lot worse. Wind Druid got a lot worse. And what else? Probably sorceresses, fire sorks probably get a lot worse too. Just because you could stun people with fireball damage. But I mean, that could always be mitigated. But yeah, there wasn't really many builds that are good because of FHR, just ones that are now bad because of it. It killed far more builds than it made. And to be fair, like, yeah, the Assassin's Mind Blast was very, very annoying before, right? Like, it was super annoying. But I think the wrong move was to change game mechanics because one skill is very annoying. Could have just changed that skill, right? Because otherwise, that FHR was so clutch in PvP. Like, perfect triangular whirlwinds of a Barbarian. That sort of lock was so technical and skillful, and it just doesn't exist anymore. Like, it was one of those where if you got caught in it, you recognize the skill, you know? Squigs remaining very cautious here. He's been beat up quite a bit by these Kanos, so he's really going to try to make Polytheist run into these now. He's gonna try to utilize that range. It's his only out here, right? That's what he's got to do. Beautiful traps. The problem with traps is when you set them up, especially if you do it via a name lock, they have like this startup lag. You know what I'm talking about if you've ever laid them down, right? They've got this like startup lag where they spawn and then they won't fire for like several frames. So you kind of have to have them up and active as your opponent is on the screen. It's an interesting thing. But it doesn't reward the name locks, especially in the absence of FHR, right? Because they used to. You could keep the name lock, cast some lightning sentry traps on your opponent, and then hold Mind Blast, right? And that would give your traps enough of those frames to kind of start up animation for them, right? Then they would fire, and your opponent would probably be somewhere around the same place. So it was really cool. But now, it's like, you could set those traps up, get Mind Blasted, and then telly out of it. It's like, it's really hard to set it up. Nice hits here from Squigs. Squigs doing some work now in the later part of this round. Nice lock there, though, from Poly. You notice that Poly is going in looking for a pet or anything just to get a name lock on so that he can drop a Kano, drop a Fisher. He wants to be able to address Squigs from his absolute maximum distance, which is very difficult. You got to remember that the assassin has the greatest distance of any character in the game, theoretically, right? And especially one that is prevalent in this matchup. And by that I mean you can just lay traps and walk to the cold plains, and they will still be there, right? They will still be in that same spot. There he is. Paulie gets a nice name lock there. Whittling Squigs down even more. Nice hit there, though, from Squigs. Love what he did there. He's really keen on mastering the range of Poly. These guys have dueled back and forth in a variety of matchups. And Squigs has got a lot of practice in versus Polytheist on the Sin, on the Necro, and probably just about anything else that he's dueled on. These guys duel a lot on Poly's stream. Poly has a really cool PvP stream to watch. If you're not following him on YouTube or Twitch, check him out, man. _Polytheist on Twitch and just Polytheist on YouTube. Streams quite a bit, and man, you'll get to see this build in action. He is a fire druid main, and it's very rare that we've ever seen him play anything else. This is just the build that is not only he's very effective on, but he just loves it inside and out, man. This guy's been practicing making builds, making crazy things like this, even since the days of LOD, before the Fire Druid buffs. And the progress that he's made on it is incredible, and I really can't wait to see where he goes with the new items and everything in Reign of the Warlock. Like, because I feel like that he's only begun theory crafting on this build. You know, when you have a setup that works, when you have items that work, and you know how to stat and kit your character out with their items for each matchup, it takes a while to, you know, it really takes a while to change that. Yeah. Yeah, so, like, there's like a cooldown, or like immunity frames is the way to put it. So if you hold down Mind Blast on someone, and what would usually happen in LOD is that they would just, if you had a fast enough FCR, you could just lock them out. Like, you could just, they couldn't move, especially if they were puddled. They would have to like weapon swap glitch out of it. Like, they couldn't get out of it, right? But in patch 2.4 a while ago, they made it so that you have immunity frames after a stun. And I don't know exactly how many it is, but it's like, if you get stunned, you can't get stunned again for like so many frames. So Mind Blast is like, you stun them, they get stunned, but then they can telly away, then they get stunned again, then they can telly away. So it adds like, it's this like clunky sort of stun that you have. And it works like that with any form of stun, not just Mind Blast. So like, if you're on a Bard and you get perfectly triangular whirlwinds, which would usually stun lock someone out and just make it so they can't do anything, yay, the Barb catches them, they win, right? Incredibly cool on a Barb. That just doesn't happen anymore. Like, they get perfectly triangular whirlwinds and someone teleports away. Yeah, it's like... I don't even know if it's diminishing returns, really, as much as it is just strange immunity frames in between the stuns that certainly make sense for Mind Blast, but for everything else, it's just really bad. I mean, there's so many classes, so many skills and everything that just get pwned because you can't stun lock people with them. And with certain classes, that was really the only way that you could win. Like a Smiter, for example, people were like, oh, it's so OP because it always hits. No, it was OP because there was good players who could puddle people, lock them out, and they couldn't do anything. Right? Like, that's why it was so good. But now, you can't do that. Same thing with the Barb. Whirlwind, so OP. We need to make throw skills good or something, you know. Insert a ton of reasons as to why other skills got changed and everything. But in PvP, the reason why those skills were so powerful is because of the stun lockouts that you could do skillfully, right? With Mind Blast being the only exception that was kind of a skill-less lockout. 0 skill required to completely lock your opponent out and make it so they couldn't move, right? Like, Mind Blast was the only exception. And because of that, they changed how the game works and made it and gave people stun frame immunities. Like, oh, stun frame immunities for everybody. It's like, nah, man, we didn't need that. Yeah. So, okay, see, you've noticed it too. Yeah, it's not as... It killed more builds than it helped. Like, sure, we needed it for Mind Blast, right? I think that was a incredibly good change with regard to Mind Blast, right? If they would have done something like that only for Mind Blast, I would have been like, wow, thank you for paying homage to the PvP community. But changing how FHR worked like that it fucked so many good PvP classes. It was just wild. Yep, Poly and Squigs, man. Squigs is currently up 2-1, I believe. Squigs is up 2-1. This is a FT3 match. Squigs could win here, or Poly could tie it up. Yeah, I'm not really sure if it was directly for PVM. They said that it was for PvP. They literally mentioned PvP in that change. However, I think it was the same patch. It might have been the same one, where they made it so that, like, the Amazons dodge, avoid, and evade also don't cause lockouts. And it's like, oh my god, that was also such a bad change. And I'm sure it's a bunch of PVM players that, you know, it's the random complaints from the players that, you know, aren't good, that telly into soul packs and cry about dying. It's literally those people that, like, they just want to be able to survive everything and make stupid moves in a game. I have a decked out Zon and I get locked out by souls. I guess when I hit souls, it's just over. Yeah, they're fucking lightning immune, and you should die to them. Like, you shouldn't telly stomp a pack of souls and cry to Blizzard about dying. But enough people did, and then they made it so that dodge, avoid, and evade don't lock you out anymore. And it's like, how bad do you have to be at the game to the point where, like, when I had a PvP Zan back in the day, I wouldn't even stat dodge, avoid, and evade for that exact reason. So that I could escape souls if I accidentally teleported in the middle of them. Didn't happen often. But it would also happen if you teleported in, like, a pack of just about anything. Like, you could get stun locked in. And it's like, that's the drawback, you know? That's the drawback of having those skills. They keep you safe, but if you make a stupid move, you can still die. Oh my god, and there it is, man. Nice setup there from Poly as he ties this round up.
Greetings.
I'm stuck in strafe animations. Ruined game for 99%. Yeah, like... I mean... Even with strafe, too, like, right? It gets... this is what I say. This is an important thing to remember that I hope the devs think about this in future patches and with any future updates. I really doubt they will. But not all skills were meant for PVM. Not all skills were meant to be good in PVM. Should all skills kind of have some purpose? Sure, right? But like, man, bone skills, they at one point they were never really even remotely viable in PVM. So they were like, wow, well, let's buff those. But the problem was they were really good in PvP. And I think they probably had that mentality with like the various versions of the Warlock. And I'm sure they were like, okay, this will be better. You know, but we're going to try to make everything viable in PVM. And, you know, I hope they don't continue to try to do that. Because there's some builds, like the Abyss build, that is okay at certain points in PVM, but it's so busted in PvP. If they do anything buffing the damage of that, it's just going to be really bad. And, you know, the Fire build, not as great in PvP, but pretty devastating early on for the Warlock in PVM. So it's like, you know, I really hope they pay some homage to it and they at least think about it. But I kind of wish they would adopt that mentality too. It's like, you can't forget about PvP, man. It is in the game. So like, and there is a lot of people that play it. So it's like, please stop forgetting about it and throwing it in the trash with the updates and all of this. It's like, it's a viable end game that one could argue is a big part of the reason the game survived for so long. Oh yeah, exactly. Like, so for example, Arctic Blast is just a really bad skill. I'm not saying that every skill is good. I'm saying that, yeah, it should have a purpose. Arctic Blast is just the worst skill, right? Like, there's no point of it. It's never good at any time. You know, probably could use some buffs, right? In the right way. That's a skill that it's gonna be hard to fuck that one up, right? Like, good one if we want to buff that, right? But, yeah, like, the game was also designed a long time ago, and even then, they couldn't get everything right. But the difference was, back then, they did have a healthy understanding of PvP. Some people say that PvP was never in the game. It was never a focus, and they're indeed very wrong. It was the original focus of the devs. There wasn't really any big endgames. It was like, you level up and then you duel your friends after you beat the game. That was literally the end game. It was like, okay, we got nothing to do, so we're just gonna PvP. They literally made balance patches around PvP. They changed all of the 08 items and shit. 99% of those were changed because of PvP. It's like they had a very, very large focus on it. So yeah, while there are still some pointless skills on other old classes, it's like, yeah, I get it, but they designed some skills with PvP in mind to be like, okay, this is a really good single target, like, you know, maybe not for bosses with huge life goals, but like, that was the whole concept of magic damage too. It was a very PvP like, you know, with PvP in mind, because there wasn't any monsters with magic immunities, right? Like, it just did kind of a flat amount of damage that nothing could really fuck with. In PVM, it wasn't really ever great until, I guess, the hammer did, right? But other than that, it was like, okay, this is good in PvP. This is like kind of meant for PvP. The bone magic damage, even hammer damage to some degree, wasn't ever meant to be that good. It's been a wild trip that some of the new skills or some of the new items and abilities kind of throw a wrench in. Yeah, it was the whole point of Battle.net, right? Duel your friends. PvP was the endgame of every 1.08, 1.09 player. Exactly. Whether it was Life Leech Zealot duels, or whether it was your Amazon to take out all the sorceresses, it was indeed the endgame. Yeah, exactly, Kyle. That's what we need to do. Holy shit, big hits here from Squigs as these guys navigate across the moor cautiously and violently. Yeah, they understood us back then. Yeah, my fear is that they turn this game into like a PoE or Diablo 4. The Warlock was just, from the sources I know, not tested as much as it should have been. But yeah, I just hope that they don't say like, oh wow, you know, we've inspired all of these games and look at what they've done. They haven't done great. Diablo 2 is still the most popular of all of them, right? So like, instead of going that direction, instead do the things that players are playing Diablo 2 for, right? That seems to make the most sense. They're not playing Diablo 2 to blast out hordes of monsters and like get shit tons more loot, you know? And sure, it's a loot game, but like they're obviously playing in the absence of that, right? What are they doing in the end game? Right? Like, look at that and make that better. Yeah, the Chaos Warlock is very, very broken. It's to the point Abyss was just straight banned in DFC. It's way too broken. It's like a fucking hammer. It's like dropping 3 hammers on someone's head remotely with a name block. It's so bad. Miasma chains and HLD also hit way too fucking hard. Yeah, it's way better than Fisher. It's about 100,000 times better than Fisher. It's too fucking strong, right? And as far as the Echoing Strike Warlock in PvP, it's viable, but
Remember that this is coming from the same people that said, do you guys not have phones?
you know, it might not be. It's the same company, all right, but I don't think it was the same devs, Kyle. All right, to be fair. All right, big cheers, man. Thank you so much for the Canadian coin tip, brother. But yes, it's definitely a different era. But I think my suggestion is just we have to be careful with trying to modernize D2, because all of the games that were inspired by Diablo 2 that are considered more modern are not as popular as Diablo 2. Even still, they lose players, get them back seasonally, and it's like you're always fighting for players to come back, and it's like Diablo 2 never did. So like you gotta kind of look at that, you know. I hope they don't go down the wrong road, as they say. They don't want to ruin the Mona Lisa. I think that's a good thing to say, and I hope they do it too, you know? Is it more popular than D2? Here's the thing. We don't technically know the numbers of Diablo 2. The only hint that we've had in recent history was when they slipped up and they said millions of people still actively play D2. Well, if that's true, D2 crushes all those games combined. So we don't technically know the numbers of D2. Yeah, you can track them on Steam, but you can't track them on PC. You can't, like, track them on console. Like, there's a lot of different ways to play it, and most people play, like, PC that didn't get it through Steam, right? Like, they're not playing it via Steam. They're playing it through the Battle.net launcher or whatnot. Like, you know, there's even on PC, there's so many different ways to play it. Like I said, I don't know that number. I'm basing this off from what seemed to be a slip-up from the current devs of saying millions of people still play Diablo 2. If this is true, which I can't imagine they would lie about it. It didn't seem like it was something they were, you know, posting up and, you know, bragging about in that regard. It crushes all of those games. If that's true, it just shit cans all of those games combined. I don't know, man. Put it as someone who pays very close attention to ARPGs and the amount of views they get on YouTube and all of this. At least on YouTube, I'll say. Diablo 2 does indeed seem to be more popular than all of those other games. So, not to say that viewers equate to players, but if there's in any way some sort of consistent relationship between the two, it certainly does say something. Now, is PoE close? I would guess, but it still doesn't seem as popular. The only close RPG-style game are the Souls games that even come close to it on YouTube, which aren't something that anyone ever talks about. So, from what I do, and someone who is very, very in tune with that side of it, probably more than most other content creators, I would say that statement checks out. Yeah, but it's not to say that PoE doesn't have a lot of players. It's also not to say that Blizzard's statement is 100% accurate. It could, like, who knows what they're counting? Like, it could be all of the bots out there too that people keep farming up and like getting banned and then rebuying accounts. Like, it could count that. But all of that shit aside, like I said, from someone who really studies this stuff on a level that most people don't, in a way not related to any of these franchises, like just with YouTube views, viewership, like where viewers come from, all of this, it would seem as though PoE 2 and Diablo 2 are the most popular, and Diablo 2 is more popular. That's just from my standpoint, from numbers we don't really know, that I've paid a lot of attention to. Not just like with my channel, but with like everybody's. Not just D2 creators, PoE creators, I look at it all. I am like, I study that shit like a fucking autist. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, Korea as well. There's a reason I do a lot of my videos in Korean. There's a huge Korean audience. It's fucking huge. And you can't look at where your views come from. You have to look at where viewers exist that you're not getting views from. And like, so for example, there's a lot of D2 Korean D2 channels. So I was like, this is interesting. I looked into it more, learned more about it. Like, Mulder is basically like the Korean, they call him the Korean Coooley, is like all about PvP, melee, and all of this stuff. I'm like, this is kind of cool. So I spent over a fucking year like learning how to like do Korean shit. I even have a Korean channel that like got the critical amount of subs, got monetized and everything, like before YouTube gave me the ability to do videos in Korean on my main channel. I was like, all right, thank God, you know, but I spent all that time like researching, doing all of this stuff. I told you I'm a fucking autist with it. Like, so what I'm saying is their kind of braggadocious statement checks out. It could be very true, but we don't actually know the numbers. They don't release them anymore, so we don't know the full numbers. But based on what I see, pretty accurate. Like, wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. There is a pretty sick PvP crowd on Asia servers, that's for sure. Yep, there are some really good players. Foos is super Korean. Kim Jun Foos. Sound is also Korean. Yeah, 100%. Yep, yeah, I think you nailed it, Superdude. And it's like I said, it's not to say that other games aren't popular and that like other creators don't pull in what D2 creators pull in, but it's like rare. You know what I mean? And also there's other factors that come into play, like the concept of making good content. There's a lot of times what you'll see from content creators, especially what I call trend hoppers, is that like they'll follow all of the new ARPGs that come out and they spend so much time creating, they spend so much time cranking out content that they never learn how to create it. Right? Like, they never learn how to tell a good story, how to dive into something like in an interesting way. that like transcends your immediate audience, hopefully, you know. So, but like, so that's where I think a lot of the confusion comes from. But if you look at sustained viewership over time, and like, yeah, it's just so lopsided for D2. Exactly. And that's the ultimate thing, right? If it wasn't that, why would we have ever got an update for this? They know where the players are. It's a great point. Great point, Sean. We wouldn't have got this if that wasn't the case. Holy shit, man. Very good duels. These guys working their way across the board, jamming, slamming, Alabaman. And holy shit. GG's. Squigs. Very close. It is a methodical, patient duel. And damn, son. Polytheist gets there. 3-2. Absolutely epic. Wild, man. It's a long night, boys. It's a long one. Yeah, very GG, man. That was epic. Boys. Bros, thanks for joining me here tonight, man. This was crazy. Means a lot to see you guys here every week. And holy shit, Skillless Dude. Bro, 2 months. Appreciate you, man. Big cheers for that. Thank you so much. Big cheers, brother. That was a marathon duel. Yeah, I mean, it always is, right? There's certain duels that last a long time. We gotta be ready for them, right? That's certainly one of them. You know, there's beauty in long duels, and there's beauty in short duels. There's beauty in the level 30 big one-shot KOs, and there's beauty in the real rep to full duels. It's all over the spectrum. There's skill to be seen. Some of them you just run out of words for. You know, that's what it is. By the way, Constant GW2, my guy. Thanks for parking the Prime over here, man. I appreciate that. Big cheers, dude. Yeah, we don't have any prizes anymore, but we might do something special with some that we had left over or unclaimed for DFC 200, though. But yeah. Well, GG's, boys. Yeah. Yeah, we've done some team duels before, too. They're harder to orchestrate, though. They're harder to get going because you have way more people involved. It's a process, boys. That being said, Bill, let's play us out of here, huh? Yeah. Give me that track. Boys, dry your eyes, all right? We will be back next week. I hope to see you there. More violence on the ways. Make sure you're in the Discord if you're not already, man. I appreciate you guys' respect for these absolutely talented individuals showing up every week, showing off their skills, and enacting the violence in the blood more, man. It's wild. We'll see you guys next week. Thanks again for joining me, man. Peace.